Chapter 261. He had come to pay respects to the temple. They looked at Su Qin, who had stopped a few miles away from the 10,000 Buddha Hall, and felt the tremors of the vast western desert sand, as well as the echoes in their ears. The 6th, 7th, and 9th ancestors fell silent. This was especially so for the 9th ancestor. He had just witnessed Su Qin's strength in the Shaolin Temple. With a single punch, he had damaged the 10,000 Buddha Hall's Buddhist treasure that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It was extremely terrifying. If the 9th ancestor had not fled the Shaolin Temple in time with the Divine Limbs Release Art, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Su Qin's body was too strong. Even if the 9th ancestor had several Buddhist treasures, what use would they be if they could not break Su Qin's invincible body? They would only allow the other party to wear him down, and then his chi and blood would deteriorate, leaving him at his mercy. So, you didn't chase after me at first because you wanted me to lead the way? The 9th ancestor's thoughts raced as he stared at Su Qin. In the end, a bitter expression appeared on his face. At this moment, how could the 9th ancestor not have guessed how Su Qin had been able to locate the 10,000 Buddha Hall so easily? Although the western desert was not as prosperous as the central plains, its territory was vast, spanning millions of miles. Even an Earth immortal would need at least half a day to find something in such a vast place. Moreover, the 10,000 Buddha Hall was shrouded in a Buddhist formation that concealed its aura. Even an Earth immortal might overlook it if he was not careful. But what about Su Qin? The 9th ancestor had only returned to the 10,000 Buddha Hall for less than 4 hours when Su Qin came to pay respects to the temple. If the 9th ancestor did not lead the way, no one would believe him. However, before I returned to the 10,000 Buddha Hall, I checked myself many times. I didn't have any tracking secret art imprints on me. I even confirmed that the Buddhist treasures and Buddhist beads were fine before I dared to return to the 10,000 Buddha Hall. How did the Venerable One of the Shaolin Temple confirm my whereabouts? Doubts arose in the 9th ancestor's heart. Although he had been asleep for hundreds of years, he was no fool. As a peak arhat who had once roamed the seas, what methods had the 9th ancestor not seen? How could a mere tracking technique hide from him? There were many tracking secret techniques overseas, which were nothing more than leaving a trace of a mark on the target, and then using this trace of a mark to lock onto the target's specific location. But he, the 9th ancestor, did not find any trace of a tracking mark at all? If Su Qin knew what Ancestor 9 was thinking, he would definitely smile. What he relied on to lock onto 9th ancestor's whereabouts was not a tracking secret art, but the Eye of Truth. As a divine ability, the biggest difference between the Eye of Truth and ordinary tracking secret arts was that it used chi to lock onto living beings. Everything in the world, as long as it was alive, had chi activity. Every living being had a different chi activity. As long as Su Qin had seen Ancestor 9 and recognized his aura, he would be able to find him even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. This was the terrifying aspect of the Eye of Truth. Now that things have come to this, there is no need to blame yourself. At this time, the voice of the 6th ancestor slowly sounded in the ears of the 9th ancestor. He looked at Su Qin, his eyes slightly focused, and said lightly, "Benefactor has come to visit the temple, and the 10,000 Buddha's hall should welcome you, but it is not convenient today. Please go back." Su Qin had walked deep into the western desert and came to the front of the 10,000 Buddha hall. An invisible and terrifying aura shrouded everything like a sky curtain. But what kind of place was the 10,000 Buddha Hall? It was a great sect that had been passed down since the Vitality Tide recovery era. For tens of thousands of years, overseas experts had come out in large numbers, and more than one Earth immortal had even attacked the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Yet, the 10,000 Buddha Hall still existed unscathed to this day. With the foundation of the 10,000 Buddha Hall, how could it be easy for others to visit the temple? Even the 10,000 Buddha Hall in the western desert had just been built not long ago and was far inferior to the overseas 10,000 Buddha Hall. But Su Qin was not an Earth immortal and did not have the unparalleled power to suppress everything. In addition, the 6th ancestor, the 7th ancestor, and the 9th ancestor were at the peak of Arhat, as well as many Buddhist treasures. The 6th ancestor did not believe that Su Qin would really dare to attack the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Inconvenient. Su Qin smiled. In that case, I'll enter the temple myself. At this point, Su Qin took a step forward and closed the distance of several miles in an instant, directly arriving in front of the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Oh no! The 6th ancestor's pupils shrank. He had learned from the 9th ancestor that Su Qin's physical body was unparalleled and could withstand Buddhist treasures. Naturally, he would not let Su Qin enter the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Otherwise, if Su Qin went berserk and burst out with his blood and chi at close range, the three Arhat would not be afraid, but the other disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Hall, as well as the 10,000 Buddha Hall itself, would probably be overturned by Su Qin. 10,000 Spirit Buddha Lamp. The seventh ancestor raised his right hand and a Buddha lamp floated up and quietly floated in front of the 10,000 Buddha Hall. The Buddha lamp swayed. It emitted a faint Buddhist light that enveloped the entire 10,000 Buddha Hall. For a moment, outside the 10,000 Buddha Hall, Su Qin's aura was raging. But inside the 10,000 Buddha Hall, where the Buddhist light enveloped, a quiet and peaceful aura spread. Immediately, the many disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Hall heaved a sigh of relief. Most of them were disciples from the 10,000 Buddha main hall overseas, and the strongest was only at the third heaven Arhat realm. How could they withstand Su Qin's aura? If the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp had not lit up in time, these disciples would have knelt on the ground under the suppression of Su Qin's aura. It's too scary. How could a mere remote continent give birth to such an expert? That's right. Even if this continent is the legendary land of great strife and the core of the recovery of the vitality tide, such an expert should not have appeared in such a short time, many disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Hall discussed in low voices. Through the Buddhist light that enveloped the 10,000 Buddha Hall, they looked at Su Qin with deep fear and uneasiness. Don't worry. What kind of place is the 10,000 Buddha Hall? Even the earth immortals have to return with broken swords, let alone others. A disciple of the 10,000 Buddha Hall spoke, his tone filled with strong confidence. That's true. With the 6th, 7th, and 9th ancestors around, what do we have to worry about? Many disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Hall nodded and comforted the other disciples. At this moment, Su Qin stopped and looked with interest at the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp that was slowly igniting and emitting a faint Buddhist light that protected the entire 10,000 Buddha Hall. Interesting. Su Qin smiled slightly. This 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp had a similar aura to the 9th ancestor's Buddhist beads, but in terms of energy fluctuations, it was dozens of times stronger. Whoosh! Su Qin flicked his finger, and a wisp of true essence instantly flew out and landed on the Buddhist light that enveloped the 10,000 Buddha Hall. But the result was that this wisp of true essence was quickly swallowed by the misty Buddhist light as if nothing had happened. Since you want to barge into the 10,000 Buddha Hall, it's not impossible. As long as you can break this 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp, so what if you come in? The 6th ancestor looked at Su Qin and said lightly. This 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp had once blocked a casual attack from an earth immortal. Even after that attack, the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp was extinguished on the spot and had not recovered until now. But in terms of defense alone, the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp was definitely unparalleled overseas. If not for the fact that this 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp could only defend and not attack, it would probably be ranked as the most precious treasure of the 10,000 Buddha Hall. As you wish. Su Qin chuckled. His attack just now was just a rough estimate of what level of attack this 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp could block. The next moment, Su Qin stretched out his right hand and clenched it slightly toward the void. Su Qin pulled out a strange sickle-shaped saber that was curved like a full moon. Slash. Su Qin held the demon god blade and slashed at the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Rip. The world seemed to have turned into a dark ocean, and the saber light slashed out by the demon god blade was like a dark space crack, flashing toward the 10,000 Buddha Hall. That is? When the 6th ancestor saw the long saber in Su Qin's hand that was as dark as an abyss, his expression changed slightly. This aura, could it be from the cave world? The 6th ancestor's expression was solemn. At the end of the last Vitality Tide era, the cave world invaded and launched a war against the human world. Although the cave world was defeated in the end, the human world was hit hard, and many of its strongest experts fell. All kinds of information about the cave world were classified as top secrets and placed in the depths of the overseas major sections. Ordinary elders could not see them. But at this time, the demonic blade in Su Qin's hand reminded the 6th ancestor of the cave world. If it weren't for the fact that Su Qin didn't have the slightest aura of the cave world, the 6th ancestor would have suspected that Su Qin was a demon from the cave world. Just as the 6th ancestor's thoughts were racing, the saber light slashed out by Su Qin fiercely slashed at the Buddha light emitted by the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp. Gotcha. The Buddha light boiled. At the intersection of the saber light and the Buddha light, there was a tearing sound, and a large amount of Buddha light and saber light melted each other. Finally, the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp suspended above the 10,000 Buddha temple suddenly shone brightly, forcibly obliterating the saber light slashed out by Su Qin. Too terrifying. The seventh ancestor and ninth ancestor looked at each other, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Just a moment ago, especially when the dark saber light slashed down, they all had an illusion that they were there. However, before anyone could react, Su Qin retracted the demon god's blade, clenched his fist, and slowly punched towards the 10,000 Buddha temple. This punch was simple and heavy, as if the vast earth had been integrated into it. It was as if an ancient god had beaten a drum. Vigorous power gathered in this punch, and it abruptly slammed into the Buddha light emitted by the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. Dong dong. A sound like a great bell reverberated, and the minds of the 10,000 Buddha temple disciples went blank. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Su Qin's punch landed on the Buddha light, and the entire Buddha light was dented. Su Qin's right fist was pressed against the bottom of the dented light, and the terrifying fist intent seemed to penetrate the Buddha light and permeate the 10,000 Buddha temple. Although after Su Qin withdrew his punch, the Buddha light that had been dented quickly recovered to its original state. The punch that Su Qin had just thrown out was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. This punch is too terrifying. It almost shook the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. The seventh ancestor's heart was in turmoil. However, Su Qin then rubbed his wrist, and said something that horrified the sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, and ninth ancestor. All right. I'm going to get serious now. Su Qin moved his body, and his fighting spirit rose faintly. Chapter 262. In the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Under the shroud of the misty Buddha light. Sixth ancestor and the others had keen senses, so they naturally heard Su Qin's whisper. What? That saber and punch just now, he didn't use his full strength? The seventh ancestor looked aghast. Su Qin's saber and punch were about to shake the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. Especially the last punch, the terrifying fist intent almost penetrated the Buddha light and spread into the 10,000 Buddha hall. Su Qin said that such an earth-shattering attack was not considered serious? The ninth ancestor and the seventh ancestor looked at each other in disbelief. They had overestimated Su Qin and directly used the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. But now the combat power that Su Qin displayed was simply appalling. Just as the ninth ancestor and the seventh ancestor were looking at each other, Su Qin had already made his move again. This time, Su Qin did not rely on any divine weapons or magical treasures at all. He was purely bare-handed. Be it fists, palms, legs, or fingers, he blasted them all on the Buddha light emitted by the million spirits Buddha lamp. Bang! Bang! In an instant, Su Qin had already made dozens of moves. Suddenly, the Buddha's light that shrouded the 10,000 Buddha's hall trembled. The Buddha's light exploded and distorted under Su Qin's attacks. Even if the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp continued to release Buddha's light, there was still a terrifying force seeping in. If it were not for the sixth ancestor, the seventh ancestor, and the ninth ancestor's continuous efforts to stop the spread of the force alone would be enough to kill all the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall below the seventh heaven. But even with the protection of the three ancestors, many disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall hid in the corner and trembled, as if they were experiencing the end of the world. They were full of fear as they looked at the gradually distorted Buddha light. Su Qin was too powerful. The power that burst out from his every move was earth-shattering. Even the wick of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was burning rapidly at this moment, as if it was the final radiance of the setting sun. Although the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp was powerful and could withstand a casual blow from an earth immortal at its peak, it was not at its peak after all. In addition, Su Qin had launched hundreds of moves in an instant. Even if each move couldn't compare to the earth immortal's attack, with so many moves stacked together, the quantitative change would cause a qualitative change. It was enough to destroy everything. How is this possible? The sixth forefather looked at the trembling Buddhist light in disbelief. If one were to say that Su Qin's initial saber strike and fist strike were only on the verge of shaking the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp, the truth was that he was still some distance away from truly shaking the Buddha lamp. But at this moment, Su Qin's every strike was truly shaking the myriad spirit Buddha lamp. In just a short moment, the myriad spirit Buddha lamp, which had been nourished by the myriad Buddha's hall for thousands of years, had already consumed 60% of its oil wick. We can't continue like this. Otherwise, the myriad spirit Buddha lamp will really be destroyed. The sixth forefather's expression was ugly as he looked at the seventh forefather and ninth forefather and said in a deep voice, "The myriad spirit Buddha lamp was not comparable to a Buddhist treasure like the Buddhist beads. It was the true foundation of the myriad Buddha's hall. With the protection of the myriad spirit Buddha lamp, Even if the myriad Buddha's hall was besieged by a group of pinnacle myths, it could still hold on for a while. It must not be destroyed today. You and I will attack together. The sixth forefather's expression was solemn as he said solemnly. Sixth forefather, even if we join forces, can we stop him? The ninth forefather had no confidence at all. With the power that Su Qin had displayed, who could stop him except for the pinnacle arhat who had condensed his domain and transformed his primordial spirit? If it's a close combat, of course not. The sixth forefather's eyes narrowed slightly as he shook his head and said, Su Qin's physical body was too terrifying. His qi and blood were like the ocean. Even if the three of them joined forces and desperately used the forbidden technique to recover their strength, it was still uncertain whether they could win. If they could not win and allowed Su Qin to delay until the forbidden technique's duration expired, the three of them might really die here. But this person has only used his physical body from the beginning to the end. As for other means, he doesn't have many. We can open up the distance, suppress him with our domain, and slowly exhaust him to death. A glimmer of light flashed across the sixth forefather's face. At their level, martial arts had long since become extraordinary. They were no longer limited to ordinary fights, but more of a clash of domains. Su Qin's physical body was indeed powerful, far beyond the imagination of the sixth forefather and the others, but the sixth forefather and the others could choose not to fight Su Qin with their physical bodies. Once he lost his physical body, Su Qin's combat strength would be greatly reduced. As for the domain, although the sixth forefather and the others were close to Shoyuan and their qi and blood were declining, it had no effect on the domain. On the contrary, because of their long experience, their attainments in the domain had surpassed those of pinnacle myths. If it was just the sixth forefather alone, he might not be able to fight with the domain. After all, Su Qin was not stupid. How could he give up his advantage and fight with a disadvantage? But the sixth forefather and the others had a total of 3 people. The 3 pinnacle arhat who had formed their domains had the same cultivation method. They could merge the power of their domains into one and suppress Su Qin in an instant. At that time, Su Qin's domain would be imprisoned in place. No matter how powerful his physical body was, what could he do? Unless he had a Dharma body comparable to an earth immortal and could tear apart a miniature domain with his monstrous qi and blood, he could only be trapped. As for a Dharma body comparable to an earth immortal, if Su Qin's physical body had reached such a level, he would have shattered the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp with a punch. That's right. The seventh forefather's eyes lit up. He obviously agreed with the sixth forefather's suggestion. Whether it was the myth realm or the arhat realm, the domains they formed were all miniature domains. Even if there were differences in strength, it would not be a qualitative change. With the 3 of them working together, they would definitely be able to suppress Su. The sixth forefather, seventh forefather, and ninth forefather instantly made a decision. And at this moment, clang clang clang. Su Qin stretched his body and continuously blasted the Buddhist light emitted by the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. The barrier formed by the Buddhist light was indestructible, but in Su Qin's eyes, it was just a target for him to flatten. Break. Su Qin's fighting spirit was boiling. His qi and blood were rolling like waves. His powerful physical strength, true essence, and divine thought combined to form a force that could obliterate all things. In an instant, he hit the Buddhist light barrier. Crack. When the punch landed, there was a sudden cracking sound. A crack suddenly appeared on the body of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp that hung high above the 10,000 Buddha hall. Su Qin's punch had completely damaged the origin of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. To repair this crack, it would take at least hundreds of years for countless disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall to nurture it. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. This is awesome. Su Qin laughed loudly. Ever since his physical body had transformed 5 times, he had not used his physical strength so recklessly. Even when he killed the demonic dragon of the war god temple, his qi and blood were not as soaring as now. Not good. We can't drag this out any longer. The sixth forefather saw this scene and his scalp almost exploded. They originally wanted to use the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp to exhaust some of Su Qin's energy. This way it would be easier for them to suppress him with their domains later. But the sixth forefather and the others did not expect that Su Qin's last punch seemed to have undergone some kind of sublimation and directly hit the origin of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. Even the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp's body was hit and a crack appeared. If this continued, the entire 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp would probably shatter under Su Qin's punch. Rise. The sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, and ninth ancestor soared into the sky, circulating their blood and qi to maintain themselves at their peak state. At the same time, 3,000 feet domains appeared in the blink of an eye, shrouding Su Qin from all directions. Su Qin raised an eyebrow and released his domain as well. However, no matter how strong Su Qin was, he was only one person. His domain was also a miniature domain. Under the suppression of the sixth forefather and the other two's domains, although he was not losing ground, it was obvious that he could not gain any advantage. Benefactor, why don't we each take a step back and retreat to one another? The sixth forefather stood high in the sky and looked down at Su Qin as he spoke. Even though he suppressed Su Qin with his domain power, he was still worried that Su Qin would perish together with him. So he burned his qi and blood recklessly. In that case, the sixth forefather and the other two might still be able to suppress him, but they would probably have to wait until the few Shouyuan left were exhausted. Su Qin and Shouyuan had enough and could afford to exhaust them, but they could not retreat to one another? Su Qin smiled slightly and did not comment. That's right. The seventh forefather also spoke. Your physical body is strong, but we're only suppressing him with our domains. You can't use your physical body at all. Furthermore, at this point, the seventh forefather paused for a moment and glanced at Su Qin. He said lightly, in order to break the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp, you must have consumed a lot of energy. If you fight 1 against 3 now, what advantage can you gain? The seventh forefather seemed to be considering the problem from Su Qin's perspective. Is that so? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He shook his head and said, I was going to play a little longer. After all, such a useful sandbag is rare. Su Qin glanced at the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp and said lightly, Are you going to refuse? The seventh forefather heard this and his expression changed slightly. Although he did not know what Su Qin meant by sandbag, it was obvious that the other party did not intend to give up. I'm not refusing. Su Qin sighed softly and said seriously, I want to end all of this. Do you think you can resist the suppression of the 3 of us? The seventh forefather's eyes flashed and he frowned. Below the earth immortal, even the strongest peak myth or peak arhat only had a microdomain. Under the same microdomain, the seventh forefather did not believe that Su Qin could resist the suppression of the 3 of them. Domain? Su Qin chuckled. Is the domain very strong? The next moment, under the shocked gazes of the seventh forefather and the others, Su Qin slowly stretched out his right hand and clenched his 5 fingers into a palm. He slowly pressed it down. Rumble. The whole world suddenly roared. With Su Qin as the center, the world was enveloped by a dark golden glazed Buddha palm. Golden Adumbra flowers bloomed in all directions. One flower, one world, one leaf, one universe, evolved into layers of endless pure land. And at the core of the pure land, a golden Buddha sat upright like a real Buddha overlooking all living beings. Its eyes were indifferent, without favoritism, hatred, love, or pity. The most powerful and vast aura shot straight to the 9 heavens. In heaven and earth only I am supreme. Whoosh. Before the dark golden glazed Buddha palm fell, the domain power that the sixth forefather and the others had gathered suddenly collapsed layer by layer as if they had met their natural enemy. The million-spirit Buddha lamp that was still burning slowly and releasing Buddha light fell to the ground with a plop. It was as if it had completely turned into an ordinary Buddha lamp. This. The sixth patriarch and the others, who were standing high in the sky and looking down at Su Qin, felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the golden Buddha, who was pointing at the sky and touching the earth, and whispered in an indescribably complicated tone, This is Buddha. This is the real Buddha. Chapter 263. Just as Su Qin was attacking the 10,000 Buddha's hall, several figures appeared silently at the edge of the western desert. The auras of these figures were empty like an abyss, but there was also a hint of decay. They were the patriarchs of the powerful sects outside the sea who had sealed themselves in a secret technique and had been in hibernation until now. When Su Qin stepped into the western desert, he stirred up yellow sand, and a terrifying aura enveloped everything. Naturally, the 10,000 Buddha's hall was not the only one alarmed. There were also other great sects that had migrated from overseas to the western desert. Many of the overseas great sects, in order to fight for the right to speak in the land of great battle, had awakened one of their great ancestors to guard the land of great battle. The 10,000 Buddha's hall was the same. The other great sects were the same. This person's strength has definitely condensed a domain, and his vitality is exuberant. He should be a peak legend that has just been born in this era. Strange, when did such a powerhouse appear overseas? The great ancestors of the various great sects talked to each other, their tone puzzled. Could it be that this person isn't a peak legend from overseas? That's right. I heard that the legend guarding the Empire of Tang in the Land of Great Battle has also condensed a domain. Could it be that he's here? It shouldn't be. The 10,000 Buddhas Hall has nothing to do with the Empire of Tang. How could it attract a peak legend here? I think it might be the Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple. After all, both belong to Buddhism. It makes sense that the Venerable One came to visit the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. That's impossible, right? The Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple is also a peak Venerable One? The great ancestors chatted quickly, commenting on Su Qin in an extremely casual tone. Although Su Qin's strength was terrifying to the extreme, which of them was not a peak legend? After living for almost 500 years, how good was their eyesight? Although Su Qin had long sensed the peeping eyes from the western desert's edge, he was too lazy to pay attention to them. This time he had personally attacked the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. First, he wanted to demand an explanation from the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. Second, he wanted to intimidate these overseas great sections. Otherwise, if the ninth ancestor came to the Shaolin Temple today and another ancestor from another great sect tomorrow, would Su Qin still be in closed-door training? Was he still going to cultivate or not? Something's not right. This person is so aggressive. Is he here to cause trouble for the 10,000 Buddhas Hall? One of the ancestors in a blood-red robe frowned slightly. Su Qin's words, "I am Zhen Guan, and I have come to pay my respects to the temple," were full of provocation. I don't know if he will cause trouble for the pantheon of Buddhas, but I'm afraid that this person is really the Venerable from the Shaolin Temple. Another patriarch sighed with emotion. Whether it was in the overseas martial arts world or in this land of great strife, only Buddhists could call themselves poor monks. However, even if this person is really at the peak of Arhat, if he wants to challenge the entire 10,000 Buddhas Hall, he's overestimating himself. The third ancestor, who looked like a beautiful woman, shook her head. Whether it was the 10,000 Buddhas Hall or the other great sects overseas, they had been standing for at least thousands of years. What kind of calamity had they not experienced during this period? If a mere peak of Arhat wanted to shake a great sect, it was no different from a fool's dream. A peak legend was indeed powerful enough to dominate the overseas world. However, dominating the overseas world did not mean that they could kill everything. Other than the real immortals on land, many of the great sects were truly supreme existences, overlooking the vicissitudes of the overseas world for thousands of years. Although this 10,000 Buddhas Hall isn't the 10,000 Buddhas main hall, there's at least one of the 9 ancestors here, with a few Buddhist treasures. This Venerable from the Shaolin Temple won't be able to gain any advantage. He'll be at a great disadvantage. The blood-red patriarch who had spoken earlier spoke faintly as if he could see Su Qin's end. The other patriarchs nodded slightly in agreement. The bald donkeys from the 10,000 Buddhas Hall were notorious for being difficult to deal with. Su Qin did not know their background and rashly attacked them. It was foolish of him. Hee. Let's take this opportunity to see the background of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall and which of the 9 ancestors is here. Another patriarch sneered. With a hothead like Su Qin at the front, he could help them probe the depths of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. It should be known that before the vitality tide completely recovered, many of the great sects overseas would definitely not move all of their foundations here. At this time, it was very important to understand each other's methods. Although they could not predict the enemy's moves, at least they would not be so passive when they attacked each other in the future. Later, let's join forces. When that Shaolin Temple's Venerable retreats, we can take him down. This person can cultivate to such a level in the land of great battle. He must be in possession of a great secret. We can take the opportunity to interrogate him, the last patriarch suddenly said, a trace of greed flashing in his eyes. As soon as he said this, the patriarchs were shocked. They were very tempted. Look. The two sides are fighting. The eyes of the beautiful patriarch lit up. When the other patriarchs heard this, they immediately stared at the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. Although the 10,000 Buddhas Hall was extremely far away from them as peak legends, these patriarchs had many means. They naturally had the ability to figure out what happened in front of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. That is, the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp? The 10,000 Buddhas Hall brought the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp here? The patriarchs were slightly stunned. They looked at each other in disbelief. Even in the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp was considered a treasure, surpassing ordinary Buddhist treasures. Logically speaking, it should be guarding the 10,000 Buddhas main hall. It seems that the 10,000 Buddhas Hall is determined to win this battle. The patriarch in the blood-red robe said. With the protection of the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp, that venerable from Shaolin Temple may not even be able to touch the door of the 10,000 Buddha's hall. He will be blocked outside. Another patriarch's face was full of emotion, and his tone was full of regret. They originally thought that they could see two peak Arhat fighting, but now that the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp was out, what was there to fight? Even if the venerable from Shaolin Temple did not know when to retreat, he would definitely retreat when he sensed the terrifying power emitted by the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. Although we are not sure which of the 9 patriarchs came from the 10,000 Buddha's hall, at least we know that the 10,000 Buddha's hall brought the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp to the battlefield. The second patriarch who spoke said slowly, "That's right. This is the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp," the beautiful patriarch muttered to herself. Thousands of years ago, an earth immortal attacked the 10,000 Buddha's main hall, and the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp blocked his attack. Although it only blocked the earth immortal's casual attack and the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp completely dimmed, but that was an earth immortal. Even in the heyday of the recovery of the last vitality tide, an earth immortal was definitely a powerhouse who could suppress a region, let alone now in this era where vitality was silent and everything was withered. Just as the patriarchs were about to turn around and return to their respective sects. That is? The patriarch in the blood-red robe casually glanced, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Seeing this, the other patriarchs followed the gaze of the patriarch in the blood-red robe and looked toward the 10,000 Buddha's hall. Suddenly, the patriarch's expressions changed, because they were shocked to find that the venerable from the Shaolin Temple was striding toward the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp. And what happened next made the patriarchs even more aghast, as if they had seen a ghost. This person is too strong, isn't he? He actually shook the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp? Shook? It's more than just shaking. I feel that the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp can't bear it anymore. The Buddhist light is already collapsing. Terrifying, too terrifying. The patriarchs swallowed their saliva and looked at each other, unable to hide the shock on their faces. Su Qin's terror was beyond the limit of their imagination. Monstrous qi and blood burst out with every move, like an ancient god shaking the world. It was simply appalling. Such a terrifying physical body, I'm afraid it's close to the Dharma body of an earth immortal? The patriarch who looked like a beautiful woman said word by word with a solemn expression. The other patriarchs' gazes were heavy, but they did not refute this sentence. Because in their view, Su Qin's physical body was close to the Dharma body of an earth immortal. No wonder the 10,000 Buddha temple used the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp immediately. One of the patriarchs' face was thoughtful. At first, he was a little puzzled as to why the 10,000 Buddha temple allowed Su Qin to come knocking on their door and did not even dare to resist, directly using the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp to protect themselves. Now, it seems that the 10,000 Buddha's hall was aware of Su Qin's terror. Oh no, if this person's physical body is really close to the Dharma body of an earth immortal, I'm afraid the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp won't be able to withstand it. The patriarch in the blood-red robe's expression changed slightly. At this moment, Su Qin's qi and blood boiled as he threw out the last punch, directly causing a crack to appear on the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp. At the same time, in the 10,000 Buddha temple, the 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch's aura soared into the sky as 3 huge domains shrouded down, firmly imprisoning Su Qin in place. 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch. The 10,000 Buddha temple has paid a huge price this time. They've sent out 3 of the 9 patriarchs. The patriarchs quickly recognized the 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch. The venerable one from the Shaolin Temple was able to shake the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp because of his physical body that's close to the Dharma body of an earth immortal. But now, the 10,000 Buddha Temple's 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch have joined forces to suppress him with their domains, forcing the Shaolin Temple's venerable one to give up his physical body. When the patriarchs saw this, they sighed in relief. It had to be said that the 10,000 Buddha Temple's 3 patriarchs reacted quickly and chose the most suitable method to deal with Su Qin. Perhaps we can keep this person here? The patriarch who spoke last had not finished speaking. Su Qin slowly extended his right hand and pressed down with his 5 fingers. The world was enveloped by a dark golden Buddha's palm. A terrifying qi activity spread. A Buddha's golden body that filled the myriad worlds condensed behind Su Qin and looked down on the 10,000 Buddha temple. In an instant, the 10,000 Buddha temple's 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch's domain power dissipated. The 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp fell to the ground with a thump. The next moment, at the edge of the western desert, the patriarchs who were watching the battle from afar could not sense anything. This was because when the Buddha's golden body appeared, everything in the world seemed to have turned into chaos. Their chi was in a mess. The area that belonged to the 10,000 Buddha temple seemed to have disappeared from their senses. There was dead silence. The patriarchs were silent. They could not help but feel fear in their eyes. The Buddha's golden body that suddenly appeared at the last moment was terrifying to the extreme. Even though the patriarchs were far away from it, their divine senses were roiling as if they were about to explode when they glanced at it. This was even more so for the 10,000 Buddha temple, which was facing the full might of the Buddha's golden body. After a long while, one of the patriarchs said in a shaky voice, "Should we join forces and take down the Venerable One from the Shaolin Temple and interrogate him for his secrets?" None of the patriarchs answered this question. Even the patriarch who suggested this kept his mouth shut. There was silence. The remaining patriarchs exchanged glances. They did not dare to bring up this topic again. I suggest that you guys go to bed early and read it tomorrow morning. Lastly, I'm begging for your monthly votes. There's no charge for the word count after PS. Chapter 264. In front of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. A dark golden Buddha's palm covered heaven and earth, and Buddha's light spread in all directions, illuminating everything. The moment Su Qin struck out with the first move of the Buddha's palm, his mind was raised infinitely, as if it had merged with the golden Buddha that pointed at the sky and touched the earth. This feeling? Su Qin only heard the Buddha's golden body that symbolized the inheritance of the 9 moves of the Buddha's palm, and the Buddha's true will in the depths of his eyebrows suddenly trembled, and countless insights poured into his heart. At this moment, Su Qin seemed to have transformed into the real Supreme Buddha, and with a strike of his palm, everything was destroyed. Is this the Buddha's palm? Su Qin's mind was a little intoxicated. When he used the Buddha's palm, he only felt that everything in the world was under his control, as if he could shatter space. Of course, Su Qin also knew that this was just his illusion. How stable was space everywhere? Even an earth immortal couldn't shatter space, let alone him. Although the Buddha's palm was powerful, it was also based on Su Qin's strength. The stronger Su Qin was, the stronger the Buddha's palm would be. On the contrary, if Su Qin was weaker, even if he mastered a peerless divine art like the Buddha's palm, he wouldn't be able to exert much power. If this palm is really struck out, I'm afraid even an earth immortal would have to retreat 1,000 miles, right? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Although he had never faced a real earth immortal, he had seen the body of Lord Donghai on Immortal Abode Island. Lord Donghai was a peak earth immortal during the previous Vitality Tide recovery era. Even after tens of thousands of years, the body he left behind still had some of the aura of an earth immortal. Su Qin could see through the remnant aura. Although he couldn't determine the existence of an earth immortal and how strong he was, at this moment, his Buddha's palm had obviously reached the level of an earth immortal in terms of power. But this consumption is too much. Su Qin's heart sank. In just a moment, Su Qin had only operated the Buddha's palm. He hadn't really struck it yet, but the true essence and divine sense in his body were already being consumed at a crazy rate. According to this rate of consumption, once Su Qin really struck this palm, wouldn't he directly lose 20% of his true essence and divine sense? However, it can also be considered a trump card. Even if I really encounter an earth immortal in the future, I can still resist a few times. Su Qin thought silently. Just as Su Qin was thinking quickly. This is Buddha. The real Buddha. The 6 forefathers' hands trembled as tears streamed down his face. At his level, he had long given up on the hope of stepping into the realm of great Arhat. The only thing he pursued was the Buddha that had been worshipped in the 1,000 Buddha Hall for thousands of years. In fact, this was also the pursuit of all the peak Arhat of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. However, it was a pity that the 10,000 Buddha Hall did not manage to find a real Buddha even during the previous Vitality Tide recovery era, let alone now. However, at this moment, the aura that Su Qin exuded, especially that vast golden body of Buddha, was exactly the same as the Buddha that the 10,000 Buddhas Hall had been pursuing for thousands of years. Thud. Thud. The disciples of the 10,000 Buddha Hall knelt down and lowered their heads, not daring to look at him again. Could this person be the reincarnation of some Buddha? The 7th forefather's eyes were glazed over as his heart trembled deeply. In the 7th forefather's eyes, if it was a real Buddha, he would have swept through this world long ago. Although Su Qin was strong, he was clearly still a distance away from the realm of a real Buddha. However, at this moment Su Qin seemed to have transformed into the golden body of Buddha and looked down on all living beings. Apart from a real Buddha, who else could do this? That was why the seventh forefather believed that Su Qin was the reincarnation of a Buddha. Buzz buzz buzz. Su Qin's mind was integrated into the golden body of Buddha. The first move of the Buddha's palm could be used at any time. With the power of I, the unique and righteous, once it was used, the entire 10,000 Buddha hall would definitely be reduced to ashes. The sixth forefather, seventh forefather, ninth forefather, and the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall would also be reduced to nothingness along with the 10,000 Buddha hall. However, Su Qin frowned slightly and did not immediately make a move. Although the ninth forefather had broken into the Shaolin Temple, he had not harmed the lives of any of the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Even the warrior monastery head, who had attacked the ninth forefather, was only imprisoned for a moment before he recovered. In a way, although the ninth forefather was at fault, he did not deserve to die. Even if Su Qin was decisive and did not fear killing, he would not kill indiscriminately. Thinking of this, Su Qin slowly retracted the Buddha's palm. The Buddha's light that filled the sky flowed into his body. The dark golden Buddha's palm and the golden body of Buddha that had covered the sky slowly dissipated. From the outside, Su Qin was still standing in the same place, not moving at all. However, the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall, from the ordinary disciples to the sixth forefather, seventh forefather, and ninth forefather, were all kneeling on the ground, trembling as if they were facing the faith in their hearts. Just the first move of the Buddha's palm has such terrifying power. What about the second move, the third move, and the final move, the ninth move? A look of anticipation appeared on Su Qin's face. The Buddha's palm had a total of 9 moves. There was no distinction between the 9 moves, but they represented different aspects. For example, the first move of the Buddha's palm, I, the unique and righteous, represented the ultimate attack. The third move, pure land in the palm, represented the ultimate suppression. The 9 moves of the Buddha's palm were all different and had their own unique uses. Su Qin slowly walked into the front of the 10,000 Buddha hall and swept his gaze across the disciples. Wherever Su Qin's gaze landed, the disciples of the 10,000 Buddha hall trembled and lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. The aura that Su Qin had displayed earlier was almost that of the Buddha worshipped by the 10,000 Buddha hall. Although the minds of these disciples were still in a mess, they had an innate reverence for Su Qin. It was as if they were looking at the golden body of the Buddha worshipped in the 10,000 Buddha main hall. A moment later, Su Qin's gaze swept across the entire 10,000 Buddha hall. No one dared to meet Su Qin's gaze. When the sixth forefather saw this, he could only bow and suppress the fanaticism in his heart. He bowed to Su Qin and said, "Greetings, revered one of the world. The 10,000 Buddha hall has committed grave sins. To think that we would dare to obstruct revered one of the world." Revered one of the world was the honorific title of the Buddha. It meant that he was the most honorable person in the world. At this moment, the sixth forefather had already taken Su Qin as a true Buddha. Otherwise he would not have addressed Su Qin as such. Revered one of the world, the seventh forefather and the ninth forefather's hearts trembled. They had only seen the title of revered one of the world in Buddhist scriptures. Even during the previous Vitality Tide recovery era, the Buddhist sect's mighty figure who led the 10,000 Buddha hall to prosperity was not qualified to be called revered one of the world. But now, a living revered one of the world had appeared in front of them. It was like a dream. Revered one of the world was not only determined by one's strength. Even if one's ability was monstrous and could destroy heaven and earth, one could not be called revered one of the world. It was more like an identity extremely honorable in the vast world. Revered one of the world? Su Qin shook his head slightly. He had been in the Shaolin Temple for more than 20 years. How could he not understand the meaning of revered one of the world? However, Su Qin did not bother to waste his breath to deny it. The Buddha's palm was known as the Buddha's personal teaching. Su Qin had mastered the 9 forms of the Buddha's palm, which was equivalent to half a disciple of the Buddha. In addition, the Buddha's golden body in the depths of his ancestral aperture contained the Buddha's true will. Even if Su Qin said that he was the reincarnation of Buddha, there would probably be people who would believe him. Su Qin sized up the 10,000 Buddha hall and asked casually, "Only the 3-peak arhat of the 10,000 Buddha hall are here?" This 10,000 Buddha hall had obviously been built not long ago and did not have much Tao connotation, so Su Qin was not interested. Revered one of the world. The sixth patriarch said respectfully, "Yes, the vital chi tide has just begun to recover. The 10,000 Buddha hall is only here to occupy a place to welcome the future great era." Great era? Su Qin's eyes were calm as he repeated it in a low voice. He had heard these two words more than once. The Lao Dao of the Dao One sect had mentioned it before, and the jade stone left behind by the Eastern Sea Lord on Immortal Abode Island had also mentioned it. It was as if in the eyes of all martial artists, the Great Era would be an era of incomparable brilliance. However, this was not the case for Su Qin. Su Qin had been comprehending heaven and earth for decades. Ever since this continent began to recover, the vital qi had skyrocketed, and spiritual vigor was everywhere. He had seen it all. The Great Era was not an eternal existence. Even the vital qi tide would decline one day, let alone the Great Era that was built on the vital qi tide. Revered one of the world, can I inform the first patriarch and the others to come and pay their respects to you? The sixth patriarch suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked in a trembling voice. In front of the revered one of the world, let alone a peak arhat like him, even a great arhat, the Buddhist powerhouse of the last vitality recovery era, would not perform any better than him. First patriarch? Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Before leaving Chang'an City, the Lao Dao of the Dao One sect had roughly explained to Su Qin about the 10,000 Buddha Hall. There were 9 ancestors in the 10,000 Buddha Hall who were in hibernation, known as the 9 ancestors. Among them, the first patriarch to the third patriarch were the strongest, especially the first patriarch who had attempted to break through to the Great Arhat realm and had one foot in the Great Arhat realm. Although he failed in the end and fell from the Great Arhat realm, his grasp of the essence of power was definitely far beyond that of an ordinary peak arhat. There's no need. Su Qin shook his head slightly and slowly walked to a spot not far away where the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp had fallen. Revered one of the world, this 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp should be completely damaged. The sixth patriarch carefully looked at the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp and said with incomparable heartache. The 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was the treasure of the 10,000 Buddha Hall and had protected the 10,000 Buddha Hall for an unknown period of time. To some extent, the importance of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was above that of the ancestors. After all, whether it was the 9 ancestors, the 8 clans, or the first patriarch and the second patriarch, even if they had sealed themselves into hibernation, there would still be a day when they would pass away. It was just that this day was delayed by hundreds or thousands of years. But the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was different. As a Buddhist treasure, as long as it was properly nurtured, it could exist for thousands or tens of thousands of years and protect the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Therefore, for the 10,000 Buddha Hall, which had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, this 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was absolutely more important than any of the ancestors. Is that so? Su Qin smiled slightly. Under the observation of the eye of truth, he could see far more clearly than the sixth patriarch. On the surface, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp's aura had dissipated and its spirituality had been extinguished. However, in reality, the spirituality of the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was only hidden in the deepest part of the lamp. Even a peak arhat like the sixth patriarch would not be able to sense this kind of deepest part. Strictly speaking, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp had ended up like this entirely because of Su Qin. Just now, when Su Qin had used the Buddha's palm, the aura of panic had suppressed everything. This 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp was frightened, and its spirituality escaped into the depths of the lamp, not daring to come out. Su Qin's expression was calm as he picked up the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp and gently knocked on the lamp a few times with his right hand. In an instant, under the dumbfounded gazes of the sixth patriarch, seventh patriarch, ninth patriarch and the others, the 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp that had been completely extinguished suddenly lit up again. The lamp flames swayed and emitted a faint Buddhist light, supporting Su Qin like a real living Buddha. Chapter 265. The spirituality of the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp was frightened by the Buddha's palm and shrank into the deepest part of the lamp. Logically speaking, it would be impossible to recover without hundreds or thousands of years. In the eyes of the 6th, 7th, and 9th ancestors, the spirituality of the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp was completely destroyed. However, for Su Qin, he only needed to use a trace of the aura of the Buddha's palm to pacify the spirituality of the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp from the depths of the lamp. If he fully activated the Buddha's palm, it would consume a lot of energy. Even if Su Qin's true essence was as vast as the sea, he had to use it carefully. But just drawing out a trace of its aura was just a matter of thought. Not only that, but the 10,000 spirits Buddha lamp that was stained with the aura of the Buddha's palm seemed to have undergone some kind of transformation. The entire lamp burst out with bright Buddhist light, instantly illuminating the entire 10,000 Buddha's hall. This was the Buddha's palm. It could be destroyed or reborn. For thousands of years, there were many venerable arhat of the Shaolin Temple who had mastered a certain style of the Buddha's palm. But no matter which venerable arhat it was, the Buddha's palm they mastered was just an empty shell. Only Su Qin, who had signed in outside the Great Strength Hall and obtained the complete 9 styles of the Buddha's palm, which contained the true Buddha's true intent, could be considered the real Buddha's palm, the personal teachings of the Buddha. Only with the blessing of the Buddha's true intent would the Buddha's palm burst out with its true power. Otherwise it would just be a slightly more powerful Buddhist divine art. For example, more than 900 years ago, Arhat Tua used the Buddha's palm to seal the devil Buddha. If Arhat Tua had also mastered the Buddha's true intent at that time and exerted the full power of the Buddha's palm, even if the devil Buddha's strength skyrocketed dozens of times, it would still be impossible for him to break free from the seal, let alone release a trace of demonic will to continue wreaking havoc in the Shaolin Temple. Here you go. Su Qin casually looked at the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp and threw it in front of the 6th ancestor. Although the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp was an important treasure of the Pantheon Temple, in Su Qin's eyes, it was just SOSO. Although Su Qin had spent some time to shatter the Buddhist light emitted by the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp, that was just Su Qin playing around with his physical strength. If Su Qin went all out and used all his trump cards, the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp wouldn't be able to hold on for long. It was true that the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp had blocked a casual attack from a certain land immortal thousands of years ago, but it had yet to recover. Coupled with Su Qin's strongest moves in terms of pure power, it had probably reached the threshold of a land immortal. It had exceeded the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp's defensive limit. Therefore, the myriad Spirit Buddha lamp was definitely a precious treasure to the pantheon of Buddhas, but it was nothing in Su Qin's eyes. Revered One of the World. This Buddhist lamp has been enlightened by the Revered One of the World and has gained sentience. It is fated to be with the Revered One of the World. How can the 10,000 Buddhas hall accept it? The 6th forefather turned pale with fright, his hands trembling as he held the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp that emitted a faint Buddhist light. At this time, after passing through Su Qin's hands, the Buddhist light emitted by the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp became even more profound. The 6th forefather had a feeling that this 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp might be able to completely recover to its peak. Please take back the Buddhist lamp, Revered One of the World. The 7th forefather and the 9th forefather also whispered. Even if they had the guts, they wouldn't dare to snatch something from Revered One of the World. Now that the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp's aura was unstable, and all the brands in the lamp had dissipated, how could the pantheon of Buddhas dare to accept it? You don't want it? Su Qin hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still took back the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp. Although this 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp was of no use to him, it could at least be used to protect his cave abode and dojo. For example, the underground Black Majestic Hall where Su Qin was in seclusion all year round lacked a protective item, and this 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp just happened to meet the requirement. All right. In that case I'll take my leave first. Su Qin glanced at the 6th forefather, the 7th forefather, and the 9th forefather and said lightly. He had come this time only to deter the pantheon of Buddhas, so that they wouldn't mess around in the empire of Tang in the future, and also to deter the other upper sects of the Western Desert. When Su Qin stepped into the Western Desert just now, he deliberately didn't conceal his aura, especially after he had stimulated all the qi and blood in his body to break through the 10,000 Spirits Buddha lamp. His aura was even more imposing, and probably had already alerted the other upper sects of the Western Desert. Even though when he had struck out the Buddha's palm at the end, it had directly disrupted the qi and blocked the vision of other places, but just what he had done before was enough to make these upper sects restrain themselves. Revered One of the World is going back? The 6th forefather was slightly shocked. They had finally met the real Revered One of the World and accomplished something that the pantheon of Buddhas had failed to do for thousands of years. How could they bear to part with Su Qin so soon? Revered One of the World, there's a big secret here. The 6th forefather seemed to have thought of something and immediately said quickly. A big secret? Su Qin looked at the 6th forefather and raised his eyebrows. Although the 6th forefather didn't even resist under Su Qin's Buddha's palm and had knelt down, in fact, the 6th forefather's strength was abnormally strong. Even if his qi and blood were exhausted, with other means, he was far more powerful than a peak legend like Qiyuan Laozu. Without the Buddha's palm, Su Qin would need to use a few moves to defeat the 6th forefather. As for suppressing and killing him, If the sixth forefather wanted to escape, Su Qin would probably have to put in more effort to suppress and kill him. No matter the time, defeating and killing were two completely different concepts. As long as one's strength was slightly stronger, one could defeat him, but to completely kill him, one would need to completely crush him. Given the sixth forefather's level and insight, there were definitely not many things in the world that he could call a big secret. Tell me about it. Su Qin's interest was piqued. The pantheon of Buddhas chose to build here because we found an earth elemental source. The sixth forefather said in a deep voice. Earth elemental source? Su Qin's expression froze slightly. The chi of heaven and earth was vast and boundless, but overall, it was divided into metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, yang, thunder, and other attributes. Of course, for martial artists, it was impossible to comprehend the attributes of the chi of heaven and earth. Even a peak legend had no need for the attributes of the chi of heaven and earth. But once one reached the level of earth immortal arhat, one would need to choose a certain attribute to build the foundation. According to ancient records, when a peak legend broke through the shackles and became an earth immortal, he would fall into a mysterious state where his mind would merge with the true sea of chi of heaven and earth and then choose an attribute that suited him. The reason why earth immortals were so strong, apart from being able to cover 100 miles with a thought, was that they had already completely merged with the power of heaven and earth of a certain attribute. For example, Immortal Abode Island's Lord Donghai was an earth immortal of the flame path. And the earth elemental source was the place where the power of the earth elemental gathered. For a peak legend who wanted to walk the path of the earth elemental source was definitely a great opportunity. It was enough to make the process of breaking through the shackles easier and comprehend the sea of chi of heaven and earth easier. Even in the previous Vitality Tide recovery era, the earth elemental source was extremely rare and could only be found by chance. In terms of rarity, it was even more precious than the spirit fountain on Immortal Abode Island. Take me there to have a look. Su Qin thought for a while and said. In the jade records left behind by Lord Donghai, he was extremely respectful of the 5 elemental sources. He even lamented that if he could find a fire elemental source, he might have already taken half a step forward. Honored Supreme of the World Order. The 6th ancestor bowed. Then, the 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, and the 9th ancestor, dismissed the disciples of the pantheon of Buddhas and brought Su Qin to the back of the pantheon of Buddhas. Behind the pantheon of Buddhas was a vast and silent desert, and next to it was an extremely inconspicuous small valley. The small valley was very ordinary and made up of yellow sand. Even Su Qin did not notice anything special about this valley at first glance. There seemed to be an inexplicable vortex slowly rotating in the depths of Su Qin's eyes as he stared at the small valley, a hint of bewilderment appearing on his face. Supreme of the world, that small valley is the earth elemental source. The 6th ancestor saw that Su Qin's gaze was fixed on the small valley and his expression became even more respectful. Whether it was the earth elemental source or the other 5 elemental sources, their auras were extremely restrained, as if they had completely merged with the void. Unless one really entered the valley, it was impossible to discover anything strange. The pantheon of Buddhas had discovered this earth elemental source purely by coincidence. After the 9th ancestor arrived at the battlefield, he happened to land here and was about to enter the valley to rest for a while when he discovered the uniqueness of this small valley. But even so, the 9th ancestor was extremely cautious and finally confirmed that this small valley was the rumored earth elemental source. It was precisely because of this that the 9th ancestor specially sent the 6th ancestor and 7th ancestor over, as well as the pantheon of Buddha's treasure, the pantheon of Buddha's 10,000 spirit Buddha lamp. Otherwise, the pantheon of Buddhas would not have sent the 3 ancestors to oversee the battlefield when the Vitality Tide had just recovered not long ago. I understand. Su Qin operated the Eye of Truth, with all his might and at the same time activated the Celestial Seer technique. In an instant, the small valley in front of him changed. The small valley, which was originally less than 1 li in size, suddenly began to expand, as if it had turned into a sun composed entirely of earth elemental power, illuminating the entire western desert. A moment later, Su Qin slowly closed his eyes and opened them again a moment later. The small valley in front of him had returned to its original state. The scene that Su Qin saw just now had not actually happened, but he had glimpsed the essence of the small valley. This earth elemental source has probably existed for over 1,000 years? Su Qin looked thoughtfully at the small valley and asked. Revered one of the world, every 5 elemental source needs a lot of time to be nurtured, ranging from thousands of years to tens of thousands of years before it can be completely nurtured. This earth elemental source, I think it has been nurtured for at least thousands of years, the sixth ancestor said carefully. Thousands of years. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. After such a long time, it should have accumulated a lot of Tao accumulation. Su Qin's eyes lit up. Ordinary places, even if they had existed for tens of thousands of years, would not have much Tao accumulation, because these places could not retain Tao accumulation at all. But a five-elemental source like the earth elemental source was definitely not an ordinary place. Even an ancient capital of 10 dynasties like Chang and city could allow Su Qin to sign in for so long. There was no reason why the earth elemental source could not accumulate Tao accumulation. It just so happens that today's sign-in opportunity hasn't been used yet. Su Qin glanced at the sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, and then slowly walked to the small valley. This is the earth elemental source. Su Qin raised his head and looked at the small valley. In the eyes of ordinary people, the small valley was simply an ordinary small valley, but Su Qin felt a heavy pressure, as if the vast earth was pressing down on him. Su Qin ignored this pressure and instead silently said in his heart, "System, sign in for me. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained the divine art, earth walking technique." Chapter 266. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have obtained the mystical power, earth travel. A mechanical and cold voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Mystical power? Su Qin was shocked. Although he didn't know the specific effects of the earth travel, just the word mystical power was enough to make Su Qin think highly of it. Su Qin had signed in for decades and obtained a total of 3 mystical powers. The first was the Eye of Truth, the second was the Flesh and Blood Rebirth, and the third was the Wind and Rain Summoning Technique. Now this Earth Terrain Technique was Su Qin's 4th mystical power. Earth Terrain Technique. Su Qin's mind slowly sank into his mind. At this time, all kinds of knowledge about the Earth Terrain Technique were instilled by the system, turning into countless insights that kept pouring into his mind. After a while, Su Qin opened his eyes again, and his eyes were filled with joy. The Earth Terrain Technique, as the name suggested, was an earth mystical power that allowed Su Qin to walk underground at will. One had to know that the resistance underground was increased. Not to mention the physical body, even the spiritual will would be suppressed several times or even 10 times once it spread underground. On the surface, Su Qin could cover a radius of hundreds of miles with a single thought. But if he used his spiritual will to explore underground, the range would probably plummet and could only cover a few dozen miles underground. The reason why Su Qin was able to discover the majestic palace underground in Chang and city with his spiritual will was entirely because he condensed his spiritual will into a line and then probed as deep as possible underground. To put it simply, the spiritual will was greatly suppressed underground. Even an invisible spiritual power like the spiritual will was like this, let alone the physical body. It was fine to go a few miles underground. With Su Qin's physical strength, even if he was restrained, it wouldn't be too much. But once he went deeper, even Su Qin would be suppressed in all aspects. His speed, spiritual will, and physical body would be suppressed by the vast earth. Although he wouldn't be able to move, his strength would be greatly reduced. But now, Su Qin had the earth travel technique, and his body would be integrated with the earth. When he was deep underground, not only would his strength not be affected, but it would also be improved. Moreover, in terms of escaping, the terrain technique also had an incredible effect. Even if he were to encounter a land immortal in the future, Su Qin could just burrow into the ground and the other party would be helpless. In the depths of the earth, even an earth immortal would be restrained and constantly bear the pressure from the vast earth. However, Su Qin had obtained a certain level of improvement and treated the land as nothing. This increase and decrease would definitely make any land immortal vomit blood. Not bad. This divine ability is extremely suitable for protecting one's life. Su Qin nodded slightly with a smile on his face. Coincidentally, the place where he cultivated in seclusion in Chang and was underground. With the help of the art of topography, it was absolutely foolproof. Even if an earth immortal attacked him, he was confident that he could escape. The 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, and 9th ancestor, who were standing respectfully at the side, saw the smile on Su Qin's face. They thought that he was satisfied with the earth elemental source, and finally felt relieved. Su Qin composed himself and immediately cast aside the thought of using the earth elemental technique. Then he looked at the small valley before him again. The small valley seemed to be made up of sand and soil, but in reality, it was extremely pure earth elemental power. Unfortunately, Su Qin looked carefully for a while and shook his head slightly. Revered one of the world, what is unfortunately? Sixth ancestor saw this and could not help but ask. This earth elemental source has not fully matured. It still needs at least 1,000 years. Su Qin shook his head slightly and sighed softly. Although the 10,000 Buddhas Hall had records about the earth elemental source, it had been tens of thousands of years. In such a long time, more than one earth immortal expert had attacked the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. Many of the ancient books passed down from the 10,000 Buddhas Hall were incomplete because of this. How could it compare to Su Qin's browsing of the jade left behind by a peak earth immortal like the Eastern Sea True Lord? Sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, and ninth ancestor only recognized that the small valley was the earth elemental source. However, they did not know much about other information such as whether the earth elemental source had matured or not. It still needs 1,000 years to mature? Sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, and ninth ancestor looked at each other with disappointment on their faces. Although they had used a self-sealing secret art and cut off any hope of further improvement, the earth elemental source had not matured. Would it not be useless to the revered one of the world? However, even if the earth elemental source has not matured, the enormous earth elemental power it contains is real. For me, if I devour all of it, it will definitely be a huge improvement. At least in terms of physical strength, it will increase exponentially. Su Qin's thoughts raced as he thought quickly. Su Qin did not intend to wait for the earth elemental source to mature before using it. What kind of joke was this? If the earth elemental source were to fully mature, it would take at least 1,000 years. And in 1,000 years, with Su Qin's cultivation speed, even if he did not become an immortal ancestor, he would definitely enter an incredible realm. He would probably not need the earth elemental source anymore. Thinking of this, Su Qin glanced at sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, and said, "I'm going in. If there's nothing important before I come out, don't disturb me." "Yes." Sixth ancestor, seventh ancestor, and ninth ancestor said respectfully in a low voice. Then they watched Su Qin walk into the small valley. The interior of the earth elemental source was not as ordinary as it looked on the outside. Every corner was filled with rich earth elemental power. The moment Su Qin entered the small valley, he almost thought that he had entered a sea made purely of earth elemental power. Such a huge amount of earth elemental power. Su Qin smiled gently and found a place to sit down cross-legged. This was really a pleasant surprise. Originally, he came to the Western Desert just to intimidate the Pantheon Temple, but in the end he found an earth elemental source and signed in here to obtain the fourth divine ability. In addition, the earth elemental power contained in this earth elemental source could definitely improve Su Qin's physical body by a lot. Ever since I mastered the Great Sun portrait, my physical body has been close to the sixth transformation. Some time ago, as I continued to cultivate the Great Sun portrait, my physical body slowly improved. I'm probably only half a step away from the true sixth transformation. Su Qin sat cross-legged and thought silently in his heart. In addition to bathing in the dragon blood of the demonic dragon in the war god temple, it will be easy for my physical body to complete the sixth transformation. If I devour this earth elemental source, I feel that I can try to achieve the seventh transformation of my physical body. Su Qin's face flashed with a hint of passion. One had to know that according to Su Qin's estimation, once his physical body transforms 7 times, it should be comparable to an earth immortal's dharma body. At that time, Su Qin's qi and blood alone would be enough to sweep through everything. The reason why an earth immortal's physical body was called a dharma body and was incomparably powerful was that when a martial artist entered the earth immortal realm, their mind could merge with the sea of vitality and then use the endless sea of vitality to temper their physical body. This was the key to the strength of an earth immortal's physical body. It was absolutely shocking that Su Qin could temper his physical body to a level comparable to a dharma body without the help of the sea of vitality. It's a pity that this earth elemental source is not completely successful. Otherwise it would definitely be invaluable. Even earth immortals would fight for it. Su Qin sighed slightly. The greatest function of the earth elemental source was to increase the chances of a peak mythical stage becoming an earth immortal. With the earth elemental source, when a peak mythical stage broke through, the difficulty of sensing the sea of vitality would be greatly reduced. Once the sea of vitality was sensed, it was equivalent to half the success. However, for Su Qin, not to mention that the earth elemental source was not successful, Even if it was, he would not use this earth elemental source to break through. Although the earth elemental source could make it easier for a martial artist to sense the Sea of Vitality, it was only the surface of the Sea of Vitality. As for how deep one could go, it depended on luck. However, Su Qin cultivated the picture of the Great Sun. As long as he cultivated it to small success, he would be able to borrow a trace of the real three-legged golden crow's talent or divine ability. Then, with the three-legged golden crow's power as the most powerful fire-type divine beast to sense the Sea of Vitality, he would definitely be able to go to the extreme depths of the Sea of Vitality. At that time, the benefits that Su Qin would obtain would probably surpass any Earth Immortal in history. This was because only humans needed to sense the Sea of Vitality when breaking through to the Earth Immortal realm. For a fire-type divine beast like the three-legged golden crow, even if it was just a newborn, it had the strength to sweep through the Earth Immortal realm. There was no need to break through step by step. Let's complete the sixth transformation of my body first. Su Qin took a deep breath, took out a jade bottle and slowly poured out 9 drops of pale golden blood. These 9 drops of blood were misty, and vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon-shaped shadow appearing. It was the essence that Su Qin obtained after refining all the dragon blood and dragon flesh of the demonic dragon in the War God Temple. Although that demonic dragon was called a demonic dragon, the true dragon bloodline in its body was so weak that it was almost non-existent. Su Qin's gaze slowly swept across the 9 drops of blood. However, for me it's enough. The next moment, Su Qin directly swallowed a drop of dragon blood. As the pale golden blood entered his throat, Su Qin only felt an explosive force spreading in his body. His muscles were torn, his bones were shattered, and his entire body seemed to be about to explode. Rumble. As Su Qin's body was constantly being torn and destroyed, an inexplicable vitality spread. Wherever the vitality passed, every muscle slowly recovered, and every bone was also constantly healing. Furthermore, his healed body was even more powerful and full of vitality than before. Time slowly passed. When Su Qin swallowed all 9 drops of dragon blood in a row, the aura of his body suddenly began to boil. His qi and blood quickly shook as if waves were washing through his body. Finally, at a certain point, as if he had broken through a bottleneck, Su Qin's aura began to quickly calm down. At the same time, an inexplicable pressure began to spread in all directions with Su Qin's body as the center. My body has finally completed the 6th transformation. Su Qin slowly opened his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. Chapter 267. Is this the 6th metamorphosis of the body? Su Qin muttered to himself as he carefully experienced the changes in the power in his body. At this moment, Su Qin felt that his body seemed to have entered a new level, and with a raise of his hand, he seemed to be able to tear everything apart. If Su Qin were to face the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp again, he would be able to shatter the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp with pure physical strength within 10 punches at most. The 6th metamorphosis of the body has already reached such a level. How powerful would the 7th metamorphosis be? Su Qin's expression flashed with joy. If it was before, breaking through to the 6th metamorphosis was already his limit, and it would be impossible for him to make any progress in a short period of time. Unless the Great Sun diagram was completed, and he used the power of the 3-legged golden crow in the Great Sun diagram to temper his body again, the 7th metamorphosis of the body was bound to be far away. But now, with the source of the earth element under his feet, it was different. If Su Qin swallowed all the power of the earth element in the source of the earth element, he might not be able to complete the 7th metamorphosis of the body, but at least there was hope. And the 7th metamorphosis of the body symbolized the body of an earth immortal. Even if it was not as good as a real earth immortal, it could easily sweep away all peak myths. Let's continue to cultivate. Su Qin slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Boom. The endless power of the earth element, like a whale drinking water, poured into Su Qin's mouth and nose. The terrifying earth yuan qi continued to nourish every piece of Su Qin's flesh and blood. In an instant, wisps of earth element emerged and were instantly swallowed by Su Qin. Every wisp of earth element that Su Qin swallowed was condensed from the source of the earth element over hundreds of thousands of years. If this wisp of earth element was swallowed by an ordinary person, he or she would be instantly overwhelmed by the terrifying yuan qi, and their body would collapse and turn into a pool of mud. However, if this person was lucky and did not let the terrifying earth elemental force destroy his body, but instead completely absorbed it, it would be enough to push this person to grade 1 great perfection, or even directly cross the shackles and become a martial arts legend. Of course, no one would be willing to pay the price of a strand of earth elemental power to create a legend. Firstly, it was because most warriors could not withstand the earth elemental power. Secondly, the true use of the earth elemental power was to allow a peak mythical creature to become a land immortal. Even if there were 1,000 or 10,000 legends, they would still be far inferior to a real earth immortal. To put it simply, each strand of earth elemental energy was enough to kill a legend in the outside world. At this moment, the amount of earth elemental energy in the earth elemental source was more than 10 million. Just the amount of earth elemental power that Su Qin absorbed every second was in the hundreds and thousands. Su Qin only felt that his body was surrounded by an extremely dense earth elemental power. He had never felt so comfortable before. The tremendous earth elemental power was slowly transforming his body. Vaguely, Su Qin's consciousness began to rise as he felt a vast and endless ocean. Is that the Origin Qi Ocean? Su Qin's thoughts were extremely clear as he pondered. The Origin Qi Ocean was not an ocean in the real world. It was made up of endless Origin Qi and existed in a deeper space. Even if the Origin Qi tide was silent, the Origin Qi Ocean still existed, but it had shrunk a lot. If a peak mythical creature wanted to cross the shackles, the first thing to do was to sense the Origin Qi Ocean, and then integrate their consciousness into it. Finally, they could use the power of the Origin Qi Ocean to strengthen their body. However, the Origin Qi Ocean did not exist in this layer of space. How difficult would it be to sense it? Even if one really sensed it, it would be difficult for one's consciousness to cross the space barrier and integrate into it. But now, Su Qin, with the help of the earth elemental source, could faintly feel the existence of the Origin Qi Ocean. Of course, Su Qin could only feel it. As for really integrating his consciousness into it, it was far from being possible. Firstly, it was because the earth elemental source had not been successfully nurtured and there was not enough power to push Su Qin into the Origin Qi Ocean. Secondly, Su Qin had never thought of integrating the earth elemental source into the Origin Qi Ocean. There was a better choice, like the picture of the great sun. Why did Su Qin choose the earth elemental source? Just as Su Qin was slowly cultivating in the earth elemental source, the 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch waited quietly outside the small valley. Although Su Qin did not ask them to stay here, the 3 patriarchs of the 10,000 Buddha Hall still spontaneously guarded the small valley to ensure that Su Qin's seclusion would not be disturbed. Remember, this is a great opportunity for the 10,000 Buddha Hall. When the 6th patriarch saw that Su Qin had no intention of coming out of seclusion, he could not help but look at the 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch and said solemnly, "The revered one of the world has reincarnated here and experienced all kinds of things in the mortal world. If we assist the revered one of the world in comprehending all living beings, when the revered one of the world's ascension to the position of true Buddha in the future, you will not forget the 10,000 Buddha Hall." When the 6th patriarch said this, there was a hint of piety and zeal in his tone. Reincarnation. The 7th patriarch nodded slightly. Although the power that Su Qin had displayed earlier was not at the level of Great Arhat, the essence of the power was extremely high, especially the glazed Buddha palm that covered heaven and earth at the end, and the golden Buddha that pointed to the sky and touched the earth. Apart from the true revered one of the world, how could a mortal perform such a feat? However, even if the 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch had guessed that Su Qin was the reincarnated master, they did not find it strange. The people of Buddhism had always paid attention to reincarnation and comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. 6th patriarch, do we need to inform the 1st patriarch and the others about this? At this moment, the 9th patriarch could not help but ask. Logically speaking, since they had discovered the revered one of the world's true works and found the Buddha, that the 10,000 Buddha Hall had been searching for thousands of years, they should have sent the news back to the 10,000 Buddha Hall as soon as possible. Inform the 1st patriarch and the others? The 6th patriarch's expression was slightly hesitant. In the end, he shook his head and said, "The revered one of the world has already said that there's no need to alert the others." That's true. The 9th patriarch nodded. Although the 1st patriarch was the person with the highest seniority and strength in the 10,000 Buddha Hall, how could he compare to the revered one of the world? "We'll stay here to guard the revered one of the world's seclusion." The 6th ancestor gave a few more reminders to the 7th ancestor and the 9th ancestor not to be careless. Then he sat cross-legged somewhere in the small valley. The 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch sat in the other 2 directions of the small valley. With 3 peak Arhat experts guarding this small valley and the earth elemental source itself being able to blend into the void and hide itself, it could be said that Su Qin would not be disturbed in his seclusion. At the same time, inside the palace of the Emperor of Tang. The Emperor of Tang kept pacing back and forth in the longevity hall, his face full of anxiety and uneasiness. Next to him, Empress Su Yueyun and the family Su were also gathered here, their faces extremely ugly. You're telling me that Wan Er was taken away? The Emperor of Tang suppressed his anger and looked at a red-clothed eunuch kneeling in the hall, enunciating each word. More than a month ago, Li Wan sneaked out of the palace in order to sharpen his swordsmanship. Not long after, the Emperor of Tang found out about all this. However, at that time the Emperor of Tang did not immediately bring Li Wan back. Instead, he sent several red-clothed eunuchs to secretly protect Li Wan. Li Wan wanted to sharpen his swordsmanship in Jianghu. Although the Emperor of Tang was worried, he also knew that if he stopped him, it would be counterproductive. In addition, now that the world was unified and the Empire of Tang suppressed everything, no one would dare to touch the little princess of the Empire of Tang. Therefore, after much consideration, the Emperor of Tang let Li Wan slip out of the palace. Of course, although the Emperor of Tang let him go, it was impossible for him to really ignore him. He still sent several Grade 1 Great Grandmasters and a red-clothed eunuch to secretly protect Li Wan. Even with the recovery of the Vitality Tide and the emergence of powerhouses, a Great Grandmaster is enough to suppress one side. With this force secretly protecting him, even if Li Wan turns the entire Jianghu upside down, nothing will happen to him. However, what the Emperor of Tang did not expect was that in just a month, Li Wan had a problem and was taken away under the eyes of several red-clothed eunuchs. Reporting back to your majesty, the person who took the princess away is terrifyingly strong. This old servant was seriously injured by his gaze. I couldn't stop him at all, the red-clothed eunuch kneeling on the ground said quickly with a trembling voice. He knows the position of Li Wan in the mind of the Emperor of Tang. The loss of Li Wan will inevitably cause a shock to the Empire of Tang. Your Majesty, don't be angry. The Lao Dao sect cultivator who has been standing next to him said. He looked at the red-clothed eunuch kneeling on the ground and said in a deep voice, Who took Princess Li Wan away? Do you remember what the other party looked like? And what did he say? What did he look like? The red-clothed eunuch quickly said, That person was wearing white and had a long sword behind him. The red-clothed eunuch paused for a while and continued, Also, when that person saw Princess Li Wan, he said something, The sword heart body is fated with my sect. Then he took the princess away. This old servant couldn't catch up at all. The red-clothed eunuch said everything he remembered without missing a word. A peak Grade 1 Great Grandmaster's memory has long been far beyond that of ordinary people. Therefore, the red-clothed eunuch's description is basically true. Sword heart body? Fated with my sect? The expression of the old Taoist from the Tao One sect changed slightly. Your Majesty. The Lao Dao may know who took Princess Li Wan away. The Lao Dao cultivator bowed slightly to the Emperor of Tang and said solemnly. Speak. The Emperor of Tang was shocked and quickly looked at the Lao Dao cultivator. If I remember correctly, the person who took Princess Li Wan away came from Wanjian School. The Lao Dao cultivator pondered for a moment and said slowly. Wanjian School? When these three words came out, the Long Life Temple suddenly fell into silence. At the same time, Western Desert 10,000 Buddha's Hall. The 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor and 9th ancestor were silently guarding outside the earth elemental source. Rumble, the entire earth elemental source was trembling. What's going on? The 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor and 9th ancestor quickly gathered together and looked at the small valley in front of them with shock. Since they discovered this earth elemental source, nothing unusual has happened. At this moment, the sudden sensation made the 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor and 9th ancestor feel uneasy. The next moment, at the entrance of the valley, a slender, tall figure slowly walked out. The moment they saw this figure, the 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, and the others all felt an aura as thick as the vast earth and as magnificent as the endless sky. Chapter 268. Revered One of the World. The 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor and 9th ancestor immediately recognized the figure that walked out. They quickly approached and bowed in unison. Welcome back, revered one of the world. How long has it been? Su Qin slowly retracted his qi and blood fluctuations that had not yet calmed down and asked casually. Revered one of the world, it has been 2 months, the 6th ancestor immediately replied. It's been 2 months. Su Qin stopped and turned to look at the small valley behind him with a slightly emotional expression. In the past 2 months, Su Qin spent almost all of his time on cultivation and signing in. What a pity. This earth elemental source was not completely nurtured after all. Otherwise, my physical body would have completed the 7th transformation after devouring the complete earth elemental source. Su Qin felt a little regretful in his heart. The 7th transformation of the physical body was equivalent to the Dharma body of an earth immortal. It was definitely a qualitative change. However, even if my physical body has not undergone the 7th transformation, it should be at the peak of the 6th transformation. Can it be considered half a Dharma body? A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. If Su Qin's physical body was only close to a Dharma body before, then now he was half a step into the Dharma body level and could be considered half a Dharma body. In fact, Su Qin could have broken through to the 7th transformation, which was the Dharma body, but he gave up in the end because that would be considered a forced breakthrough and there was a great risk of failure. Although Su Qin had the flesh rebirth divine ability, if he failed to break through to the Dharma body level, his physical body would completely collapse. Even if he had the flesh rebirth divine ability, Su Qin would lose part of his combat power for a long time in the future. With Su Qin's cautious personality, of course, he would not put himself in danger. Even if he had the Peach of Immortality and could start over again, the Peach of Immortality was prepared to break through to the true Greater Arhat realm. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Su Qin did not want to use it. Besides, Su Qin had a feeling that although his body was still in the 6th metamorphosis, he was very close to the 7th metamorphosis. Perhaps in a few years he would be able to complete the 7th metamorphosis naturally. Under such circumstances, Su Qin naturally didn't need to take this risk. This earth elemental source. Su Qin glanced at the small valley not far away. The earth elemental source was not transplantable like the spiritual fountain. The reason why this earth elemental source was formed was because it had gathered the earth elemental power of the entire western desert. After a long period of accumulation, it had slowly gathered to form the earth elemental source. Therefore, even if Su Qin moved the entire valley to Jianghu, it would be useless because the entire western desert could not be moved. Moreover, as long as Su Qin did not change the geography of this place, after thousands of years, as the earth elemental power of the entire western desert continuously gathered here, this place would once again become a brand new earth elemental source. Just as Su Qin was pondering, the 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch beside him were even more shocked. At this moment, even with their peak mythical strength, they felt like they were suffocating in front of Su Qin. Su Qin's qi and blood were boiling. Coupled with the fact that he had yet to rein it in, it burned in all directions like a furnace. The 6th patriarch, 7th patriarch and 9th patriarch looked at each other and bowed in unison. Congratulations, Supreme One of the World, for returning to the realm of Great Arhat. At this moment, Su Qin's qi and blood had clearly surpassed the mythical level. Perhaps only the true Great Arhat's Dharma body could match it. That was why the 6th patriarch and the others believed that Su Qin had recovered his strength to the level of Great Arhat. Other than Great Arhat, who was truly comparable to an earth immortal, the 6th patriarch and the others could not think of anyone else who could possess such monstrous qi and blood and a powerful body. The realm of Great Arhat. The 9th patriarch's expression was slightly complicated. The 10,000 Buddhas Hall had a legacy of tens of thousands of years, and had produced countless talented disciples. However, only a few of them were able to enter the realm of Great Arhat. However, even these 10,000 Buddha's Hall disciples who were lucky enough to enter the realm of Great Arhat had faced countless difficulties and paid an unimaginable price. They were not like Su Qin, who had entered the realm of Great Arhat from a peak Arhat who had yet to transform into a primordial spirit after just 2 months of seclusion. Great Arhat? Su Qin did not comment. The Great Arhat of Buddhism was equivalent to an earth immortal. The two had the same level of strength but the names were different. I haven't entered the realm of Great Arhat. Su Qin shook his head slightly and said. Although his body was already half a Dharma body, and his qi and blood were so powerful that they could shake the world, he was still some distance away from the true realm of Great Arhat. You haven't entered the realm of Great Arhat? The 6th ancestor blinked, puzzled. But even the true Great Arhat can't do anything to me. Su Qin looked away from the small valley and said slowly. Whether it was Great Arhat or an earth immortal, their main method was to cover 100 miles with a thought. An ordinary peak myth had no ability to resist in the realm of an earth immortal. However, Su Qin's body was already half a step into the realm of Dharma body. He had a certain resistance to a true realm of great success, unlike other peak myths who did not even have a chance to resist. As long as he could resist the suppression of an earth immortal's realm of great success, Su Qin could use the terrain technique to dive deep into the ground. In the depths of the ground, even a great success's realm of great success would shrink rapidly, and its power would be greatly reduced. In addition, Su Qin's earth-traversing technique was amplified underground. Unless the Earth Immortal was a peak Earth Immortal like Lord Donghai, he would not be able to do anything to Su Qin. Even Great Arhat can't do anything to me. The 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, 9th ancestor, and the others were shocked. They believed Su Qin's words without a doubt. If Su Qin said that he had not entered the realm of Great Arhat, then he really was not Great Arhat. In other words, Su Qin was still in the realm of Supremacy Arhat. But under such circumstances, Su Qin still said that Great Arhat could not do anything to him. How confident and domineering was this? Okay. I should leave. Su Qin glanced at the 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, and said softly. Su Qin's main purpose of this seclusion was completed. He had improved his body to the peak of the 6th transformation and was half a step into the realm of Dharma body. Other than that, Su Qin also signed in at the Earth Elemental Source more than 10 times while he was in seclusion. He directly harvested the Earth Elemental Source completely. In the dozen or so check-ins, Su Qin obtained a large number of Earth-type divine pills and even a Wutu flag. In addition to the Earth Elemental mystical ability that he had obtained from the first check-in, it could be said that he had gained a lot. The Wutu flag was an Earth-type Dharma treasure. It contained a heaven and earth formation. Once it was inserted in a certain place, everything within a radius of dozens of miles would be enveloped by this heaven and earth formation. It could be said that it was a Dharma treasure that was not inferior to the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp. Farewell, revered one. No matter how reluctant the 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, and 9th ancestor were, they could only say respectfully. Inside the Emperor of Tang's palace. The Emperor of Tang looked at the Lao Dao cultivator from the Daoyi school and said in a deep voice, Wanjian school? Is it the overseas Wanjian school? As the vitality tide continued to recover, overseas mythical warriors entered the Empire of Tang. The Emperor of Tang naturally knew the information of many overseas great sects. Princess Li Wan has the sword heart physique. Among the many overseas great sects, only the Wanjian school would need this physique. The Lao Dao cultivator sighed softly. When he first met Li Wan, he discovered that she had the rare sword heart physique, but he didn't expect that the Wanjian school would discover it so quickly. Wanjian school? Then what should we do? The Emperor of Tang's lips moved and he said helplessly. If it was just a force in the martial arts world that took away Li Wan, the Emperor of Tang would have a solution. At most, he would just send his army to flatten that force. But the overseas great sects, just based on the information that the Emperor of Tang learned during this period of time, he knew that there was no shortage of mythical warriors in the overseas great sects. If it weren't for Su Qin's deterrence, the Empire of Tang would have been suppressed by these great sects. Your Majesty, don't worry. Wanjian school attaches great importance to the sword heart physique. Princess Li Wan is in the hands of Wanjian school, and her life won't be in danger for a while. The Lao Dao cultivator first comforted the Emperor of Tang, and then continued to ask the red-clothed eunuch, when Princess Li Wan was taken away, did you reveal your identity? No. The red-clothed eunuch shook his head and said bitterly. At that time, everything happened so fast that the red-clothed eunuchs didn't even have time to stop it, let alone reveal their identity. I see. The Lao Dao cultivator continued thoughtfully, one of the ancestors of Wanjian school fell in the hands of Senior. If Wanjian school knew that the Princess Li Wan they took away was related to Senior, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to do this. The Lao Dao cultivator said slowly. Su Qin was a peak mythical warrior who had condensed a domain. Wanjian school would certainly not offend him if it wasn't necessary, and it was even more impossible to take away one of Su Qin's descendants. The only possibility was that they didn't know Li Wan's identity at all. However, after such a long time, the people of Wanjian school should have investigated the identity of Princess Li Wan. The Lao Dao cultivator was a little puzzled. Then what should we do now? The Emperor of Tang couldn't help but ask when he heard the Lao Dao cultivator's words. What should we do? The Lao Dao cultivator shook his head slightly and said, we can only wait now. Wanjian school was a major sect overseas. It had many disciples and many ancestors who were asleep. With the current national strength of the Empire of Tang, it was tantamount to ants trying to shake the sky if they wanted to deal with Wanjian school. It was simply impossible. As for the Lao Dao cultivator, although he was an elder of Daoyi school, he couldn't represent Daoyi school, let alone enter Wanjian school's eyes. If Senior is willing to come forward, Wanjian school should be willing to hand over Princess Li Wan. The Lao Dao cultivator thought for a long time and finally found that only Su Qin could force a giant like Wanjian school to bow its head. For many of the major sects overseas, there was no other way except to deter with absolute strength. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang's eyes lit up but soon dimmed. Su Qin had left the Emperor of Tang's palace for several months. Even if Su Qin could really make Wanjian school give in, it would be useless at this moment. Because they couldn't find Su Qin at all. Just as the Emperor of Tang and the family Su people sighed and prepared to continue waiting according to the Lao Dao cultivator's words. "You're looking for me?" A calm voice came to the immortal palace. When the voice first said the word, "you," it seemed to be very far away as if it was thousands of miles away. But as it continued to speak, the distance was indeed getting closer. Especially when the last word, "I," was finished, it seemed to be very close. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang suddenly stood up and looked at the immortal palace with excitement. The family Su people and everyone else followed the Emperor of Tang's gaze. Under everyone's gaze, a slender man slowly walked over. With one step, he crossed several miles and appeared directly outside the immortal palace. Chapter 269. Su Qin walked into the immortal hall unhurriedly. After leaving the Thousand Buddha Hall of the Western Desert, Su Qin went to the Shaolin Temple and then quickly returned to Chang'an City. Along the way, apart from hurrying, Su Qin was also familiarizing himself with the divine sense of underground travel, trying to adapt himself to the underground environment. Divine sense was different from cultivation methods and treasured manuals. It was more like an instinct, like drinking water and eating food. It was innate but still needed to be familiarized with it. Especially in the depths of the underground, it was full of all kinds of terrifying magnetic forces. Even Su Qin had to be careful when he saw it. Otherwise, if he was sucked into it, even if there was no danger, it would be very troublesome and he might even be trapped for a period of time. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang quickly came forward and told him what had happened during this period of time, and truthfully stated his guess. Li Wan was taken away? Su Qin frowned slightly. Although the source of earth element gathered endless power of earth element, its aura was extremely restrained. Even Su Qin, if the 6th, 7th and 9th ancestors of the Thousand Buddha Hall had not brought him to the source of earth element, would not have discovered the abnormality of the source of earth element. It was difficult for the creatures outside to discover the source of earth element, and the creatures inside the source of earth element also had a vague perception of the outside world. Su Qin had been in closed-door training in the source of earth element for 2 months, and his perception had become blurred. Moreover, the Western Desert was very far from Chang'an City, so he did not sense that Li Wan was no longer in Chang'an City. What's going on? Su Qin's eyes were calm as he said lightly. No matter what, Li Wan was his niece. They had been together for so many years and he often gave her pointers. No matter how indifferent Su Qin was, it was impossible for him to sit back and watch Li Wan disappear inexplicably. Senior. The Lao Dao warrior's heart trembled. Although Su Qin's expression was still calm, as if there were no fluctuations at all, the Lao Dao warriors could faintly feel that the surrounding void was beginning to condense, and even the boundless chi of heaven and earth was being suppressed and gradually became lower. Senior, you've become stronger again? The Lao Dao student felt as if he was facing the real power of heaven. He quickly said in fear, "The person who took Princess Li Wan away should be from Wanjian School, but the people from Wanjian School probably don't know the identity of Princess Li Wan." The Lao Dao officer braced himself and explained. He was really afraid that Su Qin would kill his way to Wanjian School in a fit of rage. Although Su Qin's strength was incomparably tyrannical and could even kill a pinnacle legend like Qiyuan Laozu, if he wanted to go against an upper sect, he was afraid that he would not be able to do it. Any of the major sects overseas had been passed down for at least thousands of years. In such a long period of time, who knew how many pinnacle legends had been born? Any of the major sects were like a dragon's pool or a tiger's den, extremely dangerous. They already know the identity of Li Wan. Su Qin's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the southeast. They know. The Lao Dao warrior was slightly stunned. Su Qin was right in front of them, so how did he know that Wanjian School already knew the identity of Li Wan? The Emperor of Tang and the other family Su members were also full of doubts as they stared at Su Qin. The divine thought I left on Li Wan has disappeared. Su Qin was silent for a while as a trace of coldness appeared on his face. After learning that Li Wan had disappeared, Su Qin immediately sensed the piece of wood that he had given to Li Wan. This piece of wood was carried by Li Wan and had a sword mark that Su Qin had slashed on it. Once Li Wan was in danger, the divine thought in the sword mark would automatically activate. With his strength, even a divine thought that he had casually left behind was enough to crush a level 5 or level 6 legend. To be able to suppress his divine thought so quietly, only a pinnacle legend could do it. Even an ordinary pinnacle legend could not completely suppress it. Maybe the sword would send back a message. Only a pinnacle legend who had condensed a domain and controlled a radius of 100 feet with the power of the domain could completely suppress the divine thought. The divine thought disappeared? The Lao Dao scholar's face turned pale. He was also a legend, so of course he knew the use of divine thought. With Su Qin's vast divine thought at the pinnacle legend level, how could it disappear for no reason? It was probably a pinnacle legend grand ancestor of Wanjian school who had quickly wiped out Su Qin's divine thought, causing this scene. How dare Wanjian school fall out with us like this? The Lao Dao scholar's expression was ugly. Although the body of the sword heart had great potential, it was still just potential. How could Wanjian school completely offend a pinnacle legend like Su Qin for this little bit of potential? Could it be that Wanjian school is in urgent need of the body of the sword heart now? The Lao Dao scholar's mind raced, but he still could not figure it out. With Wanjian school's resources, if they cultivated a body of the sword heart with all their strength, they could indeed quickly push this person into the myth realm. But that was all. If one wanted to reach the depths of the myth realm, or even reach the pinnacle legend level, relying on the body of the sword heart alone was far from enough. It also required extreme comprehension and luck. Tell me about Wanjian school. Su Qin looked at the Lao Dao scholar and slowly opened his mouth. Although Su Qin's physical body was already half a Dharma body and could survive even if he encountered a real Earth immortal, Wanjian school was still a major sect. It was better to be cautious so that he would not be caught off guard. Yes. The Lao Dao scholar suddenly shuddered and quickly bowed. Wanjian school was founded 4,800 years ago by the 10,000 Swords Taoist, a sword Dao Earth immortal who dominated the overseas martial arts world for 500 years. In his later years, the 10,000 Swords Taoist knew that he had no hope of breaking through, so he left Wanjian school. After the 10,000 Swords Taoist, no one from Wanjian school reached Earth immortal for 4,000 years. At that, the Lao Dao scholar paused for a moment before continuing. However, 1,900 years ago, Wanjian school produced an extremely talented disciple who was also born with the body of the sword heart. This disciple opened the treasure trove left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist, and his ability improved by leaps and bounds as he encountered endless opportunities. In the end, he even metamorphosed into a primordial spirit. Metamorphosed into a primordial spirit? Su Qin nodded slightly. Aside from the overseas cultivation environment and the treasure trove left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist, being able to metamorphose into a primordial spirit while the tide of vitality was still, the disciple's talent and comprehension must be top-notch. Otherwise he would not have made it that far. The Lao Dao scholar carefully glanced at Su Qin before continuing. This disciple of Wanjian school led Wanjian school to prosperity for an era and was known as the Kanzu. But in the end he stopped at metamorphosing into a primordial spirit. The Lao Dao scholar sighed softly. Even someone as powerful as this peerless genius of Wanjian school could not reach the realm of an Earth immortal. From this, one could see how difficult it was to become an Earth immortal. In the overseas martial arts world, there would be a few pinnacle legends born in each era, and there were even some who metamorphosed into a primordial spirit. However, a true Earth immortal was hard to come by even once in 1,000 years. In the 10,000 years since the tide of vitality's recovery to the present day, the number of Earth immortals born in the overseas martial arts world could be counted on one's fingers. Kanzu? Su Qin frowned for a moment before calming down and continuing to ask, is there more? Senior, after Kanzu, Wanjian school declined. Although pinnacle legends were still born every few decades or centuries, they were far from being as amazing as the Kanzu. The Lao Dao scholar said in a low voice. Much of the information he knew was top secret. Even overseas, only the various major sects were aware of it. The Lao Dao scholar was able to know this because he liked to study ancient books. He had basically flipped through most of the ancient books in the Daoyi sect. I see. Su Qin's expression remained unchanged. There was a faint inexplicable vortex slowly rotating in the depths of his pupils. In an instant, all things in the world and thousands of qi movements were manifested in Su Qin's eyes. The Wanjian school suppressed Su Qin's strand of divine sense in order to conceal Li Wan's whereabouts and avoid being found by Su Qin. But unfortunately, even if the divine sense was interfered with, it had no effect on Su Qin. The eye of truth, was a magical ability to observe the qi movement of the world. As long as Su Qin had seen the qi movement of the world, he could lock onto it even if it escaped to the ends of the earth. Su Qin had been with Li Wan for so long. Of course he was already familiar with Li Wan's qi movement. He could lock onto it and confirm Li Wan's location. Buzz. Su Qin's mind was infinitely high. His eyes looked toward the southeast and quickly extended. Over there in the southeast? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he quickly deduced in his heart. I'll go out and bring Li Wan back. After leaving this sentence, Su Qin took a step and disappeared. Bring back Princess Li Wan? The Lao Dao scholar swallowed his saliva, full of disbelief. According to his guess, the Wanjian school could withstand the pressure of offending Su Qin and still take Li Wan away. It must be because Li Wan was very important. Under such circumstances, after such a long time, there must be a large number of Wanjian school's experts guarding Li Wan. There was no lack of peak mythological grandmasters. Su Qin wanted to bring Li Wan back from these people. It was tantamount to snatching food from the tiger's mouth. It was extremely dangerous. I hope Senior is all right. The Lao Dao scholar now only hoped that Wanjian school would have some concerns and take the initiative to hand over Li Wan. Otherwise, if Wanjian school shamelessly besieged Su Qin, the situation would be dangerous. At the same time, outside the Empire of Tang, in the southeast region, a giant peak that pierced the sky like a divine sword stood on the ground. An extremely fierce aura emanated from it. On the peak, there was a magnificent bluestone hall that was more than 10 meters tall. Several figures were sitting in it. These figures all carried long swords on their backs. Their faces were simple and unadorned. Their aura surged. They were all peak mythological figures and peak mythological figures of the sword path. Sword path was good at killing, let alone peak mythological figures. At this moment, these figures were sitting around a stone pillar, facing each other. On the stone pillar, a piece of wood floated slowly. In the center of the wood, a shallow sword mark was engraved on it. A terrifying sword will was constantly brewing in this sword mark, as if it could destroy everything. What is the origin of that peak mythological figure of the Empire of Tang's Chang and city? Why is his sword path so incredible? At this moment, the peak mythological figure sitting on the left opened his eyes. He looked at the sword mark floating on the stone pillar in front of him and muttered in shock. Chapter 270. Inside the grand and majestic limestone temple. The pinnacle myth sitting on the left kept studying the sword mark on the wood in front of him with a look of awe as if he had seen some rare treasure. It was the same for the others, all of them staring at the sword mark in disbelief. They were all patriarchs of Wanjian school, and their attainments in sword Dao far surpassed other pinnacle myths. Naturally they could tell how frightening the sword mark on the wood was. Still, it was not to say that the sword will contained in the mark surpassed Wanjian schools. Wanjian school was a great sect inherited from a sword Dao land immortal, while the 10,000 swords Daoist had reigned supreme over the seas for 500 years. How could it not compare to a sword mark that Su Qin had casually left? What left the Wanjian school patriarchs in shock was that the sword will within the mark was not any sword will that they knew of. Even so, in terms of sharpness, it was comparable to the 10 great sword wills that Wanjian school was proud of. That was absolutely terrifying. After all, the 10 great sword wills of Wanjian school were left behind by the 10,000 swords Daoist, and were said to encompass all sword Dao in the world. And yet, the sword will within the mark on the wood was not one of the 10 great sword wills of Wanjian school, but it did not belong to the former in terms of sharpness and power. What did that mean? It meant that the person who had left the mark on the wood was not far off from the 10,000 swords Daoist's understanding of sword Dao, even if he was not as good as the 10,000 swords Daoist all those years ago. At the very least, the 10,000 swords Daoist did not come up with such a sword will. Of course, understanding of sword Dao was understanding of sword Dao, while one's cultivation realm was one's cultivation realm. The two could not be lumped together. Still, whatever the case may be, the shallow sword mark on the wood had left the 10,000 sword sect's forefathers in shock. Humph! That was when another red-haired patriarch of Wanjian school snorted coldly. Even if the sword will is sharper, isn't it still suppressed by us? That's true. The third ancestor of the myriad sword sect said proudly. If Su Qin were to come in person they would be extremely cautious. After all, Qiyuan Laozu's death had made old ancestors like them palpitate for a period of time. They were even more fearful of Su Qin who could kill Qiyuan Laozu. However, the sword intent left behind by the other party was nothing in the eyes of the great ancestors of Wanjian school. However, the princess of the Empire of Tang not only has the body of the sword heart, but also carries the sword will of the peak legend in Chang'an City. The two must have a close relationship. We forcefully took away the princess of the Empire of Tang and suppressed this sword will. I'm afraid that we have completely offended the legend in Chang'an City. There was a hint of worry in the red-haired patriarch's voice who had just spoken. Although they were also peak legends and were in the same realm as Su Qin, they had been sleeping until now with their self-sealing secret skills. Their qi and blood were declining. They might be able to compete with Su Qin for a short period of time, but once the battle dragged on, how could they defeat Su Qin, a peak legend with abundant qi and blood and sufficient shouyuan? This was not even the most terrible result. Once Su Qin was willing to completely put down his face and attack the younger disciples of Wanjian school, who could withstand the anger of a peak legend. When that time came, the patriarchs of Wanjian school would not be able to stop it even if they wanted to. After all, there were only a few patriarchs, but there were thousands of disciples in Wanjian school. They could not protect them all at all. Unless Wanjian school sealed the mountain and all the disciples were not allowed to leave Wanjian school, this could stop Su Qin's massacre. However, in that case Wanjian school would completely lose control of the outside world, and the martial arts resources it controlled would be greatly reduced. In the long run it would inevitably decline. The expressions of the other patriarchs of Wanjian school changed slightly, and they suddenly felt that this was a tricky situation. This was the deterrent force of a peak legend. If a peak legend did not care, even the major sects would have a headache. Moreover, Su Qin was not an ordinary peak legend. Even Qiyuan Laozu had fallen in his hands. How could an ordinary peak legend be a match for him? Just as the patriarchs of Wanjian school had ugly expressions on their faces, the gray-robed man, who had been sitting cross-legged in the middle and silent, slowly said, "Don't worry about the legend in Chang'an City." This gray-robed man obviously had an extraordinary status. As soon as he spoke, the other patriarchs immediately quieted down and looked over. The reason why they took the risk of offending a peak legend, forcibly took Li Wan away, and suppressed Su Qin's sword will was the gray-robed man's idea. Otherwise, even if these patriarchs really wanted to attack Su Qin, they would not use this method. If we suppress this sword will and cut off the connection, even if the legend in Chang'an City knows that it was done by Wanjian school, he will not be able to pinpoint his location. He won't be able to find us in a short time. The gray-robed man shook his head and said faintly, "We'll talk about it later." When the gray-robed man said this, a smile appeared on his face. Kenzu felt the fluctuation of the vitality tide, and his primordial spirit has awakened. He urgently needs a physical body with the sword heart body. With Kenzu's strength, if he really awakens, why should we be afraid of a peak legend? The gray-robed man glanced around and said faintly, "Kenzu." As soon as these two words were uttered, the bodies of the several patriarchs present trembled. As patriarchs of Wanjian school, how could they not know about Kenzu? Ever since the 10,000 Swords Taoist founded Wanjian school, Kenzu had been the most talented person in Wanjian school for thousands of years. Not only had he inherited all of the 10,000 Swords Taoist legacy, he had even evolved a primordial spirit, and was only a step away from becoming a terrestrial immortal. So it turns out that the sword ancestor needs a physical body to awaken, and with Kenzu's towering power, an ordinary physical body would naturally not work. Only the sword heart body, which is compatible with sword Tao, could barely contain Kenzu's primordial spirit. The other patriarchs were both surprised and delighted, and their faces were filled with excitement. They had been wondering why the gray-robed man would be so obstinate as to offend Chang'an City's peak legend, but it turned out that it was because Kenzu was about to awaken. Kenzu had lived for more than 1900 years, and his physical body had long decayed even if he had a self-sealing secret art to seal his qi. For most peak legends, a decaying physical body would naturally be deader than dead if they did not have a suitable divine will secret art. But Kenzu was different. Kenzu had evolved a primordial spirit. The primordial spirit was immeasurably condensed, and a peak legend who had evolved a primordial spirit could be reborn through possession even if his physical body was destroyed. Moreover, the primordial spirit existed much longer than the physical body. Kenzu had relied on his primordial spirit and his self-sealing secret art to survive until now. Still, after slumbering for so long, even the power of his primordial spirit would become immeasurably weak and would need a new physical body to nurture it. And that physical body could only be the sword heart body, because no other physical body would be able to contain Kanzu's primordial spirit that was brimming with towering sword will. This was also the reason why Wanjian School had taken Li Wan away at all costs after discovering that he had the sword heart body. As long as Kanzu could awaken again, Wanjian School would once again overlook the sea. How could they give up on a peak legend like Su Qin? Only the red-haired ancestor was still a little worried. He looked at the gray-robed man and could not help but say, "The tide of vitality has yet to completely recover. Isn't it too early for Kanzu to awaken at this time? What if his primordial spirit is damaged because of the lack of vitality and spiritual opportunity?" Kanzu was the strongest foundation of Wanjian School. As long as Kanzu existed, no one would dare to have any ideas about Wanjian School. "It's not early." The gray-robed man shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Kanzu has already sensed the recovery concentration of the tide of vitality and is about to reach a certain qualitative change. When that time comes, the world will undergo a great change and all kinds of opportunities from the previous era will reappear. And Kanzu has awakened at this time because he wants to lead Wanjian School to occupy the battlefield and seize the opportunity." The gray-robed man looked around and said quickly, "If Wanjian School wanted to rise again, it had to give birth to an earth immortal. With the current environment of heaven and earth, it was extremely difficult to even transform one's primordial spirit, let alone an earth immortal. However, it would be different if they obtained the opportunity of the previous tide of vitality. It was not certain that they would be able to step into the earth immortal realm, but at least it would be easier than now." The other Wanjian School's ancestors looked at each other and said in a fiery tone, "Then what should we do now?" "Wait." The gray-robed man raised his head and looked at the sea. "We welcome Kanzu's return to the world." At the same time, outside the giant peak where the Bluestone Hall was located, Su Qin's figure appeared silently. This is the last place where Li Wan's aura stopped. Su Qin looked at the giant peak in front of him and thought faintly. Su Qin slowly released his divine sense and shrouded the giant peak. "There's a heaven and earth formation at the top of the mountain. I can feel the aura of a peak myth inside." Su Qin's eyes were deep. The heaven and earth formation could isolate one's divine sense and even block the coverage of a domain. However, it could not block the inside of Su Qin's eye of truth. Moreover, Su Qin's eye of truth would not leave any traces at all. "And the sword mark I left behind is also here?" Su Qin frowned slightly. The sword mark contained a wisp of Su Qin's divine sense. If it was tens of thousands of miles away, coupled with the suppression of other peak myths, it would be difficult for Su Qin to sense it. However, at this moment Su Qin was standing outside the giant peak. At such a close distance, no matter how the Wanjian School's grand ancestors suppressed it, they could not hide it from him. Several pinnacle legends of the 10,000 Sword sect remain here. Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a trace of coldness. At this moment, Su Qin naturally knew that Wanjian School did not have good intentions toward Li Wan. Li Wan was of the sword heart body, but with Wanjian School's foundation, if they really wanted to take Li Wan as a disciple, they could have just told Su Qin directly. Why did they have to sneak Li Wan away and suppress the sword while Su Qin left for Li Wan? "I'd like to see what Wanjian School is up to." Su Qin sneered. In the next few moments, Su Qin once again scanned the area with his divine sense. In addition, he used the Eye of Truth and the Heavenly Man observation technique to observe the aura. After confirming that there were no traps, he directly stepped out, stretched out his right hand and grabbed the giant peak. Chapter 271. In the Bluestone Hall. The patriarchs of Wanjian School were overjoyed. They were looking forward to the birth of Kanzu and the scene of Wanjian School once again dominating the world. "If Kanzu wakes up and walks out, we don't need to worry too much about the legend of Chang and City?" The patriarch of Wanjian School on the far left nodded slightly and said. Although they hadn't seen Su Qin with their own eyes, when Su Qin killed Qiyuan Laozu and other peak legends, there were many people watching the battle in secret. No one noticed the aura of the primordial spirit. Not only the legend of Chang and City, but I'm afraid that in the whole world, there are not many people who can make Wanjian School worry, another old ancestor said slowly, his voice filled with confidence. "Humph. If the legend of Chang and City knows what's good for him and takes the initiative to give up the battle, it's not impossible to accept him as an outer sect elder of Wanjian School." Before the voice finished speaking, buzz. The piece of wood on the stone pillar in front of the patriarchs of Wanjian School suddenly shook. To be precise, it wasn't the wood shaking, but the shallow sword mark on the surface of the wood began to shake. Countless sword will was boiling as if to destroy everything. What's going on? Wasn't this sword will suppressed by us? What's the situation now? The patriarch of Wanjian school, who was closest to the stone pillar, changed his expression. A mere sword will wants to resist us? Even if it's your master, he'll still be reduced to dust by the myriad sword sect. A patriarch of Wanjian school sneered and was about to reach out his hand to suppress it again. Suddenly, at this moment, rumble. The entire towering peak was shaking. The heaven-earth array around the bluestone hall suddenly began to collapse, as if it had suffered a destructive blow. Whether it was the power of the array outside or the array foundation in the depths of the giant peak, they all began to disappear quickly. Is someone breaking the array? The gray-haired man, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked up and said with a solemn expression, "Breaking the array? Who is it? How dare you behave so atrociously in front of us?" The patriarchs of Wanjian school were furious. They followed the gray-haired man's gaze. A tall and slender man stood in the air and walked toward the bluestone hall step by step. With every step he took, a section of the heaven-earth formation that enveloped the bluestone hall collapsed. When he gently stood on the top of the giant peak, the mighty heaven-earth formation was completely destroyed. Su Qin stood in the ruins like an immortal. "I want to know, how did your Wanjian school turn me into dust?" Su Qin's eyes were calm as he looked down at the ancestors of Wanjian school. At the moment when the heaven-earth formation was crushed, Su Qin's terrifying divine thoughts had already shrouded the entire bluestone hall. The last words of the several ancestors of Wanjian school all fell into his ears. "Are you the peak myth from Chang'an City?" As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, the gray-haired man's pupils suddenly shrank in disbelief. He had never expected that Su Qin would find this place so quickly. After all, after bringing Li Wan here, he joined forces with several other ancestors and used some secret methods of Wanjian school to suppress the sword intent. Under such circumstances, Su Qin's connection with the sword intent should have completely disappeared. How could he find this place so accurately? The other ancestors of Wanjian school looked at each other and walked to a certain position without any change in their expressions, faintly surrounding Su Qin in the center. Although Su Qin found them so quickly, these ancestors of Wanjian school were not afraid. Even if their qi and blood were declining, they could at least escape unscathed if they joined forces, even if they could not defeat Su Qin. "What? How dare you plot against me behind my back? Now you don't want to talk?" Su Qin's divine sense shrouded them. He knew the behavior of the ancestors of Wanjian school like the back of his hand, but he had no intention of stopping them. "Enough. I'll give you two choices." Su Qin did not want to waste time. He glanced at the ancestors of Wanjian school and said lightly, "The first is to hand over Li Wan. I'll give you a chance to escape from your divine sense and make arrangements for your future. The second is to stay here forever." Su Qin said unhurriedly as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Arrogant. An ancestor of Wanjian school was furious. He had never expected Su Qin to be so arrogant. These ancestors had not transformed their primordial spirits. Once they escaped from their divine senses and lost the nourishment of their bodies, they could only live for a few months at most. Su Qin giving them a chance to escape from their divine senses was no different from killing them completely. "Are you so confident that you can stop us?" The man in gray looked at Su Qin coldly. He admitted that Su Qin was powerful. How could he not be powerful after killing a peak legend like Qiuan Laozu? However, no matter how powerful Su Qin was, he was just one person. How could he defeat the inheritance of Wanjian school that had been accumulated for 4,000 years and countless generations? An ancestor of Wanjian school looked at Su Qin's indifferent look and sneered. "Are you looking for the body of the sword heart? It's too late. Her body of the sword heart has been offered to Kenzu. She must have been possessed by Kenzu's primordial spirit by now." The ancestor of Wanjian school sneered. "Kenzu is about to wake up. It's a blessing for the Empire of Tang to have taken a fancy to the body of the sword heart. I advise you not to act recklessly and obediently hand over the battlefield. Maybe you can save your life in front of Kenzu." The ancestor of Wanjian school mentioned the word Kenzu intentionally or unintentionally. He wanted Su Qin to be afraid and not dare to make a move. In his eyes, an expert like Su Qin would inevitably weigh the pros and cons. He would not make an enemy of a primordial spirit like Kenzu for the sake of a body of the sword heart. "What?" Su Qin's eyes suddenly became fierce. A monstrous qi and blood surged out of Su Qin's body like a flood. In an instant, it enveloped the entire towering peak. Whether it was the man in gray or the other ancestors of Wanjian school, they all felt as if they were falling into an abyss under the suppression of this qi and blood. Su Qin's physical body had completed the sixth transformation. After devouring the source of the earth element, he had reached the level of half a Dharma body. The strength of his physical body's qi and blood could be said to be incredible. We can't let him continue like this. The ancestors of Wanjian school looked extremely solemn. At this moment, under the shroud of Su Qin's qi and blood, they felt as if they were deep in a quagmire. Their every move was under great pressure, and this pressure was still rising at a speed visible to the naked eye. According to this trend, the speed of the ancestors of Wanjian school would be greatly reduced in a few seconds at most. They would not even be able to escape. Lingyuan's sword will. The ancestor of Wanjian school who had threatened Su Qin just now took a step forward and condensed a dazzling sword will in an instant. As soon as this sword will appeared, the surrounding qi of heaven and earth began to boil and rush into the sword will. Buzz. The sword will turned from illusion to reality and slashed toward Su Qin. Whoosh. The terrifying sword will seem to be able to obliterate everything as it rapidly approached Su Qin. However, when the Ling Yuan sword essence entered the 10-meter radius of Su Qin's body, an endless amount of blood and qi continued to wash away the sword essence. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, this sword will, which was formed by the ancestor of Wanjian school with all his strength, completely disappeared when it was 8 meters away from Su Qin. It was as if it had never appeared. What kind of terrifying qi and blood is this? All the ancestors of Wanjian school were dumbfounded. If Su Qin had blocked the sword will, they could have accepted it. After all, no one thought that a sword will could kill Su Qin. However, Su Qin stood there without even moving. He blocked the sword will with just the qi and blood he was emitting. It was simply shocking. It's my turn. Su Qin's eyes were cold. He directly stretched out his right hand and slammed it toward the ancestor of Wanjian school who had attacked. Rumble. A giant palm, which seemed to be the hand of an immortal god, appeared in the void and slammed down like an ancient divine mountain. In any case, the ancestors of Wanjian school on the field were all peak legends. Even though Su Qin's physical body was half a step away from the Dharma body level, it was not a real Dharma body after all. He could not kill them with just the qi and blood he was emitting. Oh no. The ancestor of Wanjian school who had just attacked felt his scalp go numb when he saw the giant palm. Without hesitation, he spat out a mouthful of blood essence and condensed a blood sword in front of him. Then he released his domain to block in front of him. The other ancestors of Wanjian school were all shocked. But before they could react, the giant palm had already fallen. The domain of the ancestor of Wanjian school was like a thin paper under the giant palm. It shattered as soon as it touched it. The ancestor of Wanjian school's expression changed greatly. He spat out another mouthful of blood essence and poured it into the blood sword in front of him. Suddenly, the blood sword grew out of thin air and blocked the giant palm. Unfortunately, Su Qin didn't have any intention of holding back at all. How could a mere blood sword block it? Under everyone's shocked eyes, the blood sword, which was originally exuding a sharp aura, collapsed layer by layer under the giant palm. In the end, the ancestor of Wanjian school was directly smashed into pieces. His body and divine sense were reduced to nothingness. Seeing this scene, the myriad sword sect's ancestors who were about to attack forcibly stopped themselves from doing so. Su Qin killed a peak myth realm ancestor of Wanjian school with just one slap. If they attacked at this time, they wouldn't end up well. If anything happens to Li Wan, I'll bury the entire Wanjian school with him. Su Qin's eyes were indifferent. He raised his right hand and once again smashed another ancestor of Wanjian school into powder. The remaining patriarchs of the myriad sword sect were as pale as paper and trembled. Under the suppression of Su Qin's monstrous blood energy, even escaping had become an extravagant hope for them. They could only silently wait for death to descend upon them. Your Excellency, aren't you afraid that our sect, Kanzu, will punish you in the future? The man in gray was trembling all over and his voice was hoarse. He summoned up his courage and mentioned Kanzu again, trying to make Su Qin more afraid. However, what responded to him was a black blade light that seemed to have turned into a space crack. Chapter 272. The black saber light cut through the void, easily tearing apart the 1,000 feet domain around the gray-robed man, and silently slashed down. Oh no! The gray-robed man's scalp tingled. The moment he saw the black saber light, the gray-robed man only felt a strong sense of life and death danger surging out. Sword explosion. The gray-robed man made up his mind, and an illusory long sword faintly appeared in the depths of his pupils. However, at this moment the illusory long sword quickly shattered. As the illusory long sword continued to shatter, an unprecedented force burst out. The gray-robed man's aura continued to soar, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the peak of his strength before he sealed himself and fell into a deep sleep. As time passed, the rise continued. "You forced me to do this." The gray-robed man's face was pale, but his aura became more and more violent. The sword explosion technique was a forbidden technique of Wanjian school. It used all of one's swordsmanship cultivation as fuel to erupt with earth-shattering power. The only drawback was that after using this forbidden technique, the gray-robed man would fall into a deep sleep again. His strength would be greatly reduced, and it was even possible for him to die on the spot. However, at this moment, the gray-robed man's strength was unprecedentedly high. His every move exuded a power that could easily suppress an ordinary peak myth. The other panic-stricken patriarchs of Wanjian school immediately breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. The strength that Su Qin had just displayed was too terrifying. With just a slap, he had smashed a Wanjian school patriarch into dust. It was simply shocking. But now, the gray-robed man's sword explosion technique was no different from a stabilizing force for everyone present. Although the sword explosion technique was a forbidden technique that could not be maintained for a long time, it could at least hold back Su Qin, giving the Wanjian school patriarchs a chance to escape. Just as the few Wanjian school patriarchs were waiting for the gray-robed man to hold back Su Qin, they would take the opportunity to escape. A black saber light slashed through the air, easily slicing apart the gray-robed man's true essence and divine sense, which had been strengthened by dozens of times. Even his body and bones were sliced into two. After the gray-robed man used the forbidden technique, his strength had indeed skyrocketed. However, the demon god's blade was extremely sharp and was related to the demon god of the underground cave world. Moreover, it was stimulated by Su Qin's blood and true essence. Even a powerful monster like Emo Long, who had a trace of the true dragon's bloodline, could be cut in half, let alone a mere gray-robed man. The gray-robed man opened his mouth and was about to speak when he realized that he had been split into two from his waist. The gray-robed man's divine sense shot out in an attempt to escape, but at the same time, a dark and gloomy power wrapped around his divine sense like a maggot, quickly invading his divine sense. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gazes, the gray-robed man's divine sense instantly collapsed. "It's too scary." The patriarchs of Wanjian school felt their scalps explode, and huge waves of emotion surged in their hearts. However, before they could react, Su Qin raised his blade and slashed out several more demon gods' blades. Buzz! Several pitch-black blade auras, which looked like the gaps in space, instantly formed and slashed toward the patriarchs of Wanjian school. Faced with this scene, the patriarchs of Wanjian school knew that their lives were at stake. They all tried their best to resist. Some of them abandoned their physical bodies and tried to escape with their divine senses. Some of them had their auras skyrocketed, and they also activated the sword explosion technique. Some of them took out their Dharma treasures and tried to block the black blade auras head-on. Unfortunately, under the sharpness of the demon god's blades, these Wanjian school patriarchs, who were once the pinnacle legends of an era in the overseas martial arts world, could not even delay for a moment. All of them followed in the footsteps of the gray-robed man. Their physical bodies were severed and their divine senses collapsed. At this moment, Su Qin looked at the last two Wanjian school patriarchs. These two Wanjian school patriarchs knew that something was wrong, so they hid at the back. That was why they survived until the end. "Sir, we know we were wrong. It wasn't our idea to take away the body of the sword heart." These two Wanjian school patriarchs had long been scared out of their wits and begged for mercy. Su Qin had just killed several patriarchs on the field with a palm and a few blades. Even the gray-robed man who used the sword explosion technique was not spared. At this moment they did not dare to resist. Unfortunately, since Su Qin had already made a move, he had already made up his mind to kill them. There was no such thing as holding back. He slowly raised the demon god's blades. "Sir, we know where the body of the sword heart is. We are willing to lead the way for you." The two Wanjian school patriarchs swallowed their saliva and revealed their last trump card. In the view of these two Wanjian school patriarchs, the reason why Su Qin killed so many people was nothing more than the body of the sword heart. Therefore, as long as they told the news of the body of the sword heart, Su Qin would inevitably have some concerns. However, under the incredulous gazes of the two Wanjian school patriarchs, Su Qin slowly raised the demon god's blades and showed no signs of stopping. In the end, two black blades flashed and cut the last two Wanjian school patriarchs in two. Their divine thoughts were quickly invaded by the deep and dark aura in the demon god's blades. Until the last moment before their death, the two Wanjian school patriarchs were still full of doubts. Su Qin was so decisive. Did he really not want to know the whereabouts of the body of the Sword Heart? If Su Qin knew that the two Wanjian school patriarchs tried to threaten him with Li Wan's whereabouts, he would definitely laugh disdainfully. His real eye had long locked on Li Wan's aura and knew the specific location of Li Wan at this moment. However, this was the last place where Li Wan stayed. Su Qin stopped here and then learned the purpose of Wanjian school, so he went on a killing spree. At this time, in front of the Bluestone Hall, several peak myths Wanjian school patriarchs fell here. A terrifying and tragic aura filled the air, almost turning the entire top of the mountain into a dangerous place. It should be known that any peak myth had comprehended heaven and earth. Once they fell, the aura mixed with the remnants of their chi, blood, and divine thoughts would spread out and form a domain. If an ordinary martial artist entered this place by mistake, they would definitely have a lot of inner demons and chaos. How dare you make trouble when you're dead? Su Qin saw the situation and sneered. With a thought, his chi and blood rose again. The vast power of chi and blood, like a vast ocean, washed all the corners of the top of the mountain. In the end, Su Qin slowly raised his head and looked in a certain direction overseas. Primordial spirit possession. Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. After a peak myth transformed into a primordial spirit, he would get rid of the restrictions of the physical body and wander the world with his primordial spirit. However, if a peak myth who transformed into a primordial spirit wanted to exert the greatest combat power, he still needed a suitable physical body. Moreover, if he really took that step and became an earth immortal, relying on his primordial spirit alone was obviously far from enough. Should be safe. Su Qin observed Li Wan's chi with the eye of truth and nodded slightly. If Li Wan had already been possessed by Kenzu's primordial spirit, his chi should have been annihilated. Su Qin could observe Li Wan's chi, which meant that Li Wan was very safe at the moment. Wanjian school? Su Qin's eyes were cold. With Su Qin's current strength, even if he faced a real earth immortal, he was confident that he could escape unscathed, let alone Wanjian school. Thinking of this, Su Qin took a step forward and disappeared in an instant, rushing in the direction of Li Wan. Just as the gray-robed man and several other peak myths were all dead. In the overseas martial arts world, at the center of an island hundreds of miles in size, there were 9 sword peaks that resembled divine swords. Wanjian school's sect master, who had been sitting cross-legged and silently cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes with a look of disbelief. Patriarchs? The life flames of the patriarchs have been extinguished? Wanjian school's patriarch was trembling all over, feeling as if he had been bedridden. Just now, his divine will had shrouded the entire sword peak, and he was shocked to find that the life flames of the patriarchs who had gone to the battlefield had been quietly extinguished. The fall of several patriarchs was definitely a fatal blow to Wanjian school. After all, although Wanjian school was founded by the 10,000 Swords Taoist, an earth immortal, it had not been passed down for too long. At the very least, Wanjian school's foundation was weak compared to other great sects that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, every slumbering mythic Grand Elder was extremely important. The loss of even one Grand Elder would cause the Myriad Swords house to sink, let alone the loss of so many Grand Elders in a row. Something big has happened. Wanjian school's sect master's face turned pale. He did not even dare to tell the elders about it because if the news of several patriarchs' fall were to spread, it would definitely cause turmoil in the entire Wanjian school, and it might even cause Wanjian school to decline from then on. No one could bear the consequences. Kenzu. Right, Kenzu's primordial spirit has begun to awaken. Wanjian school's sect master seemed to have thought of something, and immediately got up and went to the depths of the sword peak, before a huge altar. Wanjian school's 28th sect master requests an audience with Kenzu. Wanjian school's sect master said loudly. After a long while, a hoarse voice was heard. What's the matter? This voice did not exist in reality, but directly sounded in the Wanjian school's sect master's mind. At the same time, a phantom with his hands behind his back appeared on the altar, and the primordial spirit's power was boiling like a vast ocean, constantly rolling and surging around. Kenzu. The life fires of several patriarchs who went to the land of great battle have been extinguished. Wanjian School's sect master braced himself and said. The extinguishment of the life fires symbolized the complete fall, and even the divine sense did not escape. Wanjian School's sect master said this. The phantom with his hands behind his back fell silent. Even he felt that something was wrong. After a moment, the phantom with his hands behind his back said, "How is the preparation of the sword heart body?" Reporting to Kanzu, the patriarchs found a sword heart body in the land of great battle not long ago, and have already sent it to Wanjian School. Wanjian School's sect master hesitated for a moment, and could not help but ask, could the fall of the patriarchs have something to do with this matter? It's no longer important. The phantom waved his hand and said slowly, "Go and prepare. In 10 days I will begin the possession." Yes. When the Wanjian School sect master heard this, his mind, which was originally flustered because of the fall of the patriarchs, suddenly calmed down. As long as Kanzu could be reborn and recover his strength, the deterrence he brought would definitely be far stronger than the patriarchs at the peak of the myth realm. Thinking of this, the Wanjian School sect master quickly left the altar. After returning to the main hall, the Wanjian School sect master settled down and began to think. The patriarchs are all at the peak of the myth realm. To be able to kill the patriarchs, could it be that the other high sects joined forces? The Wanjian School sect master frowned. However, he didn't care too much about it. It didn't matter which of the major sects were secretly plotting against the Myriad Sword sect. Once the Sword Ancestor woke up and walked out of the Myriad Sword sect, all of their schemes would be reduced to nothing under the absolute power of the Sword Ancestor. Chapter 273. Wanjian School was one of the great overseas sections. Even if it had a shallow foundation and was ranked at the bottom among the many great overseas sects, it was still a great sect. Furthermore, the 10,000 Swords Taoist was a land immortal of swordsmanship who once dominated the overseas martial world for 500 years with unparalleled might. If not for the fact that no other land immortals emerged after the 10,000 Swords Taoist, Wanjian School would not be ranked at the bottom of the overseas martial world's great sections. After all, a land immortal would have a great impact on a great sect. Not only could land immortals live for thousands of years, the means they left behind would benefit generations to come. For example, Kanzu had coincidentally obtained the 10,000 Swords Taoist legacy over 1,000 years ago, which allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds, eventually evolving his Yuan spirit and becoming invincible overseas for an era. Meanwhile, as Wanjian School's sect master kept issuing orders to make preparations for Kanzu's possession, the atmosphere in Wanjian School gradually became tense. Many Wanjian School disciples were at a loss as to what to do, unsure of what was going on. Have you heard? Several of Wanjian School's patriarchs who went to the battlefield have all fallen. A Wanjian School disciple lowered his voice. Several disciples who happened to pass by when the Wanjian School's patriarch's life flames were extinguished saw it with their own eyes. Moreover, the Wanjian School's sect master knew that Kanzu was about to fully awaken, which was why he did not suppress the news. That was because the Wanjian School's sect master believed that the fall of the patriarchs must have been caused by the other great sects working together. Even if he suppressed the news, those great sects would definitely spread the news anyway. If that was the case, why not go all the way and admit it openly? On the other hand, the Wanjian School's sect master believed that Kanzu was about to awaken. Even if there were twice as many patriarchs who had fallen, as long as Kanzu was still alive, the Wanjian School would still stand tall in the overseas martial world. When the news of the fall of several peak myth realm patriarchs spread in Wanjian School, all the Wanjian School disciples were in an uproar. What exactly is going on in the land of great struggle? First the disciples, then the elders, and then the ancestors. They all fell there. Could it be that the land of great struggle is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? Some of the Wanjian School's disciples looked terrified and uneasy, inwardly rejoicing that they had not gone to the battlefield together. Although the fighting in the martial arts world overseas was fierce, as long as they were careful, no one would dare to offend them. However, the great battlefield was different. Only a short period of time had passed, yet the ancestors were already gone. It was simply inconceivable. Our sect's Kanzu is about to wake up. At that time, it will be the time for our Wanjian School to sweep across the sky and suppress the world. Another disciple sneered and said that the Sword Ancestor was about to be born. In fact, this was also deliberately arranged by the sect master of Wanjian School. The fall of several ancestors was definitely an unprecedented blow to Wanjian School. At this time, Wanjian school needed to revitalize the morale of the disciples. In the eyes of the sect master of Wanjian school, nothing could boost the morale of the disciples of Wanjian school more than Kunzu's awakening. Even though more than 1,000 years had passed, Kunzu's reputation was still spread among the disciples of Wanjian school. Not only Wanjian school but many of the major sects overseas would not ignore Kunzu. A peak myth realm expert who had transformed into a primordial spirit was definitely one of the few powerhouses below the earth immortal. Kunzu has awakened? Is Kunzu still alive? Of course. Kunzu has transformed into a primordial spirit and got rid of the shackles of his physical body. Although he may not live forever, it is easy for him to live for 1 or 2,000 years. Countless disciples of Wanjian school were excited. Their hearts, which had been filled with fear and uneasiness because of the fall of several peak myth realm ancestors, were suddenly swept away. Our Wanjian school's ancestors have fallen in the battle. We have to take revenge. When Kunzu wakes up, we will go and beg Kunzu to take revenge. Yes, Kunzu will definitely be able to make the decision for us. All the disciples of Wanjian school were full of confidence. The fall of several peak myth realm ancestors was indeed shocking. However, every disciple of Wanjian school worshipped Kunzu. They believed that no matter how strong the person who did it was, as long as Kunzu made a move, everything would be turned into powder. With the passage of time, the news that Kunzu was about to be born spread out of Wanjian school and reached the ears of many upper sects and other itinerant cultivators. Just as many overseas martial artists were talking about it, Su Qin had quietly arrived at the overseas martial arts world. Above the ocean, Su Qin was stepping on a reed and was rushing towards the sea. Su Qin didn't know where Wanjian school was overseas or how to get there. However, Su Qin only needed to lock onto Li Wan's chi with the Eye of Truth and then move in this direction. This lightness skill created by Bodhidharma is quite interesting. It can achieve extreme speed without consuming a trace of true essence and divine sense. Su Qin thought to himself as he stood on the reeds. The lightness skill he was using at the moment was the lightness skill created by Patriarch Bodhidharma of Shaolin Temple. At first, Su Qin didn't think much of this lightness skill. After all, as long as he entered the myth realm, he could fly and travel in the air. How could the lightness skill be compared with the lightness skill? However, when Su Qin rushed overseas, he suddenly had an idea. He directly found a reed and crossed the endless sea. The result made Su Qin quite happy. The lightness skill, completely depended on Su Qin's realm, and it didn't consume any energy. Although for Su Qin, with the huge amount of true essence in his body, even if he kept flying in the air, the consumption could be recovered in an instant. However, consumption and no consumption were two completely different things. With the help of the endless power of water in the sea, it adds fuel to the fire. It seems that I have underestimated this lightness skill. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Not long after he entered the Shaolin Temple, he obtained this lightness skill from signing in at the scripture pavilion, but Su Qin had only used it a few times. The Shaolin Temple was deep in the mainland. Not to mention the sea, there were only a few rivers. In addition, before Su Qin entered the Venerable Arhat, the number of times he left the Shaolin Temple could be counted on one hand, so he didn't need this harsh lightness skill. I'm almost overseas. I can already feel that the chi of heaven and earth is gradually rising. Su Qin crossed dozens of hundreds of nautical miles with his hands behind his back. One island after another flashed in front of him in an instant. No wonder there are so many mythical warriors overseas, and even earth immortals can be born. In such an environment with abundant chi of heaven and earth, as long as the body is not born with defects, it is only a matter of time before one enters the 9th grade. Su Qin's expression was a little emotional. Even in the Empire of Tang, where the tide of vitality had begun to recover, only 3 or 4 out of 10 people had the chance to become a martial artist. As for the remaining 6 or 7, they still could not produce inner strength. How could it be as good as overseas where everyone could become a martial artist? It is said that the cultivation environment overseas is not even a remote corner compared to the heyday of the last tide of vitality recovery. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated as he thought silently. We should be arriving at Wanjian school soon. Su Qin's heart skipped a beat as he kept track of Li Wan's chi through the Eye of Truth. Since the establishment of Wanjian school, there have only been 2 people who could threaten me. One is the 10,000 Swords Taoist from more than 4,000 years ago, an Earth Immortal of the Sword Tao. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. An Earth Immortal was already terrifying enough, and an Earth Immortal of the Sword Tao who was good at killing was even more unimaginably powerful. Be that as it may, in Su Qin's eyes, the 10,000 Swords Taoist was the least threatening. After more than 4,000 years, the 10,000 Swords Taoist would have died of old age no matter how capable he was, and was not a cause for concern. The second is Kanzu from more than 1900 years ago, who had evolved his primordial spirit and was known as Wanjian School's most talented student after the 10,000 Swords Taoist. Su Qin narrowed his eyes. Kanzu was certainly a peerless genius, but it was a pity that he could not break through the earth immortal bottleneck in the end. Logically speaking, most pinnacle myths could only slumber for 1,000 years at most, even if they used a self-sealing secret technique to hibernate. However, Kanzu had evolved his primordial spirit, and with the power of his primordial spirit he could live for a little longer, almost 2,000 years. Moreover, Su Qin had heard that Wanjian School had taken Li Wan away when he slew the elders of the Wanjian School. It was so that Kanzu could awaken and find a physical body that could hold his primordial spirit. That was why Su Qin was certain that Kanzu was still lingering at death's door in the depths of Wanjian School. Now, it seems that the Devil Buddha's talent is peerless. He had just reached Venerable Arhat's tier, and yet he was able to create the great demonic will-split parasite, enduring for 900 years with the feeble divine will of a first-tier Arhat. Su Qin was in awe. He had a feeling that if Arhat Pao had not seen things go wrong and did not hesitate to seal the Devil Buddha at all costs, the Shaolin Temple would have been destroyed long ago. Moreover, the entire continent would have fallen under the Devil Buddha's rule. Just as Su Qin was deep in thought. One after another, the aura of martial artists gathered from all directions. These martial artists' auras were mixed. The weakest ones were only in the middle and upper realms, while the strongest ones had even stepped into the myth realm. What's going on? Su Qin frowned slightly. His huge divine will swept in all directions. After a while, a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Is this the time when Wanjian School is recruiting disciples? Su Qin touched his chin. Through the coverage of his divine will just now, Su Qin easily knew the purpose of this group of people gathering at Wanjian School. In fact, it was not only Wanjian School but also the other great sects, in order to maintain fresh blood in the sect, would recruit disciples from all over the sea every once in a while. And this was also the golden age of the overseas martial arts world. After all, once one joined a great sect, not only would one be able to receive guidance in martial arts cultivation, but they would also be protected by the sect. There were countless benefits. Suddenly, at this moment, Su Qin slowly raised his head and looked at the island that was hundreds of miles in size in front of him, as well as the 9 faintly discernible sword peaks in the depths of the island. He had arrived at Wanjian School. Chapter 274. The island where Wanjian School was located was also known as the 10,000 Swords Island. It spanned hundreds of miles and could easily accommodate millions of living beings. It was rumored that the 10,000 Swords Island was originally a small island that spanned several miles, but the 10,000 Swords Taoist had used his profound powers to fill the sea and create land, turning the island into the vast 10,000 Swords Island that now spanned hundreds of miles and resembled a small continent. Aside from that, the 10,000 Swords Island was naturally filled with faintly discernible sword will. It was a trick left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist, allowing any cultivator of the sword to gain enlightenment on the island with twice the result with half the effort. The 10,000 Swords Taoist is truly impressive. Su Qin looked at the entire 10,000 Swords Island. Through the eye of truth, he could see that the island had seemingly turned into a divine sword that would cut through the heavens. What a pity! Su Qin shook his head slightly as he leisurely stepped onto the island. Despite the 10,000 Swords Taoist's godly abilities, he ultimately could not overcome the limits of Shouyuan's lifespan. Compared to legends, earthly immortals had an exuberant physique and blood that not even a self-sealing secret technique could stop the loss of blood. Unless they obtained a rare treasure that could extend their lifespan, such as an immortal fruit like the peach of immortality, they would have a hard time living past 1,000 years. Su Qin found that the island was actually quite lively after he set foot on it. One after another, martial artists from all over the overseas martial world gathered at the White Jade Square in front of the island. Soon after Su Qin set foot on the island, a white-robed man asked with a smile, "Are you here to join Wanjian School as well, sir?" Beside the man in a white robe, there was also a young girl in her early 20s. At this moment, the young girl was looking at Su Qin curiously. Su Qin ignored the white-robed man as his profound divine will slowly spread and shrouded the entire 10,000 Swords Island. Although Su Qin could ascertain that Li Wan was on the 10,000 Swords Island through the eye of truth, It could only observe his aura. As for confirming Li Wan's physical condition at this time, such as whether he was unconscious or injured, he needed to use his divine sense to do so. As the headquarters of the Wanjian school, the myriad Sword Island was protected by countless heaven and earth great arrays. Even though Su Qin's divine sense was all-pervasive, it would still take some time for it to reach Li Wan's location. It was precisely because of this that Su Qin did not immediately make a move. When the white-robed man saw that Su Qin did not speak, he immediately apologized. "I was rash." Then the white-robed man took the initiative to explain his reason and purpose for coming here. According to the white-robed man, his name was He Mingyan, and the young girl next to him was his sister, He Qingling. Both of them came from a sect called the Origin Transformation Sect. Unlike the Wanjian school, which was one of the top sects overseas, the Origin Transformation Sect was only a small sect. It had only been around for a few hundred years, and the strongest person that came out of it was only at the third heaven. This time, He Mingyan and He Qingling came to the Wanjian school mainly because He Mingyan noticed that his sister's talent in Sword Dao was good. However, the Origin Transformation Sect was not good at Sword Dao. Therefore, He Qingling was sent to the 10,000 Swords Island and wanted her to enter the Wanjian school. Wanjian school was one of the top sects overseas in Sword Dao. If He Qingling could really enter the school, she would definitely not waste her talent in Sword Dao. It's a pity that my martial Dao foundation has already been established. Even if I really enter the Wanjian school, I can only be an outer disciple at most. I will never be able to touch the true inheritance of the Wanjian school. He Mingyan sighed softly. Although martial Dao was prosperous in the overseas martial Dao world, there were not many inheritances that could lead one to the land immortals. Only the top sects had such a foundation. Is that so? Su Qin did not comment. Wanjian school's martial Dao was indeed unique. However, in Su Qin's opinion, it was just SOSO. He casually threw a few martial Dao manuals in the East Palace for the family Su and the others to study. They were not inferior to the various martial Dao manuals in Wanjian school. He Mingyan was obviously a chatterbox. When he saw that Su Qin did not believe him, he immediately explained, "Once you become an inner disciple of Wanjian school, you can cultivate the divine sword technique. Once you cultivate the divine sword technique to completion, you can smoothly enter the sixth heaven mythical realm." He Mingyan's tone revealed a hint of envy. Even the strongest person in the Origin Transformation Sect was only a third heaven mythical realm. He was far from the sixth heaven mythical realm. And if you become a core disciple of Wanjian school, you will have the opportunity to learn the 10,000 Swords mantra. The 10,000 Swords mantra is the fundamental mantra of Wanjian school. It can't be taught to non-core disciples. It is said that it was left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist. He Mingyan suddenly lowered his voice and said softly, "Also, as far as I know, Wanjian school's recruitment this time is different from previous years." "Brother, what's the difference?" Before Su Qin could say anything, He Mingyan's sister, He Qingling, asked curiously. "I only heard about this, but it should be true," He Mingyan said softly. "I'm afraid that the Kanzu of Wanjian school is about to wake up." "That's the Kanzu from more than 1,000 years ago." He Mingyan couldn't hide the awe on his face. "If you enter Wanjian school at this time and are valued by Kanzu, wouldn't you soar to the sky in the future? At Kanzu's level, even if it was just a little benefit, it would be enough to benefit an ordinary mythical warrior for life. Not to mention, Kanzu's position in Wanjian school was second only to the 10,000 Swords Taoist. If Kanzu valued someone, the entire Wanjian school would definitely teach that person everything. Is Kanzu powerful? Yi Qingling seemed to understand. She was still young and it was her first time leaving the Origin Transformation Sect. Naturally, she didn't know about Kanzu's reputation. Is more than powerful. He Mingyan's eyes widened. More than 1,000 years ago, Kanzu was once a powerful force overseas. Even a top sect like Dao Yi sect didn't dare to provoke them. Don't you think it's powerful? So it's that powerful? The girl He Qingling nodded. She might not have heard of Kanzu, and she didn't know about Kanzu's reputation. However, when Dao Yi sect was mentioned, the girl immediately understood Kanzu's position. Dao Yi sect had been passed down since the Vitality Recovery era. Even the land immortals who ruled over everything couldn't destroy Dao Yi sect. How powerful was that? No matter how ignorant the girl He Qingling was, she had heard of Dao Yi sect. Although Dao Yi sect didn't want to provoke Kanzu, it didn't mean that they couldn't deal with Kanzu. However, it also meant that Dao Yi sect had to pay a price if they wanted to kill Kanzu. "Brother, why did Kanzu wake up now?" The girl He Qingling couldn't help but ask. When He Mingyan heard this, his expression sank. He hesitated for a moment, lowered his voice again and quickly said, "I heard that a few ancestors of Wanjian school went to the battlefield and died." After He Mingyan finished speaking, there was still a trace of fear on his face. The 10,000 Sword sect was a major sect, and the sect's patriarch was at least a pinnacle legend. Now that several of them had fallen, if the Sword ancestor continued to sleep, the entire 10,000 Sword sect would be in turmoil. "I don't know which powerful powerhouse killed a few ancestors of Wanjian school." He Mingyan shook his head and exclaimed. One had to know that the other party didn't just kill a few ancestors of Wanjian school. He also stepped on Wanjian school. It was equivalent to declaring war on a high sect like Wanjian school that had been passed down for 4,000 to 5,000 years. Not many people had such courage in the martial arts world overseas for thousands of years. "That's right. Your Excellency, did you come to Wanjian Island this time to join the school?" He Mingyan sighed for a while, then thought of something. He looked at Su Qin and asked tentatively. The reason why he looked for Su Qin for a chat was not purely to chat. Among all the people in the White Jade Square, Su Qin gave him the strangest feeling. He Mingyan couldn't even feel a trace of aura from Su Qin. It was as if he was an ordinary person who didn't know martial arts. But how was this possible? Could an ordinary person cross the sea and come to Wanjian Island? Join Wanjian school? Su Qin smiled slightly and didn't say anything. How could a mere Wanjian school be worthy of him joining? Su Qin came this time to prepare to destroy Wanjian school, a high sect that had been passed down for 4,000 years. If He Mingyan knew Su Qin's purpose, he would probably kneel down on the spot. Just as He Mingyan was about to continue speaking, a few figures suddenly appeared in the depths of Wanjian school. These figures stepped on long swords and flew toward the White Jade Square at high speed, as if they were the sword immortals of legends. The elders of Wanjian school are here. Many martial artists who had been waiting in the White Jade Square for a long time were excited. They bowed deeply to the elders of Wanjian school who were stepping on long swords and said loudly, "Greetings, elders." Even He Mingyan and He Qingling, the two siblings, also bowed respectfully and followed the others' voices and shouted. For a moment, everyone in the White Jade Square bowed their heads. Su Qin was still standing among the crowd. He didn't move at all and suddenly became very conspicuous. The elders of Wanjian school frowned. In their opinion, Wanjian school allowed Su Qin and the others to step on Wanjian Island. It was already a great kindness. However, Su Qin didn't know how to be grateful. Instead, he just stood there without any respect. It was ridiculous. As the gazes of the 10,000 Sword sect's elders fell upon Su Qin, the martial practitioners on the White Jade Plaza immediately realized what had happened. Still, most of the martial artists were gloating over Su Qin's misfortune. Since they were all here, they were in a competitive relationship to begin with. Now that Su Qin had offended an elder of the 10,000 Sword sect, it could be said that it was impossible for him to enter the 10,000 Sword sect. Now that they had one less competitor, they couldn't be happier. However, He Mingyan and He Qingling, who were the closest to Su Qin, turned pale. He Mingyan wanted to remind Su Qin. However, under the gaze of the elders of Wanjian school, He Mingyan only felt that his qi and blood were suppressed. Even his heartbeat gradually slowed down. He didn't dare to say anything. "Who are you? Do you know the rules of Wanjian school?" An elder of Wanjian school looked at Su Qin with a trace of coldness on his face. This elder of Wanjian school had made up his mind to expel Su Qin from Wanjian Island later to show the dignity of Wanjian school. However, at this moment, I finally found him. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He shrouded the area with his divine thought and finally confirmed the location of Li Wan. Then, Su Qin raised his head and glanced at the elders of Wanjian school. He said casually, "I'm not here to enter Wanjian school. I'm here to find someone." As soon as he said this, everyone on the scene was slightly stunned. They never would have thought that Su Qin had not come here to join the 10,000 Sword sect, but to look for someone? Even the elders of Wanjian school frowned. "Who the hell are you? Who are you looking for in Wanjian school?" Su Qin shook his head slightly and didn't answer. Just as the elders of the 10,000 Sword sect were getting impatient, Su Qin suddenly took a step forward and shouted toward the 9 sword peaks in the depths of Wanjian Island. "Kanzu, get out here." When he uttered the first word, sword, it was still normal, but when he uttered the second word, Kanzu, his tone suddenly rose. When he uttered the fifth word, I, the sound waves were rolling. Even the elders of Wanjian school felt dizzy and didn't know what to do. When he uttered the last word, come, It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking, as if thunder exploded in their ears. The elders of Wanjian school were bleeding from their 7 orifices. They looked at Su Qin as if they had seen a ghost. Chapter 275. Deep within the 10,000 Swords Island. 9,000-foot sword peaks stood erect there. It was said that the 10,000 Swords Taoist had left them behind over 4,000 years ago, and that they were connected to the entire 10,000 Swords Island. The sword chi that permeated the island originated from those 9 sword peaks. It was said that the 10,000 Swords Taoist had hidden part of his legacy within those 9 sword peaks before he left Wanjian school in his later years, and anyone who could comprehend it would become a disciple of the 10,000 Swords Taoist. It was a pity that Kanzu was the only one who had touched the legacy within the 9 sword peaks in the last 5,000 years, rising to the heavens and becoming known as Kanzu. Meanwhile, at the center of the 9 sword peaks and several miles underground, there was a dark dungeon. The dungeon was divided into 12 floors, with mysterious black patterns appearing in every corner. Vaguely, a frightening suppressive force permeated every inch of space. Apart from that, 12 pitch-black longswords were holding down each floor of the dungeon. There were 9 people in those 12 floors of dungeon. There were both men and women, but without exception, all of them had disheveled hair and a withered aura. The only exception was the lowest floor of the dungeon, where a young girl who exuded an air of nobility was frowning as she sat there, fiddling with the dungeon as if trying to escape. That young girl was Li Wan. She had been thrown here after being captured by Wanjian school. Perhaps because she was about to be possessed by Kanzu, the people of Wanjian school did not dare to do anything to Li Wan. Aside from the lack of freedom, Wanjian school did its best to fulfill all of Li Wan's requests. Don't bother, little girl. This is the black abyss built by Wanjian school. There's no way you can escape. Just as Li Wan kept looking around the dungeon, an old voice could be heard nearby. Li Wan raised her head to look, only to see an old man with white hair and a beard speaking in the dungeon above. Senior. I have to leave, Li Wan said seriously. After disappearing for so many days, Li Wan didn't even need to think to know that the Emperor of Tang and the others were probably looking for him all over the world. I have to leave? The white-haired old man grinned. If one were to look closely, they would discover that there were 2 black chains running through the shoulders of this white-haired old man. Misty and complicated patterns were continuously spreading along the black chains into the old man's body, suppressing his vitality. Since I've already been locked in here, I won't have the chance to leave until I die of old age. Why must I leave? Although the white-haired old man was smiling as he spoke, there was a trace of bone-deep despair in his tone. Ye old thing, don't talk so much. Which one of us didn't look for a way out like this little girl when we were first locked in? Suddenly a hoarse voice sounded. Li Wan raised her head and continued to look. She saw an old woman 1 floor above her speaking with difficulty. If Li Wan's dungeon was on the bottom 12 floors, then the white-haired old man was on the 11th floor, and the old woman was on the 10th floor. That's right. The white-haired old man smiled and said no more. Even if I can't escape, third uncle will save me. Li Wan was silent for a while and said in a low voice. Save you? Perhaps the white-haired old man had been locked up for too long. He actually explained to Li Wan, I don't know who your third uncle is. But this dungeon is a place where Wanjian school detains very important enemies. The white-haired old man sneered as he said this. If he didn't have a big secret that Wanjian school desperately wanted to know, he would have been dead long ago. How could he still be alive now? In fact, the 8 people locked up in the Black Abyss were all like this. If they didn't have some kind of irreplaceable value, how could Wanjian school still keep them? The entire dungeon is made of North Sea dark iron, which innately suppresses true essence and divine sense. If an ordinary legend stays here, even if they do nothing, their strength will be suppressed. It's good enough to maintain 50% of their combat power. The old man with white hair and beard continued to speak slowly. North Sea dark iron. Li Wan's face was thoughtful. Although he didn't know what North Sea dark iron was, he did feel that his internal force was suppressed since he was locked in this dungeon. In addition to the North Sea dark iron, there are at least dozens of heaven and earth great arrays on the entire dungeon. Each heaven and earth great array is full of extreme suppression power. If you dare to walk out of the floor you belong to, all the heaven and earth great arrays will be activated in an instant, and the consequences, tsk. The white-haired Lao Dao warrior shook his head. Even if you are really lucky and escape from the dungeon, escape the suppression of North Sea dark iron and heaven and earth great array, But outside of the dungeon? At that, the white-haired old man looked up at the sky. Outside of the dungeon are the 9,000-foot sword peaks of Wanjian School. These 9 sword peaks were personally left by the 10,000 swords Taoist, faintly forming a great array that suppresses everything. The white-haired old man leaned back slightly. Who could escape a heaven and earth great array left behind by a terrestrial immortal? Who could stop it? The white-haired old man finished speaking unhurriedly, and looked at Li Wan again. Little girl, now tell me, can that third uncle of yours still save you? The white-haired old man knew very well what Li Wan was thinking. When they were first locked in here, their thoughts were more or less the same as Li Wan's. Li Wan said nothing. Now, she was no longer the princess of the Empire of Tang who had just stepped onto the path of martial arts and didn't know anything. Although Li Wan didn't understand much of what the white-haired old man had just said, it was clear that the old man was very certain that no one could save her. Little girl, I'm telling you. Unless it's a true immortal, no one could. The white-haired old man was about to speak. Suddenly, that was when a thunderous boom resounded through the prison like a thunderclap. It traveled 100 li and passed through the mountains to echo through the prison. In an instant, everyone in the dungeon clearly heard this voice. However, before anyone could react, a voice rang out. Get the hell out here. 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 The voice was like divine thunder from the 9 heavens. It didn't weaken at all even if it traveled hundreds of miles, and instead became even more deafening and mighty as it echoed endlessly. That's... The white-haired old man who had been making a solemn vow was left gaping, just as the others in the dungeon abruptly opened their eyes, dumbfounded. Who could that person be? The old woman on the 10th floor of the dungeon was in disbelief, almost thinking that she was hallucinating. How could they have imagined that there would be a day when someone would actually ask Kenzu to get out here? Who was Kenzu? He was the most powerful person in Wanjian School after the 10,000 Swords Taoist, and had even comprehended the secrets of the 9 sword peaks and was the 10,000 Swords Taoist disciple. Who in the entire overseas would dare to ask such a person to get out here? While the others in the dungeon were trembling in fear, the white-haired old man on the 11th floor noticed the change in Li Wan's expression. Little girl, do you recognize that voice? The white-haired old man couldn't help asking. That voice. Li Wan confirmed it several times before carefully saying, it sounds like my third uncle. At those words, everyone was left dumbstruck, unable to react for a long time. Meanwhile, on the white jade square at the entrance of the Thousand Swords Island, when Su Qin shouted, Kenzu to get out here, the entire Thousand Swords Island was in an uproar. The perception of a myth warrior was extremely sharp. Almost at the same time, countless figures rushed down from the 9 sword peaks in the depths of the Thousand Swords Island. He Mingyin's body was still bent, and he looked up at Su Qin in shock. At this moment, although Su Qin was still standing there, he no longer restrained his aura. The terrifying aura spread wildly, almost standing side by side with the 9 sword peaks. You, who the hell are you? Several of the Wanjian School's elders who were recruiting disciples were even more frightened. Their expressions were horrified and their legs were trembling. They directly knelt on the ground with a plop. And at this moment, the Wanjian School sect master and many elders, and even several old ancestors who were in deep sleep, were all alarmed and rushed to the White Jade Square. In less than a moment, these people came to the White Jade Square and stared at Su Qin as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Although Su Qin did not show any strength from beginning to end, and only shouted that sentence, no one on the scene dared to underestimate Su Qin. The Thousand Swords Island was covered with heaven and earth great arrays, but Su Qin's voice passed through countless heaven and earth great arrays. Even the 9 sword peaks could not stop him. How could he be an ordinary person? Your Excellency humiliated us like this. Do you really think that there is no one in our Wanjian School? The Wanjian School's sect master stared at Su Qin and said in a deep voice. In fact, what Su Qin did was more than just humiliate them. He simply crushed Wanjian School under his feet. In front of countless disciples of Wanjian School, he openly asked Kenzu to get out. He had already made an irreconcilable enemy of Wanjian School. If it weren't for Su Qin's roar that made the Wanjian School sect master feel surprised, countless disciples of Wanjian School would have surrounded and killed Su Qin by now. Humiliate. Su Qin chuckled. When the Wanjian School sect master saw Su Qin's expression, his thoughts quickly changed. The top legends in the overseas martial arts world in the past 2,000 years kept flashing through his mind. But in the end, the Wanjian School sect master gained nothing, because he found that Su Qin seemed to have never appeared in the overseas martial arts world at all. "Your Excellency, what do you want to do?" The Wanjian school's sect master suppressed the anger in his heart and said word by word. "I don't need you to do it." Su Qin shook his head slightly. He had already locked onto Li Wan's specific location with his divine thoughts. Now he only needed to sweep through Wanjian school and bring Li Wan out. "I'll do it myself." As soon as Su Qin finished speaking, he took a step forward, raised his right hand, and slammed it down toward the Wanjian school sect master and the others. Rumble. The terrifying qi of heaven and earth kept vibrating and converging into a giant palm that quickly pressed down on the entire Wanjian island. "How dare you!" Before the Wanjian school sect master could speak, several ancestors who had already woken up and were hiding in the dark flew into a rage. Their minds merged with the layers of killing formations on the Wanjian island to block the giant palm that covered the sky. Rumble. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, layers of killing formations rose into the sky, constantly evolving, merging and flashing, blocking the giant palm. However, as soon as the two came into contact, the killing formations began to vibrate and finally collapsed under the suppression of the giant palm. This is... The expressions of the several ancestors of Wanjian school who tried to block the attack changed drastically. Chapter 276. On the Myriad Sword Island. On the White Jade Square. Several patriarchs of Wanjian school who had just woken up from a deep sleep were shocked. Although the killing formation they had used just now was only at the edge of the Myriad Sword Island and was far inferior to the core killing formation, it was more than enough to block an ordinary peak myth. Although Su Qin was powerful, he could not ignore these killing formations. "This man is very strong," a patriarch on the right shouted in a low voice. His mind continued to merge with the countless heaven and earth formations on the Myriad Sword Island, madly using the power of the heaven and earth formation to wear down the giant palm. In the end, under the collision of the endless power of the heaven and earth formation, the giant palm that Su Qin casually slapped down finally dissipated. The master of Wanjian school and the others breathed a sigh of relief. If they had continued to let the giant palm hit them, they did not know if the patriarchs could survive, but a myth of the sixth heaven like him would definitely die. "Disciples of Wanjian school, listen to my order." The patriarch on the right looked solemn, and his voice spread to the ears of all the disciples of Wanjian school nearby. "Set up the Myriad Sword formation." Yes. Countless disciples of Wanjian school suddenly came to their senses. Su Qin had caused too much of a commotion just now. His shout spread throughout the entire Myriad Sword Island, and many disciples of Wanjian school naturally rushed over early. Rumble. Countless disciples of Wanjian school stepped on the Big Dipper and stood in different positions. They vaguely drew the power of the formation on the entire Myriad Sword Island, forming a terrifying pressure that enveloped Su Qin. In an instant, Su Qin felt the world around him change. To his surprise, he discovered that he had left the Myriad Sword Island and arrived in a vast void. Around him there were 10,000 divine swords surrounding him. The terrifying sharpness of these swords seemed to pierce through the void. The Myriad Sword formation was left by Master Kanzu Wan. It can mobilize the infinite power of heaven and earth on the entire Myriad Sword Island. This man has fallen into this formation and probably won't be able to come out for a while. When the Wanjian school master saw this scene, he finally felt relieved. Although the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation was not the most powerful killing formation in Wanjian school, it was definitely the most complicated formation in Wanjian school. It included thousands of formations such as Maze formation, Seal formation, Killing formation, and so on. Those who fell into it, even if they were pinnacle myths, would have their 5 skandhas bewildered and would be extremely difficult to deal with. 3,000 years ago, the Shaman King of Witchcraft barged into my Wanjian school and was trapped by the 10,000 Swords to Ruin formation for a while, let alone others. A smile appeared on a Wanjian school elder's face. Witchcraft was also a powerful overseas sect. However, witchcraft had a much longer history than Wanjian school. It was a terrifying sect that had been passed down since the last Vitality Tide era. As for the Witch King, he was an earth immortal who came out of witchcraft. When the Witch King attained the Tao, he traveled overseas and visited most of the major sects, including Wanjian school. Just as many people in Wanjian school were whispering to each other. Inside the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation, Su Qin's expression was still calm, as if the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation in front of him was like a thin piece of paper that would shatter at the slightest touch. In fact, for Su Qin, under the observation of the Eye of Truth, most of the heaven and earth formations in the world were no secret to him. Even the heaven and earth formation set up by a pinnacle earth immortal like Lord Donghai could be broken by Su Qin, let alone the formation in front of him. Why aren't you making a move? Su Qin raised his eyebrows. He originally wanted to wait for Kenzu to make a move, but now it seemed that Kenzu had no intention of making a move. Otherwise, he would have appeared when Su Qin slapped his palm. In that case, I'll kill you until you make a move. There was an inexplicable vortex slowly rotating in the depths of Su Qin's pupils. In an instant, the vast void in front of him peeled off layer by layer, and he returned to the Thousand Swords Island again. However, although Su Qin got rid of the illusory formation, the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation was not just an illusory formation. The pressure that permeated every inch of the air was still there. Break! Su Qin's eyes were calm. He raised his right hand and grabbed at a certain spot. Suddenly, dozens of divine swords held by Wanjian School's disciples collapsed, and these Wanjian School's disciples vomited blood and flew backward. This was because Su Qin's power was only directed at the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation. Otherwise, these Wanjian School's disciples would not only vomit blood, but also be completely turned into powder and dissipated from the world. However, even if Su Qin held back, these Wanjian School's disciples who flew backward had completely lost their combat power and were lying unconscious on the ground. Rumble. The rest of the 10,000 divine swords surrounding Su Qin continued to approach, replenishing the dozens of divine swords that had just been lost. For a moment, the pressure in the formation soared again. Interesting. Su Qin raised his right hand again and directly covered thousands of divine swords. Clatter. Thousands of divine thoughts collapsed, and the entire Thousand Swords to Ruin formation suddenly began to shake. The Wanjian School sect master and several patriarchs outside saw this scene and felt their scalps tingle. Change the formation, and other disciples to replenish it. The patriarch of Wanjian School roared loudly. Once Su Qin escaped from the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation, they were not confident that they could continue to set up a new Thousand Swords to Ruin formation. For a moment, countless Wanjian School's disciples braced themselves to replenish the consumption of the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation. Unfortunately, almost every moment, a large number of Wanjian School's disciples were sent flying backward. In just a moment, the entire Thousand Swords to Ruin formation was shaking, as if a primitive divine beast was trapped inside. This is too terrifying. The martial artists who originally wanted to enter Wanjian School on the White Jade Square were stunned and trembling as they looked at the scene in front of them. They were not far from Su Qin, and naturally, they were also enveloped by the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation. However, before they could react, they saw that Su Qin was like a god of creation. His every move shook the void, and the tens of thousands of divine swords that were guarding the area quickly dissipated like dust. Just now, I just went up to befriend him. He Mingyan swallowed his saliva and looked at Su Qin as if he was looking at a real immortal god. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that one day, he would be able to speak with someone like Su Qin, who had single-handedly fought against the Wanjian house. All disciples set up the formation. Those who disobey will be expelled from Wanjian School. The great ancestor of Wanjian School looked extremely ugly and still quickly ordered. The Thousand Swords to Ruin formation could draw the power of the formation on the entire Thousand Swords Island. In terms of energy intensity, it was comparable to dozens of peak myths. If even the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation could not withstand it, then these great ancestors who had just woken up and were still a little weak in chi and blood would not be able to withstand it. The sect master of Wanjian School next to him saw the disciples of Wanjian School flying backward and his eyes turned red. These disciples were the fresh blood of Wanjian School and symbolized the future of Wanjian School. Now they were flying backward like stones and it was unknown whether they were alive or dead. It was simply breaking the foundation of Wanjian School. Perhaps it could not be seen in a short period of time. With these level 5 and level 6 myths and the great ancestors, even if some disciples were missing, it was not a big deal at all. But what about hundreds or thousands of years later? What about when their generation died of old age? If there were no myths of the same level to take over Wanjian School, the outcome would be unimaginable. Troublesome. Sensing that countless disciples of Wanjian School were rushing forward one after another, even Su Qin was a little impatient. After all, the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation gathered the power of the entire Thousand Swords Island. Even Su Qin's strength was affected when he was trapped here. At least, his killing move, which could sink an island with one blow, was infinitely weakened. Of course. With Su Qin's strength, if he was given time, he could indeed kill all the disciples of Wanjian school, but it would take at least half an hour. How could Su Qin waste time on these disciples of Wanjian school? Thinking of this, Su Qin stopped directly. He looked up at the sky as if he was sensing something. What is he going to do? When the sect master of Wanjian school and the great ancestors saw this scene, they breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, their hearts tightened again. Su Qin's every move just now almost overturned the entire Thousand Swords to Ruin formation. Why did he suddenly stop? However, before the people of Wanjian school could react, they heard a low and powerful voice echoing in their ears. Call the wind. As soon as the voice died away, the void suddenly froze. Thousands of miles above the sky, there was a roaring gust of wind. The wind was black and boundless. As it swept across, it immediately turned into 9 black dragons. As soon as the 9 huge black dragons were condensed, they roared to the sky together. The sound waves rolled as if they came from the 9th heaven. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the 9 huge black dragons swooped down toward the Thousand Swords Island. Buzz. It was as if a world-ending wind was blowing. Wherever the black wind passed, all living things would wither away. The Myriad Sword Sect's grand formation flickered wildly, and the entire Myriad Sword Island began to shake. Strands of power began to gather as they did their best to resist the black wind. At this moment, on the White Jade Square, the Thousand Swords to Ruin formation formed by countless disciples of Wanjian school had been quickly shattered by the black wind. Countless disciples of Wanjian school lost their vitality and turned into dried corpses in the blink of an eye. The Grand Elder of Wanjian school was dumbstruck, his heart sinking to the bottom. Su Qin had only uttered the 2 words call the wind, and it had broken the Myriad Swords to Ruin array. Even the entire Myriad Swords Island had activated their formations to resist the black wind. Clearly, the power of the black wind had reached a level where it could destroy the entire Myriad Swords Island. Otherwise, it would not have caused so many formations to shake. Retreat, all of you, retreat to the Sword Peaks. The Wanjian school sect master bellowed, holding back his heartache. At that very moment, no matter how reluctant the Wanjian school sect master was, he realized that Su Qin was not someone they could stop. Their only chance of survival was to retreat to the depths of the Thousand Swords Island, where the 9 sword peaks were. The 9 sword peaks were left behind by the 10,000 swords Taoist 4,000 years ago. Even if the power contained within had been lost over the millennia, it was not to be underestimated. At the very least, it was their only hope of stopping Su Qin. Do you think you can escape from me? Su Qin chuckled, and the endless black wind continued to wrap around his body. Even if the godly call the wind could not extinguish the vital fire of a pinnacle mythic, ordinary mythic martial artists would not be able to withstand the blow of call the wind. Just as Su Qin was about to continue using call the wind to slaughter the Wanjian school disciples, a voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the Thousand Swords Island, where the 9 sword peaks were. Enough. All of a sudden, the profound power of the primordial spirit almost engulfed the entire Thousand Swords Island, and the black wind that had been blowing without restraint slowly dissipated. Suppressed by the omnipresent power of the primordial spirit, it gradually faded into nothingness. Thud, 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 thud. A figure slowly walked out from the 9 sword peaks. You're finally out, Kenzu. Su Qin looked up, his face showing that he had already expected this. Chapter 277. Kenzu. The schoolmaster of Wanjian school and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. They bowed deeply to the figure that was slowly walking out of the 9,000-foot sword peaks and said loudly, "Greetings, Kenzu." Su Qin was so powerful that it almost repeated the scene of the Earth Immortal from witchcraft breaking into the Myriad Sword Island 3,000 years ago. One could imagine the fear in the hearts of the people from Wanjian school. However, when Kenzu appeared, the schoolmaster of Wanjian school and the several patriarchs seemed to have found their backbone. Their panicked minds immediately calmed down. Kenzu. Is that Kenzu? On the White Jade Square, many martial artists who were originally trembling suddenly became spirited and looked in the direction of the 9,000-foot sword peaks at the figure that was slowly walking out. Kenzu had a thin face and wore a loose white robe with fluttering sleeves. He did not have the aura of a martial artist at all. Instead, he looked more like an immortal. You're finally willing to come out? Su Qin did not take it seriously. He looked at Kenzu with interest. Is this the primordial spirit? In the eyes of the others present, Kenzu was a thin old man wearing a loose white robe. However, Su Qin could clearly sense that Kenzu did not have the slightest power of qi and blood in his physical body. What he displayed in front of everyone was just a primordial spirit body that had been condensed to the extreme by the power of his primordial spirit. Divine sense was already enough to interfere with reality, let alone a primordial spirit that was countless times more condensed than divine sense. Shuyuan's time is up. My physical body will die of old age. I'm not as vigorous as fellow Taoist. Kenzu sighed. Even an earth immortal will die of old age one day, let alone me. Kenzu then changed the topic and looked at Su Qin. Fellow Taoist, your aura has reached perfection. You're only one step away from transforming your primordial spirit, right? Why did you break into my Wanjian school and kill my disciples? With every word Kenzu said, the power of essence spirit surged over like an ocean, carrying a hint of doubt and confusion. For someone like Su Qin who was only one step away from transforming his primordial spirit, why didn't he go into seclusion as soon as possible to transform his primordial spirit and attempt to take that step? Why did he barge into the Wanjian school? Some time ago you took away a girl named Li Wan from Wanjian school. She is my junior and has the body of the sword heart. Su Qin looked calmly at Kenzu and said indifferently. You're willing to offend Wanjian school for a mere junior? A look of disbelief flashed across Kenzu's face, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. For people like them, who stood at the top of the world, apart from their own cultivation in higher realms, they had almost reached the level of indifference. They didn't care about the life and death of a living creature at all. For example, Kenzu. As long as the Wanjian school continued to pass on its legacy, even if thousands of ordinary disciples died or were injured, he wouldn't blink an eye. Although the body of the sword heart was rare, there were countless living creatures overseas. In addition, there were hundreds of remote continents around the sea like the land of war. There would always be a few. At most, it would take some time to find them. Although the body of the sword heart was beneficial in cultivation, it was only before the myth realm. Once one stepped into the myth realm, the gap between the body of the sword heart and other myth realm martial artists would be very small. After all, any martial artist who could enter the myth realm was not a mediocre person, even if they were not amazing. For a mere junior with the body of the sword heart, Su Qin did not hesitate to attack the 10,000 Sword Island and fight to the death with the Wanjian school. It was simply unbelievable. I'm different from you. Su Qin shook his head slightly and said softly. Whether it was the Kenzu in front of him or the other ancestors, they had lived for at least hundreds or thousands of years. Even if they had some descendants, they were many generations away. In addition, they slept all year round and had indifferent emotions. Naturally, they had no feelings. So, it was you who killed the few peak myths of my Wanjian school who went to the land of war? Kenzu narrowed his eyes slightly and said word by word. Su Qin's voice was flat and there was a trace of regret in the end. Too weak. How dare you? Kenzu's eyes quickly turned cold as he stared at Su Qin. Your Excellency not only killed the peak myths of my Wanjian school, but also broke into my 10,000 Sword Island. Do you really think there's no one in my Wanjian school? After saying that, Kenzu stretched out his right hand and slashed at Su Qin from afar. Rip. A terrifying sword light burst forth, as if a peerless divine sword had slashed down from the ninth heaven. The long swords of all the Wanjian school disciples suddenly vibrated, as if they had sensed the King of Swords. The sword light was sharp and crossed 1,000 meters in an instant, as if to cut Su Qin in two. Ling Yuan Sword Will. One of the top 10 sword wills of Wanjian school. Previously, when Su Qin killed the ancestors of Wanjian school, one of them also used this Ling Yuan sword will. But compared to the Ling Yuan sword will slashed out by Kenzu at this moment, it was as weak as a breeze. Although Kenzu was only in the form of a primordial spirit at this moment, without a physical body or true essence, the power of the primordial spirit was a kind of energy that transcended beyond. The Ling Yuan sword will slashed out with the power of the primordial spirit was enough to easily break a domain and cut off the body of a peak myth. You dare to break into Wanjian school without even transforming your primordial spirit. Today I'll let you know the power of the primordial spirit. Kenzu's body was filled with the surging power of the primordial spirit, and he looked coldly at Su Qin. Too weak. Su Qin's expression did not change and he still stood where he was. Rumble. The next moment, Su Qin's body surged like rivers colliding. The terrifying power of qi and blood soared into the sky and turned into a vast ocean covering Kenzu. Kenzu's expression froze. He only felt that the power of his primordial spirit began to slowly melt under the impact of the ocean like qi and blood. Impossible. Such majestic qi and blood. How can you have such a powerful physical body? Kenzu's face was filled with shock and disbelief. At this moment, in Kenzu's eyes, Su Qin seemed to have transformed into a furnace, releasing terrifying power of qi and blood every moment. Boom. Kenzu's Lingyuan sword will began to collapse under the constant impact of the qi and blood and turned into nothingness. Su Qin only relied on the protection of his qi and blood to block Kenzu's sword will. This was the terrifying part of the Dharma body. Su Qin's current physical body was only half a Dharma body, but he was still half a step into the Dharma body level. His qi and blood were vast and mighty, and could almost crush all the peak legends in the world who had not transformed their primordial spirit. If Su Qin's physical body improved further and completely stepped into the Dharma body level, his physical body alone would be enough to crush all the legends below the earth immortal level. A pure primordial spirit body like the Sword Ancestor only needed to stretch out his qi and blood in front of a real Dharma body to be completely washed away, leaving nothing behind. After a peak legend transformed their primordial spirit, they could certainly get rid of the limitations of their physical body. Even if they abandoned their physical body, they could still maintain most of their combat strength. However, without the nourishment of their physical body, there would still be a lot of hidden dangers. This was also the reason why Kenzu was preparing to take over a sword heart body. Only with a corresponding physical body could Kenzu exert his strongest combat strength. Unfortunately, before Kenzu could begin to take over the body, Su Qin came knocking on his door. In the face of this situation, Kenzu had to come forward to stop him. Otherwise, the entire Myriad Sword Island would probably be overturned by Su Qin. Good. Kenzu's expression was cold, and his eyes were unprecedentedly solemn. He knew that Su Qin's strength was not inferior to his. Although you haven't transformed your primordial spirit, your physical body is almost beyond the myth realm. I know why the peak legends of my Wanjian school all fell. Kenzu's tone was solemn as he enunciated each word. With the majestic qi and blood that Su Qin displayed at this moment, even if he just stood there, he would probably be able to suppress a peak legend. Ordinary peak legends did not even have the right to resist in front of Su Qin. But if you only rely on your physical body, you can't beat me, Kenzu said in a deep voice. Noisy. Su Qin did not bother to pay attention to Kenzu and said softly, "Summon the rain." In an instant, the whole world turned into nothingness. Within a radius of a few miles, crystal-clear raindrops immediately appeared. These raindrops were as red as blood, exuding a bone-chilling murderous intent. Oh no. The Sword Ancestor's expression changed drastically. He could feel what kind of power was contained in the endless raindrops that covered the sky. If these raindrops were allowed to fall, all the martial artists below the sixth heaven of Wanjian School would probably die. Block. Kenzu roared. Countless streams of primordial spirit power burst out, forming a barrier that was several miles in size, blocking all the crystal-clear raindrops outside. Platter. Countless raindrops fell and collided with the barrier formed by the primordial spirit power. The two collided and merged with each other. In the end, Kenzu barely blocked the raindrops without caring about the consumption of his primordial spirit power. In this regard, Su Qin just lightly spat out two words, "Fire come." The temperature in all directions rose rapidly. 9 huge fireballs quickly ignited, and in the blink of an eye, they grew to dozens of feet in size, like 9 great suns, overlooking the entire Myriad Sword Island. 9 suns' divine art. After Su Qin cultivated the picture of the great sun, this fire elemental divine art displayed the power to burn mountains and boil seas. Buzz. As soon as the 9 great suns formed, they enveloped Kenzu. The terrifying heat distorted the air and fell straight down, trapping Kenzu. You. Kenzu's face turned ugly. But before he finished speaking, he saw Su Qin clenching his right fist and slowly punching toward him. Thunder come? In an instant, the sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. One after another, terrifying thunderbolts flashed through the dark clouds, cutting across the sky. The aura of the purest yang shot straight into the 9th heaven. Under Kenzu's shocked gaze, Su Qin seemed to have turned into a dazzling thunderbolt. He came in front of him almost instantly, and then the fist gently imprinted on his body. Crack. Kenzu's primordial spirit body kept shaking. Cracks quickly spread to every corner of his body in the blink of an eye. Then Kenzu's right arm suddenly exploded and turned into powder. Then his left arm, right leg, left leg, head and his entire body exploded bit by bit. There were even terrifying thunderbolts lingering in them. There was dead silence. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned and couldn't believe it. Kenzu, the most powerful person in Wanjian school who had transformed his primordial spirit, was blown up by Su Qin with one punch? Chapter 278. Kenzu is dead? The few patriarchs from Wanjian school were dumbfounded. Their minds went blank. Kenzu was a peerless powerhouse who had transformed into a primordial spirit. Even if they were on the same level, it would be easy to defeat them but extremely difficult to kill them. However, Kenzu, who was considered invincible in their eyes, had been killed by Su Qin with just one punch? The rest of the Wanjian school's disciples looked ashen as they trembled. To them, Kenzu was like a god who had protected Wanjian school for more than 1,000 years. It could be said that if Kenzu had not appeared out of nowhere 1,900 years ago, Wanjian school would definitely not be in such a situation right now. Even among the high sects there were open and covert fights. If there were no patriarchs who were powerful enough to hold the fort, why would the other high sects be willing to share their overseas martial Dao resources with you? Right at that moment, one of the patriarchs from Wanjian school suddenly came to his senses and shouted, "No, Kenzu's life fire hasn't been extinguished." It turned out that when the patriarch saw Kenzu being killed, he used his divine telekinesis to scan the place where the life fire was placed in Wanjian school. He was surprised to find that Kenzu's life fire was still burning slowly. If the life fire was extinguished, it meant that the owner of the life fire had completely died. However, if the life fire continued to burn, it meant that the owner of the life fire was still alive. As expected. Not long after he said that, the primordial spirit power that was floating in every corner of Wanjian school suddenly began to gather. Eventually, it formed Kenzu's appearance again. His facial features, figure, and aura were the same as when he first appeared. It was as if Su Qin's destructive punch had not hit him at all. Kenzu is not dead. Many of the Wanjian school's disciples smiled again and became even more fanatical. Kenzu's revival did not dampen the confidence of the Wanjian school's disciples. Instead, it made them even more motivated. In the eyes of all the disciples, not only was Kenzu strong, he even possessed an undying body. How could he possibly lose to Su Qin? I have indeed underestimated you. Kenzu's white sleeves still fluttered in the wind, making him look like an immortal. I didn't expect that not only do you have a terrifying physical body, but your divine skills and killing moves are also at the peak of Myth Realm. As Kenzu spoke, he stared at Su Qin. From his point of view, Su Qin had fused at least 5 different killer moves into one. Every move he made was enough to destroy everything. However, it's a pity. No matter how strong you are, what can you do? In the end, he hasn't transformed into a primordial spirit, so he doesn't know the true terror of a primordial spirit. A smile appeared on Kenzu's face. Although he had been punched by Su Qin just now, Kenzu had also gained something at the same time. He had confirmed that Su Qin had indeed not transformed into a primordial spirit. The reason why he could unleash such a terrifying power was that the strength of his physical body and the level of his divine skills and killing moves were high enough. But this point in the eyes of the Sword Ancestor was nothing at all. Kenzu, who had transformed into a primordial spirit, was already in an invincible position in front of Su Qin because Su Qin could not kill him at all. I see. Is this the primordial spirit? Su Qin's eyes were still calm. He looked at Kenzu, who was not far away, with a thoughtful look on his face. Just now he had gathered the 5 Thunder God Fist, summoned the Rain and 9 Yang Divine Art. Even the demonic dragon of the War God Temple, who was proud of his physical body, could not withstand the punch, let alone other myths. Even if there were 10 pinnacle myths, if they dared to face Su Qin's punch head-on, their physical body would collapse. However, Kenzu was different. He had long lost his physical body and was completely a primordial spirit. As long as there was enough power of the primordial spirit, even if it was destroyed many times, it could be restored to its original state. This was also the reason why pinnacle myths who had transformed into a primordial spirit were said to be free of the shackles of the physical body. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, they would not die. I admire your strength, fellow Taoist, but that punch just now must have consumed a lot of energy, right? However, I have a primordial spirit body and can recover infinitely. You can't kill me at all. Although Kenzu's tone was light, it was full of strong confidence. Humph. In this regard, Su Qin just snorted coldly and did not care at all. Even a real Earth immortal will die, not to mention you haven't even touched the door of the earth immortal realm. How dare you claim to be immortal? Su Qin sneered. The reason why you can recover is that you have enough power of the primordial spirit to make up for the consumption. I'd like to see how many times the power of your primordial spirit can help you recover. After Su Qin finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand again and clenched his palm into a fist. In an instant, the sound of thunder resounded in the world again. A bright thunderbolt seemed to have penetrated space and appeared in front of Kanzu. This time, Kanzu was prepared. He retreated quickly, wanting to split Su Qin's attack. Unfortunately, Kanzu was too slow. Su Qin had obtained the 5 Thunder God Fist from signing in at the palace. It could bathe Su Qin in thunder and transform into thunder. At this moment, although Su Qin, who was using the 5 Thunder God Fist, was still not comparable to the speed of real thunder, it was not something Kanzu could catch. Su Qin's fist imprinted on Kanzu's body again. As if the scene just now was repeating itself, every part of Kanzu's body began to collapse and turn into dust. The second punch. Su Qin retracted his right fist and looked not far away. Once again, a large amount of primordial spirit power gathered and quickly formed Kanzu's figure. Kanzu's expression was ugly and he was about to speak. However, the next moment, before Kanzu finished speaking, he felt a pain in his chest. Su Qin had already arrived in front of him and a faint voice sounded in his ear. The third punch. Crack. Kanzu's figure collapsed quickly. Rumble. Next. The entire Myriad Sword Island was filled with the sound of thunder, as if it had turned into a sea of thunder. The fourth punch. The fifth punch. The sixth punch. The seventh punch. Kanzu's figure was constantly changing back and forth between recovery and collapse. There were even a few times when Kanzu's figure had only recovered to half of its original state before Su Qin threw a punch and it collapsed again. Many disciples of Wanjian school were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Several ancestral patriarchs even trembled all over as they looked at Kanzu, who was constantly being destroyed by Su Qin, as if they had seen a ghost. They never thought that Kanzu wouldn't even have a chance to fight back in front of Su Qin. It was simply appalling. Sure enough, there's not much primordial spirit power left. After throwing the 9th punch, Su Qin looked at Kanzu's figure, which had obviously become illusory, and said faintly. At this moment, Kanzu had long lost his fairy-like appearance with his white sleeves fluttering in the wind. His aura had withered a lot and his body, which was originally illusory, had begun to become transparent and illusory. Damn it, how can this person be so strong? Kanzu barely managed to maintain his figure, but there were huge waves in his heart. Su Qin's punch, which could disperse his primordial spirit, was already terrifying enough. Not many below the earth immortal realm could withstand that punch. Kanzu originally thought that Su Qin had already used all his strength, but he didn't expect that the other party would throw 9 punches in a row. In the blink of an eye, Kanzu's primordial spirit had collapsed 9 times and was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, Kanzu could sense that even after throwing 9 punches, Su Qin's chi and blood had only declined a little, and he had recovered during the conversation. It's still the primordial spirit after all? Su Qin sighed softly and said with some pity. The primordial spirit power was the ultimate transformation of the spiritual force. It gathered and dispersed infinitely and was unpredictable. Ordinary methods almost had no effect on the primordial spirit. If Su Qin also transformed his primordial spirit, he could completely trap Kanzu with the primordial spirit power and then use his own primordial spirit power to continuously melt Kanzu's primordial spirit power. Su Qin had a physical body and could continuously nurture the primordial spirit power, but Kanzu had lost his physical body and the primordial spirit power was like a rootless duckweed. Sooner or later, it would be worn down by Su Qin. Unfortunately, Su Qin didn't transform his primordial spirit, so he could only use this stupid method. He used his physical strength and spiritual force to activate the 5 Thunder God Fist to disperse Kanzu's primordial spirit time and time again, forcing Kanzu to take the initiative to consume the primordial spirit power. Now, do you still dare to say that you can't kill me? Su Qin slowly calmed down the almost boiling chi and blood power. After throwing 9 punches in a row, even though Su Qin's physical body had entered the half-step Dharma body level, it was still somewhat draining. This was also the reason why he stopped. Not only did Kanzu need to recover, but Su Qin also needed to recover. However, the recovery of the physical body was far easier than the recovery of the primordial spirit. In addition, Su Qin had the flesh rebirth ability, so he instantly recovered to his peak. When Kenzu saw this scene, his expression was extremely solemn. In fact, although he still had some primordial spirit power left, he couldn't withstand Su Qin's continuous attacks. When he thought of this, Kenzu immediately had the intention to retreat. "I'll fight you again when I possess a physical body and recover to my peak." Kenzu's body abruptly exploded, turning into a streak of light that darted in the direction of the 9,000 feet sword peaks. The 9,000 feet sword peaks were left behind by the 10,000 swords Taoist over 4,000 years ago, and contained the 10,000 swords Taoist backup plan. Even the Shaman King of Witchcraft 3,000 years ago could not break through the 9 sword peaks. While Su Qin's ability was frightening, Kenzu believed that he would be safe as long as he escaped into the 9,000 feet sword peaks. "I might not have been able to stop you if you had run the moment we met." Su Qin shook his head slightly, a hint of mockery appearing on his face. "But now that you've used up most of your primordial spirit power, can you escape?" Even as Su Qin spoke, he abruptly charged the boundless qi and blood in his body. The frightening qi and blood was like a sun that illuminated every direction. Just as Kenzu's primordial spirit power touched the qi and blood, there was a ripping sound and a miserable cry. Moments before, the streak of light that had been the size of a human began to melt, shrinking to the size of a palm in the blink of an eye. Once again, the palm-sized streak of light reverted to Kenzu's appearance. However, Kenzu's body did not revert to the size of a normal person due to the massive consumption of his primordial spirit power. Instead, he remained the size of a palm as he stared fearfully at the qi and blood energy around him that resembled an ocean. Meanwhile, Su Qin appeared soundlessly behind Kenzu, raising his right hand to grab the palm-sized Kenzu. Still, how could Su Qin leave such a latent danger alive? "Brother, why don't we both take a step back? I'll release your descendant and forget about the matter of him killing one of Wanjian School's pinnacle myths, and you'll let me go?" After struggling for a long time, Kenzu realized that he could not escape from Su Qin's palm, so he immediately gave in. In fact, if Kenzu had known that Su Qin had such strength, he would not have dared to fight with Su Qin. However, there was no such thing as pity in this world. Take a step back? Su Qin was not moved at all. He kept urging the surging qi and blood in his body and slowly pressed it into his palm. He shook his head and said, "I still prefer to take what belongs to me." As soon as he finished speaking, terrifying qi and blood surged wildly into his palm, slowly refining every trace of Kenzu's Yuan spirit. In the beginning, Kenzu could still barely resist. After all, he still had some Yuan spirit power left, which was enough to offset the qi and blood invasion. However, as time passed, the Yuan spirit power became less and less, while Su Qin's qi and blood became more and more majestic. Kenzu finally felt fear. "Brother, I know I was wrong." Kenzu's voice became weaker and weaker, and he kept begging for mercy. However, Su Qin had no intention of stopping. Since he had broken into Wanjian School, he had already made a great enemy. Naturally, he had to eliminate the root of the problem. How could Su Qin let Kenzu go? Time passed slowly. Several hours passed in the blink of an eye. In the end, the last trace of Kenzu's Yuan spirit power dissipated in the sound of curses, and the endless qi and blood were burned away. Inside the 9 sword peaks that were 10,000 feet tall, the Wanjian School's sect master and several great ancestors watched Kenzu being forcibly refined with their own eyes, and their expressions were sorrowful. Kenzu had protected Wanjian School for more than 1,000 years, but now they could only watch this happen. One could imagine the sorrow in their hearts. However, no matter how sorrowful they were, no one dared to leave the sword peaks. After Su Qin had completely refined Kenzu, he took a step forward and appeared before the 9 sword peaks. While he had spent most of his energy on Kenzu while he was refining Kenzu, it did not mean that he was completely unaware of the outside world. Su Qin was aware of every move made by the Wanjian School's sect master and the others. "Hurry up and activate the Great Formation on the sword peaks." The Wanjian School's sect master was so scared that his scalp was about to explode, and he quickly joined forces with the other great ancestors to pour their true essence into the sword peaks. Kaboom! The 9 3,000-meter-long sword mountains were finally activated. Streams of sharp sword qi constantly rose up from the mountains. Even the mountains themselves were shaking. From afar, the 9 sword peaks looked as if they had turned into 9 divine swords that pierced through heaven and earth, cutting through everything. The Great Formation of the Nine Swords Reincarnation. It was a backup plan that the 10,000 Swords Taoist had left on the sword peaks all those years ago. Once the Great Formation was activated, the 9 sword peaks would be completely revived. Each of the sword peaks contained a streak of the 10,000 Swords Taoist sword will, nurtured over thousands of years and gaining sentience. Now that they were revived, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the world was falling apart. Meaningless. Even the great formation of heaven and earth left behind by a pinnacle earth immortal like the true Lord of the Eastern Sea was cut down by my sword. Do you think a dead formation that no one could control could stop me? Su Qin's gaze was dark and profound. The 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation was certainly powerful. It contained 9 streaks of the 10,000 Swords Taoist sword will, and could hold off a earth immortal for a short period of time at its peak. That was why the witchcraft's Shaman King did not attempt to break through the formation 3,000 years ago. It was not that the Shaman King could not do anything against the formation, but that there was no need. So what if he could break the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation? The Shaman King did not walk the path of the sword, and Wanjian School's countless divine techniques and tomes were useless against him. As for cultivation resources, witchcraft had been passed down since the last tide of vitality, and its foundation far surpassed Wanjian School's. Why would it be interested in Wanjian School's cultivation resources? Moreover, most treasures in the world were useless against Earth Immortals. Was a pity? If it was 3,000 years ago, the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation was barely maintained at its peak and stopped the Shaman King. Now, however, after 3,000 years, the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation had long since lost its power at its peak. The 9 streaks of sword will in the 1,000 feet sword peaks had been worn down by time, leaving only a sliver. Unlike the true Lord of the Eastern Sea, Wanjian School did not possess a spirit spring that could nurture the formation. Still, no matter how weak it was, the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation would have no problem stopping a pinnacle myth, and might not even be able to do anything against one who had metamorphosed into a nascent spirit. But in front of Su Qin, who had the eye of truth and could easily see through every detail of the formation, it was full of flaws. The eye of truth could observe all the qi in the world. The heaven and earth formation was entrusted to heaven and earth, so it was naturally within Su Qin's observation range. If the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation was still at its peak, it would be useless even if Su Qin knew the flaws, because his strength could not even penetrate the flaws. But now, after 3,000 years, the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation was still weakened to a certain extent, so Su Qin was confident that he could break it. Break. Su Qin took another step forward and clenched his hand into a fist. It was like an ancient giant hammering a drum, fiercely blasting toward the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Boom. A dull sound was heard, and the 9,000 feet sword peaks that were faintly beginning to recover suddenly shook. A terrifying force passed through the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation and covered the people of Wanjian School. Puff. Several patriarchs of Wanjian School spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were as pale as paper and they said ferociously, "Block it. We must block it." At this moment, Su Qin, who had thrown out a punch, looked carefully again and threw out another punch. Boom, boom, boom. Su Qin threw out several punches in a row, and each of his punches hit the flaws of the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation. The terrifying force almost penetrated the 9,000 feet sword peaks. If Su Qin had not deliberately held back for fear of affecting Li Wan, the people of Wanjian School on the sword peaks would have been shaken to death by the terrifying force. But even so, nearly half of the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation had collapsed. Su Qin could even see through the formation and see the people of Wanjian School on the sword peaks, who were full of horror. Hang in there. The sword peaks were left by Master Kanzu Wan. They will certainly protect our Wanjian School for generations to come. The sect master of Wanjian School was bleeding from his 7 orifices, but he was still encouraging the desperate disciples of Wanjian School. The next moment, Su Qin threw out another punch. The power of this punch was indescribable with words. Su Qin's qi and blood vibrated. Vaguely, a 3-legged divine bird as large as the sky condensed behind him. In addition to the majestic power of qi and blood, there were also wisps of scorching flames spreading. Instantly, the 9 Swords Reincarnation Formation, which had been tottering in the first place, was completely broken. Countless sword flashes rapidly collapsed, and the elders of Wanjian School who were barely keeping the formation afloat directly suffered a backlash, their physical bodies and divine minds dissipating on the spot. My Wanjian School is destroyed. the Wanjian school sect master could not help taking several steps back and falling to the ground with a thud. His face was ashen as if he had lost his mind. Now that the Nine Swords reincarnation formation was broken, the Wanjian school sect master simply could not think of any way to stop Su Qin. Unless the 10,000 swords Taoist from 4,000 years ago came back to life, no one would be spared. After breaking the Nine Swords reincarnation formation, Su Qin pointed out with a finger and broke open the dungeon called the Black Abyss, which was surrounded by the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Crack, crack. The Black Abyss dungeon, which was entirely forged from dark nether steel of the North Sea, could not resist Su Qin's finger and shattered completely, revealing Li Wan at the bottom. Third uncle. Li Wan blanked out for a moment, before quickly waving at Su Qin and shouting excitedly. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man who was locked up on the 11th floor of the Black Abyss dungeon took a long look at Su Qin. Could there really be immortals and gods in this world? The old man quickly lowered his head, believing that if there really were immortals and gods, it could only be Su Qin. Chapter 280. When Su Qin stormed into the Myriad Sword Island and yelled, "Kenzu, get out here!" everyone locked up in the Black Abyss dungeon heard it clearly. However, even though everyone was shocked at that time, they didn't think much of it. They just thought that Su Qin would soon be suppressed by the Wanjian school and might end up being locked up in the Black Abyss dungeon like them. However, what happened next had completely subverted everyone's imagination. Although the battle between Su Qin and Kenzu didn't last long, the power that burst out was enough to shake the entire Myriad Sword Island. Although the Black Abyss dungeon was built underground, how could it not be felt? Especially when Su Qin broke the Nine Swords reincarnation formation at the end, the 9,000-foot sword peaks roared and the Black Abyss dungeon in the center of the sword peaks looked like the end of the world. Before the people in the dungeon could recover from their shock, they heard the Black Abyss dungeon, which was made of North Sea dark nether iron, suddenly explode and an entrance to the outside world appeared. At the end of the entrance stood a man with calm eyes and a terrifying aura. The next moment, the man with calm eyes and terrifying aura stepped out and entered the Black Abyss dungeon, looking at Li Wan who was full of excitement. Third uncle. Li Wan blinked her big eyes. She had been in the Black Abyss dungeon for a few days and through talking with other people who were also locked up here, she knew what kind of colossus the Wanjian school was. In front of the Wanjian school, which had a heritage of more than 4,000 years, what was an ordinary peak myth? Unless one transformed his primordial spirit like Kenzu and suppressed the sea with his sword, he couldn't shake any of the major sects at all. Although Li Wan still had a glimmer of hope in her heart, she knew that no matter how strong Su Qin was, how could he defeat the Wanjian school? But now, looking at Su Qin standing in front of her, Li Wan felt as if she was dreaming. Su Qin sized up Li Wan and raised his eyebrows slightly. Before taking action, Su Qin only used his divine sense to confirm Li Wan's safety and did not carefully check Li Wan's physical condition. After taking a closer look, Su Qin immediately found something wrong with Li Wan's body. Before leaving Chang'an City, Li Wan was only a level 4 warrior. But now, in just a few months, Li Wan's cultivation had suddenly soared by 1 level. Moreover, Su Qin could see that Li Wan's qi and blood were abundant, and his aura was stable. There were no hidden dangers of forcibly increasing his cultivation. In addition, there was a shocking sword intent in Li Wan's body. That sword intent was vaguely similar to the sword intent contained in the 9,000-foot sword peaks of Wanjian school, and was clearly of the same origin as the 10,000 swords Taoist from over 4,000 years ago. After taking a closer look, Su Qin realized that not only was the sword intent in Li Wan's body free of hidden dangers, it was actually immensely beneficial, helping Li Wan to temper his true yuan and physical body at every moment. Third uncle. Li Wan began to explain everything that had happened after coming to Wanjian school. According to Li Wan, the people of the Myriad Sword sect did not have the slightest intention of making things difficult for her. Not only that, they even gave her all kinds of spiritual fruits and divine pills to consume. In the end, Li Wan was even brought to an altar where a sword will as deep as the abyss was injected into her body. Third uncle, those old men from Wanjian school are really nice to Wana, Li Wan said gingerly. Nice to you? Su Qin thought about it and understood Wanjian school's purpose. Li Wan had the body of the sword heart, which was one of the best bodies for Kenzu's yuan spirit to possess. However, Kenzu's yuan spirit was simply too powerful, and if Li Wan was still a rank 4 martial artist, even his body of the sword heart would not be able to contain the tremendous power of his yuan spirit. That was why Kenzu would definitely need to improve Li Wan's abilities before he could truly possess Li Wan's body, and that improvement must not have any hidden dangers. Otherwise, if Kenzu's hidden dangers were to erupt after his possession, wouldn't Kenzu himself be the one having a headache? That was also why Wanjian School spared no expense and had Li Wan consume various spirit fruits and divine pills. However, perhaps no one from Wanjian School could have imagined that after they had worked so hard to improve Li Wan's cultivation to rank 1 pinnacle, Su Qin would come knocking on their door and forcefully kill Kenzu, even wiping out the colossus that was Wanjian School. On the other hand, Li Wan had profited from his misfortune, enjoying the benefits of Wanjian School without having to pay a price. Still, that sword will in your body. Su Qin narrowed his eyes and carefully observed the faintly discernible sword will in Li Wan's body. Compared to the spirit fruits and divine pills that Li Wan had consumed, that sword will was the most precious. Of course, precious here was only equivalent to Li Wan. Su Qin would not accept that sword will even if it was given to him. Could it have been left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist? Su Qin stroked his chin thoughtfully. That sword will must have been the 10,000 Swords Taoist's legacy, which Kenzu had comprehended from the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Kenzu had temporarily planted it into Li Wan's body when he was about to possess Li Wan. With that sword will continuously modifying Li Wan's body, Kenzu's possession would have gone smoothly. Unfortunately for him, Kenzu's move only benefited Li Wan. Otherwise, if Kenzu still had that sword will when he fought Su Qin might not have been able to kill him so easily. After all, that sword will was different from the sword will in the 9,000 feet sword peaks. The sword will in the 9,000 feet sword peaks had been constantly nourishing the 10,000 Swords Island over thousands of years and had long since been exhausted, which was why Su Qin was able to break it open. That sword will, however, was perfectly preserved. Even if it had lost part of its power over thousands of years, it was still far more powerful than the sword will in the 9,000 feet sword peaks. Study that sword will in your body well. You'll benefit greatly. Su Qin casually reminded Li Wan. Very well. Li Wan quickly nodded as he sensed the benefits of the sword will in his body. Just as Su Qin and Li Wan were about to leave the dungeon after exchanging a few words, the other prisoners in the Black Abyss dungeon mustered their courage and walked up to Su Qin, bowing and greeting him. Greetings, my lord. So many people died in front of him, but Su Qin didn't even blink. If it weren't for Su Qin's vast and magnificent aura, the white-haired old man would have suspected that Su Qin came from the Kurajenkyo, a land of wanton killing. Su Qin walked all the way and came to the front of a great hall. This great hall was like an inverted divine sword, standing in front of him, exuding an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This should be the oldest place of Wanjian School. Su Qin stopped, glanced around and thought silently in his heart. Whether it was Li Wan or the white-haired old man, they were all standing respectfully behind him, waiting quietly. Su Qin pondered for a while, then said in his heart, "System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Essence Soul Secret Technique, Heart Sword Technique." Chapter 281. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You have received the Essence Soul Mystic Technique, Heart Sword Technique. A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. I can indeed sign in. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. Compared to the other high sects that had existed since the previous Essence Energy Tide era, such as the Witchcraft sect and the Dao One sect, the Wanjian School had definitely existed for a much shorter period of time. According to the records of Dao accumulations, the longer a place existed, the more abundant the rewards one would receive from signing in. Of course, this wasn't absolute. Could only be said that most of the time. But no matter what, the Wanjian School had existed for thousands of years and most of the time, it was in a flourishing period. It should have accumulated some Dao accumulations, enough for Su Qin to sign in. Heart Sword Technique? Essence Soul Mystic Technique? Su Qin thought for a moment before focusing on the rewards he received from signing in. The Heart Sword Technique was a sword technique, but it wasn't a pure sword technique. It used one's essence soul as the foundation to condense an essence soul sword and cut through everything. This was a very terrifying mystic technique. The essence soul was like a sword that ignored any defense and directly slashed at the enemy's essence soul. If one could block it, one would live. If one couldn't, one would die. Of course. This heart sword technique wasn't without flaws. It was too extreme. It used all one's essence soul to condense a heart sword. Although it was arrogant, if the enemy's essence soul was strong enough to block this essence soul sword and break it, the one who would be seriously injured would be Su Qin. If Kanzu masters this essence soul forbidden technique, I'm afraid I'll have a headache. Su Qin thought. Although there was a golden Buddha guarding the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows, even if an earth immortal used this heart sword technique, he wouldn't be able to shake the golden Buddha. But if Kanzu disregarded everything and was willing to die together, it would cause damage to Su Qin's divine will. After all, not all of Su Qin's divine will was hidden in the ancestral aperture between his eyebrows. There was still a considerable portion of it enveloping the myriad sword island. Kanzu could completely cut off this divine will with the heart sword technique. Primordial spirit, Su Qin muttered to himself. A primordial spirit was formed from countless divine thoughts and was incomparably pure. Once a martial artist formed a primordial spirit, they would achieve a certain sublimation and would not rely too much on their physical body. Furthermore, the primordial spirit was like an illusion. Most attacks in the world had no effect on the primordial spirit. For example, Su Qin only needed a punch or a palm strike to kill a pinnacle myth. However, it took him several hours to kill a primordial spirit like Kanzu, who had lost his physical body. This was because Su Qin's physical body was already half a step into the level of Dharma physique. His qi and blood could suppress the primordial spirit to a certain extent. Otherwise, without the qi and blood at the level of Dharma physique, even if Su Qin defeated Kanzu, he wouldn't have been able to keep him here. Unless Su Qin was willing to use a trump card like Buddha's palm. However, this was overseas. Who knew how many experts were living in seclusion? Moreover, Buddha's palm caused too much of a commotion. Su Qin was worried that it would cause unnecessary trouble. Looks like I have to consider transforming my primordial spirit, Su Qin thought to himself. He had just entered the ninth heaven and wanted to spend a few years to stabilize his realm so that he could transform his primordial spirit in one go. But now it seemed that there wasn't enough time. Su Qin destroyed Wanjian School in less than half a day. However, when he attacked, the terrifying waves produced had already spread in all directions. It didn't take long for the entire overseas to know that Wanjian School had been destroyed. Su Qin had to obtain enough power to protect himself in the face of these true overlords who had been entrenched overseas for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, transforming his primordial spirit was imminent. With Su Qin's current strength, if he transformed his primordial spirit, he would still not be a match for an earth immortal with the power of his primordial spirit and half of his Dharma body. However, if he really encountered an earth immortal, he would at least have a much easier time. I've received more than 50 primordial spirit pills from signing in at the War God Temple. There's no problem in transforming my primordial spirit. Su Qin thought to himself. Transforming his primordial spirit didn't mean stepping into the earth immortal realm from the peak of the mythical stage. If the latter failed, there would be a risk of death. However, transforming one's primordial spirit was different. It was more of a painstaking effort. At most, it would be a little slower, but it wouldn't affect one's life. In addition, with the assistance of his primordial spirit, there wouldn't be any problems. After transforming my primordial spirit, even if my physical body is destroyed, I can still seize another body and be reborn or reincarnate through a secret technique. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. However, seizing another body was his last resort. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Su Qin would never abandon his physical body. After all, he had paid a huge price for this physical body. He had even devoured a part of the source of the earth element to barely upgrade it to half a Dharma body domain. Besides, how could other people's physical bodies, even if they were of the same level, be compared to his own physical body? Thinking of this, Su Qin had already made a decision in his heart. He was prepared to transform his primordial spirit here. Firstly, it was because this was Wanjian School. Before the news of Wanjian School's destruction spread completely, the other major sects wouldn't enter the vicinity without permission. This bought time for Su Qin. This bit of time was far from enough for other peak mythical creatures who wanted to transform their primordial spirit. However, Su Qin had the primordial spirit pill and could completely transform his primordial spirit in a short period of time. Secondly, Su Qin still needed to stay here for a few more days to see if he could sign in again. The heart sword technique was an primordial spirit secret technique and was extremely rare. Even a peak mythical creature like Kanzu, who had long transformed his primordial spirit, didn't have an primordial spirit secret technique. One could imagine how precious it was. And the power of the heart sword technique was indeed great enough. Although it was too extreme and had flaws, it was enough as a trump card. Su Qin also planned to sign in here a few more times to see if he could sign in some more secret techniques related to the primordial spirit. However, before transforming my primordial spirit, Su Qin turned his gaze and looked at the few people who were standing respectfully not far away. They were the few people who were imprisoned in the Black Abyss dungeon with Li Wan. At this moment, with Su Qin destroying Wanjian School and destroying the dungeon, they also regained their freedom. The dungeon has been broken. Why didn't you leave this place? Why did you follow me? Su Qin glanced at them and said casually, "Your Excellency's strength is unparalleled. Without your permission, even if we escape to the ends of the earth, what's the use?" The white-haired old man smiled bitterly. The white-haired old man hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I have a big secret that I want to tell you." Big secret? Su Qin's expression didn't change as he repeated slowly, "Yes, it's a big secret." The white-haired old man said with certainty, "Wanjian School imprisoned me in the Black Abyss dungeon because they wanted to get this big secret from me, but how could I let them do as they wished?" Speaking of this, the white-haired old man sneered. Wanjian School wasn't as benevolent as Shaolin Temple, which specially built a demon suppression tower to imprison all the demonic martial artists in the world. There was only one reason why the white-haired old man and the others were imprisoned here and were still alive. They had something or information that Wanjian School needed. Otherwise, if these people were of no value to Wanjian School, they would have been dead long ago. "You didn't tell Wanjian School, but you told me?" Su Qin looked at the old man with a smile that wasn't a smile. "If I told Wanjian School the truth, how could I still be alive?" The old man shook his head, and a trace of sarcasm flashed in his tone. Wanjian School imprisoned the old man in the Black Abyss dungeon, which was equivalent to completely falling out with them. Even if the old man told them the big secret, Wanjian School wouldn't let him go. "Then tell me, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you to silence you?" Su Qin's tone was flat, without the slightest fluctuation. It was as if he didn't care about the secret that Wanjian School coveted by the old man. "With your strength, you would have killed me long ago if you wanted to." The old man smiled bitterly. "Tell me, what do you want?" Su Qin pondered for a moment and said indifferently. He didn't believe that the old man would take the initiative to tell this big secret for no reason. He must have a request. "The vitality tide has recovered, the land of great battles has appeared, and Wanjian School has been destroyed. I'm afraid this world will usher in great chaos. Although I'm a peak legend, I may not be able to protect myself in this era. I hope that you can protect me." The old man with white hair and beard said respectfully. Logically speaking, as long as a peak legend didn't completely offend the major sects, it was enough to dominate a region. After all, among the many major sects overseas except for the top few, the leaders of the other major sects were only level 6 legends. As long as a peak legend didn't cause trouble everywhere, he wouldn't attract the attention of the major sections. This was because even the major sects would have to pay a price to deal with a peak legend. They might even have to awaken their ancestors. But now the old man with white hair and beard faintly felt that something was wrong. He was immediately prepared to exchange his biggest secret for Su Qin's protection. In fact, the old man was also betting that Su Qin was interested in his secret and wouldn't bother to silence him. Otherwise, if Su Qin waited until the old man told the secret and killed him, wouldn't there be no future trouble? "Tell me," Su Qin pondered for a while and said, "if your secret is useful to me, I will consider it." For Su Qin, protecting the old man was just a matter of a thought. He could just throw him into the palace. "Okay." The old man with white hair and beard heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He was afraid that Su Qin would suddenly refuse, so he immediately said quickly, "Sir, do you know about the Immortal Sect?" When the old man said the words Immortal Sect, he carefully glanced at Su Qin. "Immortal Sect?" Su Qin frowned slightly. Among the many major sects overseas, there wasn't a force called Immortal Sect. But the old man said it so seriously, it was obvious that this Immortal Sect was very unusual. "Sir." The old man with white hair and beard saw Su Qin's doubts and said solemnly, "Since the end of the last vitality tide, more than 10,000 years have passed, and more than 10 land immortals have been born. But these land immortals will leave their sects in their later years and travel the world to find the Immortal Sect. Chapter 282. Oh. This immortal gate is so mysterious that even Earth immortals are looking for it? Su Qin touched his chin thoughtfully. For an Earth immortal, what couldn't they get? With just a word, thousands of legends overseas would be willing to do everything to please them. But now, the white-haired old man said that there was something in the world that Earth immortals couldn't get? Why would Earth immortals look for the immortal gate? Su Qin pondered for a moment and asked faintly. Su Qin didn't think that the white-haired old man was lying. If the Earth immortals really looked for the immortal gate, the other major sects would definitely know about it. Su Qin confirmed this matter without much effort. Besides, in Su Qin's eyes, the white-haired old man's thoughts were as clear as the back of a hand. It was impossible to deceive him. There are many sayings. Some say that there is another world inside the immortal gate. Some say that if Earth immortals want to continue to break through, they must enter the immortal gate. Some even say that the immortal gate is a treasure raft created by countless experts in the last Vitality Tide era, and can carry all living beings. The white-haired old man truthfully told him everything he knew. So that's how it is. Su Qin's eyes flashed slightly, and his heart was stirred up. Under the silence of the Vitality Tide, all laws withered and spiritual vigor dimmed. Even if the overseas martial arts world still maintained a certain degree of vitality, it was useless. Even if a martial artist was extremely talented, under such an environment, cultivating to the Earth immortal level was already the limit. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to go further. This wasn't because the martial artist's aptitude and perception were not enough, but because of the restrictions of the environment. According to the white-haired old man, the so-called immortal gate might hide the hope of the Earth immortals to continue to break through. However, this immortal gate is not a good place. Su Qin's thoughts turned quickly as he thought to himself. Even the Earth immortals only started to look for the immortal gate when Shoyuan was about to die. This meant that for the Earth immortals, the immortal gate must be a great risk. They would only look for it when they were about to die of old age. Su Qin pondered for a moment, then looked at the white-haired old man and said calmly, "Is this all the big secrets you know?" The immortal gate was definitely a big secret in the eyes of ordinary mythical warriors. But for Su Qin, a peerless powerhouse who was about to transform his primordial spirit and even tried to break through the Earth immortal realm, it was only a matter of time before he knew about the immortal gate. Wanjian School wouldn't imprison the old man in the Black Abyss dungeon just because they thought he knew about the Gate of Immortality. Of course not. The white-haired old man took a deep breath and suppressed his boiling emotions. He said slowly, "I also know the approximate location of the Immortal Sect." The approximate location of the Immortal Gate? Su Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man. In fact, when the old man mentioned the Celestial Sect, Su Qin guessed that the old man might have some information about the Celestial Sect. But what Su Qin didn't expect was that the old man actually knew the location of the Celestial Sect. If the old man said that he knew that there was some kind of treasure in the Celestial Sect, Su Qin would definitely scoff. After all, if he wanted to get the treasure in the Celestial Sect, he first had to find the Celestial Sect. Judging from the scene of the Earth immortals searching for the Celestial Sect all over the world, the location of the Celestial Sect must be very hidden. It might even be like the War God Temple, which was directly in the deep void. Only in this way could one avoid the all-pervasive domain of the Earth immortal. Since you know the location of the Celestial Sect, why don't you look for it yourself? Su Qin stared at the old man and asked in a flat voice. "Sir." The white-haired old man smiled bitterly. "The location of the Celestial Sect must be very dangerous. Even if I really went to look for it, it's very likely that I would die." The white-haired old man was very clear about his status. Even the Earth immortal was only willing to put his all into looking for the Celestial Sect in his later years, let alone a peak mythical realm like him who had yet to condense a domain. "Okay. In that case, just tell me the location of the Celestial Sect." Su Qin looked at the old man and said, "Yes." The white-haired old man immediately bowed and quickly said the location that he knew in his heart. "It's here?" Su Qin looked slightly surprised. The location that the white-haired old man said was not in the overseas martial arts world, but on a remote continent that was extremely far away from the overseas. This made Su Qin feel a little strange, but he thought about it and found that this was normal. If the Celestial Sect was in the overseas martial arts world, even if the Vitality Tide was silent, more than a dozen Earth immortals were born overseas in the past 10,000 years. And the Earth immortals roamed the world, they would have probably searched the entire overseas martial arts world. As long as the Celestial Sect revealed the slightest trace, it would definitely not be able to hide from those Earth immortals. "Sir, in fact, my ancestor came from this continent. Back then, he saw the manifestation of the Celestial Sect with his own eyes. The space within a radius of hundreds of miles shattered, but at that time, my ancestor had just entered the myth realm, so he quickly escaped from that continent. But this matter was passed down. Over the years, I kept inquiring about the celestial sect from the major sects and finally confirmed this matter, but Wanjian school found out about it. Wanjian school guessed that I might have grasped some secrets of the celestial sect, so they were so eager to find out about the celestial sect. So they directly awakened a peak myth who had condensed a domain, took me down, and forced me to reveal the secret. When the white-haired old man said this, he shook his head and said, "But how could I really do as Wanjian school wants? I'm a peak myth and my divine sense is not weak. Even if the Kanzu of Wanjian school wakes up, it's impossible for him to search my soul by force." The white-haired old man said slowly, "I see." Su Qin nodded slightly and remembered the location of the continent that the old man had mentioned. He waved his hand and said, "I know. You guys can leave first. I'm going into seclusion for a while. During this period, don't disturb me unless it's important." As soon as Su Qin's voice fell, everyone present, including Li Wan, respectfully left the hall and waited at the top of the sword peak. The white-haired old man's face was obviously relieved, as if he had put down a burden. The location of the celestial sect was something that even Earth immortals yearned for, but the old man was different. With his strength, even if he found the celestial sect, what could he do? Therefore, when he told Su Qin this secret, he immediately felt relieved. After everyone left, Su Qin slowly sat cross-legged in the depths of the hall. Celestial sect. Su Qin did not care whether there were many treasures in the celestial sect. He was different from those Earth immortals. The cultivation of these Earth immortals was limited by the environment of heaven and earth, but Su Qin was different. For Su Qin, the environment of heaven and earth had an impact, but it was not absolute. As long as Su Qin could continue to sign in, he could continue to become stronger. And the rewards obtained from sign-in were not determined by the environment of heaven and earth, but by the amount of Tao accumulation. To put it simply, even if the vitality tide had not recovered and was still in a dormant period, Su Qin could still enter the ninth heaven mythical realm, but it would take a longer time. Therefore, the attraction of the celestial sect to Su Qin was far less than to other Earth immortals. However, to be able to pass down from the previous vitality tide until now, the Tao accumulation must be very rich, at least surpassing that of the War God Temple. Su Qin guessed in his heart. Su Qin vaguely felt that the former was higher than the latter in terms of the level between the celestial sect and the War God Temple. Although the War God Temple was powerful, it was still incredible even in the previous vitality tide. However, several Earth immortals wanted to join forces to enter the War God Temple, but they were chased out in the end. This meant that the War God Temple should not be able to kill an Earth immortal. But the celestial sect, even Earth immortals would only start looking for it in their later years, at least on the surface. The danger of the celestial sect was already dangerous to the life and death of an Earth immortal. Forget it. It's still too early to think about the celestial sect. At least wait until I enter the Earth immortal realm before I consider looking for the celestial sect. Su Qin calmed down and thought silently in his heart. Anyway, the Tao accumulation of the celestial sect was there. Other than Su Qin, no one else in the world could use the Tao accumulation, so Su Qin was naturally not in a hurry. Next. It's time to transform my essence soul. With a thought, dozens of elemental spirit pills appeared in front of Su Qin. The elemental spirit pills were invisible and transparent, as if they were formed by pure spirit. They emitted a faint wave of energy that made people feel comfortable. If the white-haired old man was still here, his eyes would definitely turn red when he found that the elemental spirit pills that had long been extinct in the overseas martial arts world, and even the medicine god sect could not refine them, were placed neatly in front of Su Qin like candies. One should know that one elemental spirit pill was enough to let a peak legend transform his essence soul in a short time, let alone more than 50 of them. Once Su Qin took so many elemental spirit pills, the power of the essence soul that he accumulated would definitely be terrifying. It's really magical. I wonder what the elemental spirit pills are made of. Su Qin looked at the elemental spirit pills again and thought to himself. The elemental spirit pills gave Su Qin a very special feeling, as if they were spiritual objects, but Su Qin had never seen such a special ancient medicine. Surrounded by more than 50 elemental spirit pills, Su Qin felt that his divine sense was unprecedentedly abundant. He even had a feeling that even if he did not take any elemental spirit pills within 50 years, he could still rely on himself to transform into a yuan spirit. Of course, Su Qin would not be so stupid as to not take the elemental spirit pills and think about breaking through on his own. Now, Su Qin carefully felt the large amount of spirit in his body slowly surging. He directly picked up a few elemental spirit pills and swallowed them. One. The elemental spirit pills melted as soon as they entered his throat, bursting out countless terrifying spirit power, which constantly integrated into Su Qin's spirit. This spirit power completely ignored Su Qin's body, and directly rushed towards every trace of Su Qin's spirit. And with the help of this spirit power, Su Qin's spirit began to shrink and condense, faintly transforming into a more advanced form. Chapter 283. While Su Qin was in seclusion to transform his yuan spirit, the outside world was already in an uproar. Su Qin did not try to hide his attack on 10,000 Swords Island, especially when he shouted, "Kenzu, get your ass out here." Every living being within dozens of miles of 10,000 Swords Island could hear it, and there was no hiding it at all. Moreover, Su Qin did not kill the innocent. At the very least, the martial artists who had just arrived at 10,000 Swords Island and were ready to join him but had yet to die. With those martial artists fleeing in terror, it was only a matter of time before news of Wanjian School's destruction spread overseas. Not to mention, during this period of time, the myriad sword sect was recruiting disciples. Every day, a large number of cultivators would come from all over the Endless Sea Islands. When they saw the devastated state of the myriad swords island, they would definitely spread the word of what they saw. All at once, the overseas world was shaken. Wanjian School had only been around for 4,000 years and could not compare to behemoths like the Dao One sect or the witchcraft sect that had been around since the last tide of vitality recovery. Still, it was a legacy established by a land immortal and one of the overseas great sects, and even had Kenzu, a swordsman who had transformed into a yuan spirit, slumbering within it. How could it be destroyed so easily? Aside from Kenzu, Wanjian School had also slumbered almost 20 pinnacle mythic patriarchs, with no less than 5 of them having condensed a domain. Moreover, there were the layers of killing arrays on 10,000 Swords Island, as well as the 9 Swords reincarnation array left behind by the 10,000 Swords Taoist over 4,000 years ago. The silent destruction of such a force that stood at the pinnacle of the Endless Sea Islands would definitely cause many cultivators in the Endless Sea Islands to feel insecure. Even the other great sects were no exception. After all, that being could destroy Wanjian School as well as other great sects and slay countless mythic martial artists. It was as if a sword was hanging over one's neck, and it had already affected the balance of the overseas martial arts world. Over thousands of years, the many great sects overseas had kept each other in check, jointly ruling over the entire overseas and maintaining a special balance. Otherwise, if there was no such balance, the high sects could wantonly attack each other. The entire outer seas would have been flooded with blood long ago. Even the high sects would not be able to withstand such losses. After all, once they went into a frenzy, the major sects would definitely awaken their patriarchs. Once the patriarchs appeared, it would mean that the experts at the peak of the mythical realm had entered the scene. The impact it would bring would be no different from an apocalypse. Countless overseas martial artists were shocked. Some even realized that something was wrong and began to leave the sea, preparing to spend a few decades on a remote road before returning. Meanwhile, amidst a vast and thick mountain range, a man in a magus robe sat before an ancient palace with his legs crossed. If other overseas mythical warriors saw this scene, they would be shocked to find that this was the witchcraft overlooking the entire overseas region. Witchcraft. It was one of the great sects overseas. It was said that it had been passed down from the previous era of vitality recovery. It had an extremely deep foundation and had produced more than one earth immortal. 3,000 years ago, the shaman king of the shaman sect had even roamed the universe, traversed the world, and dominated the overseas for several eras. Even in this era, although the witchcraft was not well known, no one dared to ignore this behemoth. With tens of thousands of years of accumulation, only God knows how much foundation witchcraft had. Wanjian School was destroyed? The man sitting cross-legged in front of the ancient palace whispered to himself. His aura was like a mountain, as if he had merged with the void of heaven and earth. Many witchcraft elders standing next to him lowered their heads and showed a respectful look. Who did it? A trace of surprise appeared on the man's face. He knew about the Wanjian School. Even if its foundation was far inferior to the witchcraft, it could not be destroyed by just anyone. Especially 3,000 years ago, the Witch King of that generation returned to witchcraft after traveling the world and recorded everything he had experienced in ancient books, including information about Wanjian School. The 9 Swords reincarnation array formed by the 9,000-foot sword peaks on the Myriad Swords Island was enough to resist an Earth Immortal for a short time. Even if the 9 Swords reincarnation array had weakened after 3,000 years, it was still not something an ordinary peak mythical warrior could do. Master Witch. Several witchcraft elders next to him looked at each other, puzzled. Wanjian School was destroyed so quickly that it did not even last half a day. It did not even have the chance to ask for help from other overseas sections. Therefore, even though they already knew that the Wanjian house had been destroyed, that was all they knew. As for why the Wanjian house was destroyed and what happened during that period of time, they didn't know. Master Witch, could it be caused by the Kuragenkyo's sneak attack? A witchcraft elder pondered for a moment and guessed. Among the many major sects, the Kuragenkyo loved to kill. Although no one could transform into a primordial spirit because of their cultivation method, the Kuragenkyo's ancestor had strange means that could hurt the primordial spirit. It was because of this that the Kuragenkyo could stand tall overseas and become a major sect. Impossible. How could the Kuragenkyo have the ability to destroy Wanjian School? Besides, even if the Kuragenkyo had the chance, would they dare to do so? A witchcraft elder shook his head and denied. The Kuragenkyo had stood tall for thousands of years. Although they loved to kill, they only killed ordinary creatures or rogue cultivators. As for the disciples of the major sects, they did not dare to touch a single one. Otherwise, if the Kuragenkyo really didn't care about killing, they would have been wiped out by the other major sections. How could they survive until today? Could it be an Earth Immortal? Another witchcraft elder asked tentatively. If it was an Earth Immortal, then everything would make sense. Only an Earth Immortal, who was above everything else, would be able to destroy a great sect like the Myriad Sword sect with a wave of his hand. If you want to break through to the Earth Immortal level, you must communicate with the Sea of Vitality. What else did the Tianjizi see? What is the origin of the existence that destroyed Wanjian School? What inheritance did he obtain? The Shaman King continued to ask. Master could not see any information about the existence that destroyed Wanjian School. When the man with the 8 trigrams mark said this, a trace of bitterness appeared on his face. When Master was calculating the origin of that person, he only saw a blur of heaven's secrets. If he forced himself to calculate, there would be a great disaster. The man with the 8 trigrams mark continued. The reason why Master knew that person came from the land of great battles was that when he was calculating why Wanjian School was destroyed, he saw a little girl who came back from the land of great battles a few months ago. And this little girl was the reason for the destruction of Wanjian School. As soon as the man with the 8 trigrams mark finished speaking, the shaman master and many elders were shocked. Just because Wanjian School took away a little girl, the entire Wanjian School was trampled on. How domineering was this method? It wasn't just the witchcraft. At this moment, many of the major sects overseas, as well as countless legends, knew that the existence that destroyed Wanjian School came from the land of great battles. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. At this time, in Wanjian School, Su Qin's seclusion to transform his primordial spirit had also reached a critical juncture. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.